It's now time to escalate the conclave, starting with the first session.
Well, Indian startups have various global opportunities, including expanding into emerging markets, collaborating with international partners, and leveraging global investment networks.
Additionally, sectors like technology, healthcare, and renewable energy offer potential Indian startups to make a global impact. Engaging in international events and building a diverse team can further enhance global opportunities.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us today Dr. Bhaskar Rajkumar, Program Director at IISc Bengaluru, to enlighten us about the global opportunities that Indian startups have. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for our esteemed guest speaker. With over 15 years of diverse experience in clinical, non-clinical, tech, research, and administrative fields, this physician and MBA holder is currently the Director of Healthcare Initiatives at AI and Robotics Technology Park at the Indian Institute of Science. His expertise spans public health, healthcare administration, insurance, medical affairs, regulatory and pharmacovigilance, medical education, and healthcare innovation.
We now request S.S. Nayak sir to escort our guest speaker Bhaskar sir onto the dais, please.
Well, previously, he led the COVID-19 war room at BBMP and founded MedicNit, a healthcare education startup that impacted over 1 million professionals globally. Recognized as a top 100 healthcare leader and a top 50 smart health leader, he actively contributes to a healthcare NGO and speaks on topics like public health, AI, edtech, climate change, startups, and public policy. His recent work during the COVID-19 pandemic earned him the COVID Warrior Award and Number Bengaluru Healthcare Practitioner of the Year 2021. Beyond his professional pursuits, he is an avid runner, completing multiple marathons and engages in theatre. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause.
A very warm welcome to you, sir. We now request you to take over the session.
Check. Good morning, all. Hope all of you are not tired already, so that I don't want sleeping faces. Can I get a response? Good morning, all. Good morning. Wonderful. So before they put up the PPT, which is usually a challenge, however technologically we advance, uploading a PPT or starting a VC, we'll always have trouble. So that's something which is still happening. While that happens, I just want to understand how many of non-CAs are there in the room? Nice. How many students are there? Great. How many wannabe entrepreneurs? Why do I see so less of raise of hands? How many entrepreneurs? That's a decent number. One simple question, whenever we want to meet a CA, as an entrepreneur nearly for 10 years now, we struggle a lot, I should tell you, in the sense, to get 1 hour of a CA, it's quite a struggle. How come you guys found so much of time to be together, 200 of them? I'm seriously surprised. 250, yeah, that's a big number. So before they put up again, so I'll introduce myself. I am Dr. Bhaskar, probably only doctor amongst all of you. Is there anybody from medical or a medical doctor? Veterinary doctor, good. We have a couple of them. I have some company. So I'm a medical doctor, born in Bangalore, brought up in traffic. So traffic grew along with me. So after that, spent some time in entrepreneurship. after medicine, I said, okay, let me try my hand with technology. When I was completing medicine is when tech world also started growing. So 2006-7 is when Bangalore was picking up as a startup hub. Then started some startups, then moved into pharma space, and then started again there. And then now currently I'm working with the Indian Institute of Science. So we are, thank you. So currently working with the Indian Institute of Science, we are working on AI in healthcare. That's the new fad. Everybody is working on AI in healthcare, so I thought I'll also jump in. So that's what is happening. So quickly, I'll run through what is the topic assigned for me today. So obviously, you guys know more about finance, and you guys know more about how this startup space and MSME space has been growing over the past few years. I will only give a perspective of what is my understanding and my role has been. So this is just a landscape view of where are we as India, right? So if you look at India, we heard other speakers telling us that India is moving fastly towards a 5 trillion economy, right? How are we going there? We are the third largest ecosystem for startups in the world. So how did India get there is something which is very important. How all of us are contributing to that. DPIIT has recognized around 1,12,718 startups, which I would say is a very, very, very small number. So beyond all of this, many startups who are still not recognized, who have not been registered themselves within the government are there. Must be at least 5 times more than this. Beyond this, India is still ranked number 40 in the Global Innovation Index. There are multiple parameters which is considered for Global Innovation Index, but the growth at which global innovation is happening and in India is significant. Probably India is only one among them who's been constantly on the growth trend as compared to many other countries. In Asian circles, if you see China, India, Singapore, Hong Kong, there won't be many others. Japan has always been there, but beyond them, there is not many of them who have been there. That is one significant part. One of the biggest thing is the number of unicorns, which is growing significantly. 111 as of December, as of today, I think 115. And if you notice, out of 111, we have 45 of them in Bangalore, which is I think only second to Silicon Valley of the world, right? Except for San Francisco, you will only have Bangalore, which will have 45 unicorns. That's like $1 billion valuation organization in a city like Bangalore, 45 of them. Where is it growing? So this is something which is really important. Where is it growing and why is it growing there? So all of us sitting here, majority of us are in the finance space. Fintech has obviously taken over the world, and that is where it is significantly seeing the growth. If you see the growth, we have seen a lot of SaaS platforms, so software as a service platforms in all sectors, but majority of this kind of SaaS support platforms and AI-driven platforms are happening in 2 major sectors, which is seeing major investments and major growth. That is fintech and healthcare. We all know of Grow, we all know of Zerodha, which has taken over the world with respect to fintech. How it has changed us in a way we practice our financials, right? So many of us who did not know how to open a demat account, like fairly recently, right? 3-4 years back, we had to struggle, go to the bank, submit so many documents, do three rounds of visits, then there are document verifications. All these used to happen, and somewhere we would give up and say, I don't want a demat account here. I don't want to get into shares. And your parents will say, okay, why do you want to get into shares? Everybody loses money in shares and all that. Then Commerce came and Zerodha came, and today it's like UPI payments. So I probably invest, I probably spend more time on Zerodha Grow rather than spending on UPI payments. 5 rupees there, 5 rupees here. That simple is what fintech is done. That's where it is growing. What it has really done, it is your fintechs and healthcare tech has enabled the last person who is standing, who did not think of investing, who considered investment as something I should do when I have a lot of money. This enabled the last person having 5 rupees, 10 rupees. This is the growth which is happening. We have, where we had only 100,000 and 10,000 people doing these kind of investments and helping us with the growth, today we have that 140 crore people who can do that investment. That's how India is changing. That's where we are moving towards the 5 trillion economy. So when we look at startups, right? So when we look at startups, there are few pillars of startups what we need to look at. So the major fear what usually we have when we want to start up is we'll fail. Yes, we will. Let there be no hesitation in saying that startups will fail. So as CAs, you'll know, we will obviously see lot many more startups who are failing rather than succeeding. As a matter of fact, if you look at numbers, approximately around 1 lakh startups fail every day in India. So you can Google it up, you can search there. So that is actually the number. But does it stop? No. Failure is where we learn. So that's how we have to learn. What we need are these fundamental, basic pillars for startups. How is it changing? So I'll give you my story. So when I wanted to start up, when I wanted to register and start up back in 2006-07, when I had just completed my medicine, 2-3 things what people said is, you are a doctor. Why do you want to leave that and start a company or do a startup? Why do you want to live a job which is secure for you and do something which has no future? And when you want to register a company, you guys would know who have been practicing for good 20-30 years, register a company in 2006-07 would take me easily a month. So that is again a pushback in a sense. If I want to register, so many things have to be done. That was again a pushback. Then raising an investment, people are not ready to put money in a startup, since you have to convince your family first to give some money, until unless you are already earned and you have good enough money. Then you'll have to go the second round and say, okay, VCs was not a big term then still, so you have to find those investors who have that kind of money and put in that money. Then look at exit strategies. How do you want to make money out of your organization if you're not looking at only revenue? Exit strategies. All these are big barriers when you look at a startup. That's where majority of us fail. So when we fail, we learn a lot. Through this journey, I learned a lot, and obviously we came up with another startup which made decent revenue, but again failed. So COVID came, and which was unexpected, and I said, okay, now we had to stop. So we had to stop, and that was again a failure, but every failure became an opportunity and a learning. What we learned through the process is not just how you should run a company or form a company or just run a startup, is all these pillars. All these pillars are the ones which each one of us, be a startup owner or an entrepreneur, wannabe entrepreneur, student, or any citizen who is part of any business, which is all of us, need to understand and know. Funding options. So funding options is a major thing when you start any business, be a entrepreneurial journey, non-entrepreneurial journey, be a business owner or a professional. So today, even professionals like doctors, CAs, engineers, we look for funding opportunities beyond our revenue streams. So we need to understand what are the funding opportunities. Today, the major gap is not with the funding opportunities. There are good enough funding opportunities. The major gap is communication. Many of us do not know what are all these funding opportunities. This is where I think ICAI and FKCCI is doing a great job putting up platforms. So ma'am was just mentioning about the Manthan platform. So these kind of platforms are the ones we should be aware of. If you look at government support and policies, so government support and policies have changed significantly. All of us should acknowledge that if we see how it was probably 6-7 years back and now, the number of government policies which is helping entrepreneurs is fairly very high, especially in states like Karnataka, Delhi, Maharashtra, Gujarat. So probably Gujarat and Karnataka are leading the way with respect to the number of opportunities for any startups. Interestingly, Maharashtra and Delhi also have very decent opportunities. That's why you see so many startups starting here and so many of them succeeding in their way. May not be the unicorns, but the number of startups who are moving on to be there in business for beyond 5 years is significantly high if you look at Gujarat and Karnataka. That's because of the government policies which have opened doors for many of these startups. It's very, very important for all of us to know what are all these government policies which are there. I seek all of you as CAs who are sitting in the room to guide all your startups to read online which are all these government policies which can help them. Today, if I want to understand how I need to run business, I need not go door to door, which was the case which I have done as a young entrepreneur in 2006-07. Today, it's very easy. I just need to read a couple of policies. I just need to talk to 2-3 people I know. And there are so many courses which is government driven. Startup India runs so many courses for entrepreneurs who can learn from financials to operations to even manufacturing. So life is made very easy by many of these, but again, What is the gap here is again the communication. And also, my need to learn online. So this has to change. This behavior has to change among the entrepreneurs. Regulatory environment. So my experience with respect to regulatory environment is limited to healthcare sector. I worked very closely when it came to regulatory environment for medical devices. So it is so stringent to get one device or a drug approved from the government authorities. It takes nearly about 10 to 15 years before the drug or the product comes into the market. Today, it is eased out so very well. Majority of the process happens online. I need not go with the file table to table. Plus, even the trials, the clinical trials has been eased out. So I assume this is the case with many other sectors too. I assume this is the case with many other sectors, including finance too. So that is obviously helping. Simpler processes is obviously helping, and as I mentioned, I did not run around with the file, lesser interventions. So there were days when I knew persons by name saying this is the person who is going to approve my file when I apply for a drug approval. Today I won't even know where is my file. I just apply online, I know 15 days this is going to change from this stage to this stage. I don't even know who's looking at my file. We need not know. That simple is the process, which should encourage many of us and to get into the startup space. Talent and skill availability. So maybe a month and a half before, I was talking to one of my co-researcher from US. So he was saying India is the hub for IT, and you are sitting in Bangalore, which is again the Silicon Valley of India, and you are the home for IT. So I told him, India is not only known for information technology, India is rather more known for Indian talent. For us, IT stands for Indian talent. So all the while we keep talking about how we export information technology. We are the exporters of information technology, but long before we started exporting information technology, we started exporting Indian talent. Today, you look at Google, you look at Adobe, all the CEOs who are sitting there are Indians. We have exported them across India. So Indian talent, we don't have any dearth of Indian talent. The only dearth here is our will to go ahead and do it. If we start doing it, 2025, 5 trillion, maybe we cross that much before that. Market opportunity, I just spoke. Market opportunity has grown zillion times. Nayak sir was mentioning during his speech that while the whole world is sleeping after COVID, India is moving ahead and making good progress on the GDP. That's because of the market opportunity which we created in the right time. While everybody was struggling how to get adjusted and get acclimatized to the changing world, we moved on and said this is the right time. Every crisis is an opportunity. So we gathered this opportunity and said, okay, let's make something out for India with this crisis. Entrepreneurship and startup culture, this is what I've been speaking about. Entrepreneurship, I saw very few hands raised there saying, okay, I want to be an entrepreneur, but this has to change and we'll have to see how we can breed more entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs are the ones who will fund India towards a 5 trillion economy, because they are the ones who will push towards the fast growth. This is just a map. Probably most of you would have seen this kind of a map, and which is again adding on to what I was mentioning. If you look at the number of startups across India spread among different cities and the sectors, 25% of the startups happen in Bangalore. And where does most of these startups sit? If you look at 50% of the overall share is among SaaS, AI, healthcare, and finance, right? So even within SaaS and AI, majority will fall into those two sectors of healthcare and finance. Which means this is what will fuel the growth of the country. How are we faring with respect to Karnataka? So Karnataka, this number, again I'll say, is very small number because we are considering only the registered startup numbers. So if you look at the registered startup numbers, you have 11,000 odd startup numbers, which is significantly higher on the field. You have 55 incubators, probably one of the highest in the country. So we had to struggle to see who's an incubator. Today you have incubators in most of these institutions. We are a hub for most of the academic institutions. Major academic institutions are situated in Bangalore, and many of big organizations who made it big in the 90s and 2000s have started very strong with funding incubation centers, which should be a boost for startups to start their journey. We have 500 plus startup mentors, which is again a small number. These are all the registered startup mentors. So all of us are mentoring many startups. So today there is no dearth of mentors because all of us have learned through the journey and saying this is what has happened over a period of time and I can guide somebody else too. Means Karnataka is changing and Karnataka is making a dent in the universe. Happy that we are all part of this and we should be contributing much higher than what we are. So today we were talking about the global opportunities. So I thought let me put up some of the startups whom we have seen very closely, whom we use on a daily basis. If we realize or do not realize, all of us sitting in a room, at least most of us sitting in a room, would be contributing to the growth of many of these startups on a daily basis. Do you guys agree? So we wake up in the morning, probably we have our milk delivered by Big Basket. You want something immediately, you need a soap or a shampoo, you'll order on Zepto. You need food in the evening, you can go on Swiggy. You have your cards and finances maintained through Cred. Most of us are today part of the cult environment, which is the cult fitness things. And probably considering this is the first week of salary, many of us would be ordering on Amazon and Flipkarts, right? In the past 7 days, most of us would have used, many of us would have traveled through Ola to reach here too. So probably in the past 7 days, we have used all of those startups. They have become part of our life without our knowledge. That's how it is changing. That's how startups are changing the world. What are they doing beyond this? What is the global opportunity? If you notice, all of these guys are started in Bangalore. All of them are unicorns today. And all of them are moving beyond Bangalore, beyond Karnataka, and beyond India. They're all looking at establishing. Some of them are already established in few countries. Most of them are looking at establishing 5-6 countries beyond India within the next 2-3 years and looking at a larger scale of growth. What does this tell? What this actually tells is geographical limitations is no more relevant for anybody to grow. For startups who thought, if I start in Bangalore or if I start in Bellary somewhere, will I be able to grow to Bangalore? Will I be able to grow beyond Karnataka? So I should move somewhere, right? So as early entrepreneurs in 2000s, many of my friends used to think, if I start in Bangalore, will I get opportunity to go to the US? So how will I establish in Singapore? How will I establish in the Silicon Valley? Which is no more a concern today. So you can be established in Bangalore or in any second tier city within Karnataka or anywhere, and you still have the equal opportunity to grow to any part of the world. So that's what these guys have proven, and that's what these guys have proven, and they have given us hope. There is a lot of growth outside of this world too, where we can expand. So like I was mentioning just before, so 43 of the 115 unicorns of India are here in Bangalore. Probably many of us are contributing and probably many of us are also consulting with them. This is what just I mentioned. So now, including the government of Karnataka and many startups are changing the map of Karnataka. Everybody thought to start something, to make it big, I'll have to go to a certain place. So we saw a lot of inward movement coming towards Bangalore, saying, okay, not only from Karnataka, but many other cities, people started coming to Bangalore and say, let me start here, right? So this is changing, significantly it is changing. So if you notice today, Karnataka government is also focusing through many of their initiatives on beyond Bangalore. They are creating ecosystems outside of Bangalore too, so that as many of the startups, if you notice, are are very local to where they belong. So if you have somebody from, just to take an example, Chenpatna Toys, right? Chenpatna Toys are making it really big in the global map. Would it make sense, Chenpatna Toys startup, to come to Bangalore and start something here and make those trips to ensure all the manufacturing happens in Chenpatna and then transported, then taken care here? Why can't they have their office there? Why can't they run everything from there? That's what is happening. So the schema of how a startup and a business can be run at a second tier city, at a smaller town, is changing, and government is supporting, and they are actually getting equal opportunity wherever they are, not necessarily be in a big city like Bangalore, which will change and empower a lot many more people. Like I said, with UPIs and these kind of financial applications where all 1.4 crore, rather 140 crore Indians have been empowered. This is empowering every small business wherever they are sitting. If there is a lady who's doing small handicraft sitting in a village, she has equal opportunity as a man standing on a dais in Bangalore and delivering the stock. I have no less or no more than what she has. That's what has changed today, which means we'll see a lot many more startups. We'll see a lot larger landscape of financially enabled individuals in Karnataka very soon. I won't touch into this too much because rather this is something which we learn from the CAs. I should not be preaching to the choir. So this is a journey of a startup. So when we start up, usually it is the bootstrap money what we pitch in. So further to that is the pre-seed. We raise little money. What happens during pre-seed? Then is the seed money what we raise. Then obviously the Series A, the first big money when we see. Then continues the Series B and C. Then after all this is when you do the IPO and move on. These are just numbers on how the startup funding scene has changed. If you look at, so I was just mentioning sometime before on a previous slide that in the early 2000s and late 1990s, to find somebody to fund for your startup would have been really difficult because I had to go door to door and say, okay, this is something what I've started, and they have to believe you and say, okay, I won't only, if and only I have connections well entrenched, I will be able to raise some funds. Today it's not the scene. I need not know Narayan Murthy sir to get funding from anybody who's co-founded Infosys, right? So there are lot many more home offices, lot many more approaches, and they are open to receive your ideas. So that's what is fueling your venture capital and angel investments. Angel investments are changing the world, and angel investments are actually helping a lot of us. So last year we had a change in the law on how angel investments are considered with respect to tax, and there is a lot of hue and cry about how it is happening today. So CAs would know a lot about how angel investments are changing, because today when we file tax, we know how much of investments we are doing outside of how we were earlier, right? So every single person, like we are doing trades with shares today using applications. If I have like 1 lakh to spare, there are platforms which I can utilize to do angel investments in the startups of my interest. So this again is empowering those small startups. This is changing the belief among many of us saying, what will I do if I start up? Will I be able to get some money? You will be able to get money if you start up. So just start up and you should be able to get money, and you have access to such kind of environment and ecosystems. So we have incubators and accelerators. Today I mentioned there are a lot of incubation setups within Karnataka itself. So it's the right time we should utilize them. I mentioned about government initiatives already. So corporate partnerships, what is also changed is, if we notice earlier and today, big companies like Infosys, big companies like Intel, Microsoft, Google, they have their in-house incubation setups, whom they fund, whom they raise. So recently during the global partnership for AI, which India is the chair now, we were at the conference and we noticed Intel, Microsoft, Google are not only looking at graduates and undergraduates and postgraduates startups to fund, they are looking at even school children. So we had good number of school children who are coming up with decent ideas which can change the world. So these kind of fundings is changing the way how we are looking at the startup world itself. Right? Uma ma'am was just mentioning Manthan considers undergrads and postgraduates to come and pitch their concept note. I would rather request to consider even students. We should not have any cap today. Why do we need graduates and undergraduates? There are many people who have dropped out and said, okay, I'll start up, and they have been successful. We should not limit education to what you are starting off. Why take any other example? So I am a doctor. I don't do anything related to practicing medicine today. Everybody questions me, why don't you practice? But we have our own reasons. But education is not a limitation. Rather, your learning and experience comes beyond your schools and colleges. We should open it up for everybody, rather encourage lot many more school kids to start with their ideas. Their exposure to learning today is beyond what we could have had during our learning years. So jumping into, so I won't take too much of time, so rather another 5 minutes, I will be able to close this. Hope everybody is still awake. Give me a yes. Thank you. So this is Art Park. This is where I work now. Art Park is an organization or a division within the Indian Institute of Science, which stands for AI and Robotics Technology Park. We are a Section 8. We provide incubation acceleration support for startups, focusing mainly on deep tech, robotics, and AI. So that's what we do. For startups, we have an initiative called Spark, Ignite, and Boost. So what does these do is Spark is a 16-week incubation program where we mentor startups. We have a cohort, 2 cohorts coming up, and we mentor them 6 monthly. Plus, we enable them to get into the market. This is our first cohort, the team. There's a video. I won't get into the playing of the video. So this is the overall flow. How it happens is a standard flow of any incubation setup, but what advantage something like an Art Park, which is within the #1 institute of India, provides is access to the mentors who are not so easily accessible. So getting access to a professor within Indian Institute of Science, getting access to the labs within Indian Institute of Science makes it easier when they apply for something like this. So some of the startups who are growing and who are making a change and who have been able to raise funds from our first cohort. Ignite initiative, again, so this is a very high-touch initiative wherein there is a very close involvement of the startups within the environment, and they get access to global networks. So some of these are Ignite initiatives. So you would have noticed many of these, or you would have read and heard in many news even recently. So one of those robots, Aham Robotics robot, you can see that even if you go today to the Vishvesvaraya Museum, Technical Museum, that's the one which roams around. This is a Chirate robots is something which is getting developed for the defense. This is where a man cannot go. So those kind of spaces is something where they are going. Gati Robotics is changing the way India is working on robotics, because even though we talk a lot about Make in India, what happens is many of these smaller things which go into any machinery, we all know is imported from China or many other Southeast Asian countries, right? So that's what they are changing. They are building those smaller units and changing the way robots are made. Comrado is a big organization. You would have, probably many of you would have heard about it. They are building those are drones, by the way. So those drones can carry up to 200 kilos. So they are currently in use across the northeastern regions, across many hilly terrains, to deliver medicines, to deliver equipments among the defense and other sectors. So Boost is another initiative which is for smaller startups, which we assist and work along with them in driving their growth strategies. Some of the events what we had along with these startup cohorts, what we encourage. So this is us. So we are fully promoted by the Indian Institute of Science. We are funded by Department of Science and Technology and the ITPT Department of Government of Karnataka. We work in a unique space, working very closely with the research and academia based within the Indian Institute of Science, working along with IITs plus many other large universities across the world. We work along with many of the leading industry partners. You can see all of them. So plus the government, which obviously fuels our funding plus support with respect to how we need to work. So that's about my talk, but before I close, what I request is next time when we speak, rather, I would like to see a lot many more hands when I say, how many of you want to be entrepreneurs? So there should not be anything which is stopping us in becoming an entrepreneur. If you are a successful professional, there is no better opportunity than you becoming a entrepreneur. So it should be more hands raising when we say who want to be an entrepreneur. So with that, thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you ICAI. Thank you FKCCI. It was a pleasure being here. Thank you. I can share it. It's a public presentation. These are all numbers available on public platforms. I can share it. I can share it. I can give my number. You can take it down and yeah. Sure, sure. Or rather, I can tell my number openly. So anybody who wants can just message me. I'll give it to you. It's 9900 94042. 42 9900 94042. So any questions? I am privileged. I got a last 5 minutes back, and he is telling me if anybody wants to ask questions, you can ask. Please ask. No. Yeah, please.
Thanks for the wonderful session. I run a startup called Top Grip, and we are doing an EdTech. We are the world's first platform for quality engineering that we are building, because you don't see any platform for software testing. And one of the things when I approached the MSME for a loan, right, I somehow ended up in a central bank asking for an MSME loan. And they were telling, madam, if you're doing bakery, it would be better for us to give you 1 crore. Software, you don't have any plant machinery, so we can't give you loan, right? So if we have to do something in software and we have to get a loan without diluting equity, it is not possible today. Is there any change coming along in that way? Thank you.
Madam, there is a separate session on MSME Town Hall. You can ask this question directly to the sponsor bankers. Okay. So sponsor bankers can answer your question.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I would have rather said bankers are the better ones to answer this question. So thank you. So any other questions?
So let us wind up, then we will interact during the...
Thank you. So thank you one and all for giving this opportunity.
Thank you for delivering such an incredibly enlightening and engaging session.
We are sincerely grateful for the wealth of knowledge you've shared with us. It's been nothing short of fantastic.
Well, we now request CAS's Nayak Sir and Dr. Vasappa Sir, DGM, Union Bank of India, and Principal of Staff Training College, to extend a token of gratitude by way of a memento to our esteemed guest speaker, Dr. Bhaskar Rajkumar. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause.
Thank you, sir. With this, we come to an end of this insightful session. We'd like to extend our gratitude to our guest speaker, Mr. Bhaskar Rajakumar, and to all the members of the audience for your kind cooperation. Now,
Well, moving on, ladies and gentlemen, get up for an insightful exploration into the pivotal role of branding and marketing for startups and MSMEs.
now, if one wonders where to hide a body,
Well, the answer would be the second page of Google. Well, that explains the power of impactful marketing.
branding establishes identity, marketing drives awareness, and digital transformation enhances efficiency for startups.
Together, they create a strong foundation, fostering growth, customer trust, and adaptability in the dynamic business landscape.
It is an honor to have a distinguished guest in our midst today, Shri Balaji Krishnarajan sir, to elaborate on the importance of branding, marketing, and digital transformation for MSMEs and startups.
His vast experience and wisdom is a promise in itself for an enlightening presentation. We now request CA SS Nayak, Program Director, to escort our esteemed speaker onto the dais.
A huge round of applause for our guest speaker, please.
आज बालाजी का दर्शन हो गया, सब काम सुखी होगा.
Thank you, sir. It's now time to introduce our esteemed speaker, Balaji Krishnarajan, the CEO of Nikon Consulting, Chennai. He has 23 plus years of experience in technology, having worked for global MNCs including HP, Honeywell, and Cisco. He's the co-founder and CEO of Nikon Consulting, a marketing digital transformation services consulting company enabling SMBs and startups. He's partnered with more than 25 SMBs, startups for their marketing, digital transformation needs, and with IIT Madras for their various technology skilling programs. He's a certified ISO lead auditor, certified Lean Six Sigma Green Belt. He's certified as a scaled agilist, and he has a deep domain experience across manufacturing, retail, and e-commerce, and other fields as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for our speaker. We welcome you, sir, and request you to take over the session.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Nice to be here. Can you all hear me? Yes? Yes? Yes. Okay, good. Happy New Year. Nice to be starting the year here, right? The first major outing for us also, right? So let's jump into the topic. The topic that was given to us was, branding, marketing, and digital transformation. So I thought I would flip it a little bit, for the benefit of us all, and understand what is digital transformation, in the context of businesses, both MSMEs and startups, right? To us, we just see everything as a business, right? Irrespective of whether you are an SMB, enterprise, or a startup, right? There are just life cycles of various businesses by which we call either it is a startup or a growth stage startup or a small enterprise or a micro enterprise, right? It is just the life cycle of a business. So let us take business in its whole and see how digital transformation, what digital transformation is, right? And then go into the various elements of it, then see how in this digital world, branding and marketing can be applied and how it has helped, along with a few case studies that we have been lucky enough to be part of with our customers, right? So that helps you to connect with the topics that we are talking today. Okay, so high level, this is what we will talk about, right? So we will start with a little bit of, a history of digital transformation, right? It all started off, during the 18th century in the United Kingdom then, right? So the industrial automation started, I mean, I shouldn't say industrial automation then, but the industrialization started off in the 18th century. And then slowly, it had to be powered, right? The manufacturing units had to be powered. So they started using, water wheels, the old images that we would have seen, which pulls the water, runs the motor, generates power for the machinery to run, right? So then we moved on to steam-powered, factories, right? So that was part of the industry 1.0 that, we used to call, right? As you know, currently we are in the 4th iteration of the industrial evolution, right? Quickly moving on into the 5th one. So the speed is much more now, but let us get a perspective of the history. And so that gives us an idea of what the future holds for us and why we should, do what we are going to discuss here, right? So then moving on from the, steam-powered engine, right? They all were constrained by, obviously, if you had to, generate power through such a source, then you will have to be, constrained by the location of your, factory or the manufacturing unit, which has to be closer to a water body. And you had these long, if you would have seen some images in Google, right? The long shafts that will, control these components of a plant, right? So they were all constrained, but still, there was a lot of employment being generated, a lot of new, innovation was happening because of Industry 1.0. And then slowly, somebody decided that enough is enough, and we ended up having electricity, right? We were shed lights, right? And then the whole paradigm changed from being dependent on water and steam for source of power. Everything was electrified. So it is no similar to the current digital wave of transformation that is happening to when electricity was born, right? At those stages, like somebody was just mentioning, the electrical utility units at those time were the startups then that were disrupting. So throughout our history, there has always been case of, startups, disrupting and bringing in change to the existing systems and mechanisms, right? So the electrical utilities had these electrical motors built, electrical components built, but the business was happening in the conventional way itself, right? So then, as we even do now, see, you will be able to connect as we go. Even then, the electrical utilities used to lend expertise, be it in terms of the manpower or their utilities or the motors, for free to existing manufacturers who are running on steam, right? So then they tried out, they worked together with the customers, and then slowly evolved as they started finding more benefits out of this electrified way of operating. More and more companies started adopting electricity, and that is how the industrial revolution of 2 happened, right? Along with any such major change, there will also be a social financial impact, right? So more and more, we needed more people to work. So men were not enough. So women were pulled into the workforce. Unfortunately, some children too, right? The perils of growth. So yeah, they were all part of the industrial revolution, 2.0. Then along came electronics, right? Which changed completely. The birth of the personal computing era was born, right? Again, those personal computing, companies were the disruptors in that age. So then they lent their PCs and hardware, software, firmware, as we used to call it then, right, to these existing electrically run manufacturing units. So again, they adopted technology within quotes, right? So then tried out. So throughout the journey, if you see, the disruptors or the innovators are the ones who are ushering in change, have always had to work with the existing businesses, help them reap the benefit of it, without which any technological invention will be of no use. It will just be in the lab, right? If something has to be beneficial to the larger society, it has to be put to use by the larger community that is dealing. It is the customer of your business. Nobody else that we are answerable to. How better an experience can I offer to my customers as compared to my competition, and how much more of a sustained value can I continue to deliver so that my business continues to survive in the market. So all these are the typical challenges. We already spoke about this in terms of how things have evolved from industry 1.0, which was primarily steam and water powered, into now things which are self-healing networks to self-operating robots to generative AIs of the world, right? That is where we are in, and we are moving quickly on to industry 5.0. Right. So what is digital transformation? Even before we get into the nitty-gritties of digital transformation, if I were to sum up what is digital transformation, it's a mindset change towards accepting the reality of realities and the possibilities that are available to a business at any given point in time, and putting it to best use of their business, right? That is what a digital transformation journey is. Like we discussed during our look back on how industries have evolved, right? Every industry starting from the 18th century to 21st century now has been undergoing some sort of transformation or the other. We just chose to call it a digital transformation in this day and age. So it starts with a mindset change, right? So there are, like we often discuss in colleges, right? There are three things that you need to have: knowledge, skills, and attitude, right? The KSA that we talk about. And that attitude is where I refer to as the mindset, right? Whether we have the right mindset as the business owners and the founders to adopt necessary changes for the benefit of our business and the customers, and how are we going to deliver it to the customers, right? So it involves the major coaching from, being a consulting company, right? The major amount of time and effort we spend is in terms of, coaching the business owners, their leadership teams, and every, participant in this journey, right? It's basically change management that we have to do, starting with the mindset change, right? If we are very clear as to the vision of an organization and the reason that it exists and what the future holds for that organization, then adopting digital is, an implied decision, right? Executing it is a different ball game. It takes time, effort, money, a lot of people's, time and dedication to do that. But all this can be sustained. Any meaningful change has only come about with people committing to that change. And one of the major, things that organizations these days are having to commit to is DX, right? So when we talk about, digital transformation, there are a lot of misconceptions, myths about, various jargons being thrown around, and people, misunderstand what is really a digital transformation. If I have PCs in my office and my accountant doesn't any longer need a piece of paper and pen to keep accounts, have they digitally transformed? No. Probably they've just started the journey, right? So there are three, levels of adopting, digital. The first one, most of you would know, is digitization. Then the second stage of your maturity would be digitalization. And then finally is when the whole organization transforms and gets into the digital transformation journey, right? So digitization, it's basically digitizing what the word means. Convert a piece of paper into a digital record, store it in your PC, and you can access it anytime from the laptop is your digitization. And once this has been done, and an organization chooses to start automating some of their business processes, they don't have to do it holistically, even if some part of it, if say for instance finance and accounting, if that as a function is taken as a priority for that particular business, and they start adopting digital processes, then we can say that an organization is into their digitalization journey, and then they go about streamlining the processes, learn from it, adopt, evolve, and then when there is a whole transformational change, like if you are doing the same thing but with the aid of computers, that alone is not digital transformation. If we can reimagine the whole business with so much of technology solutions available, how can I reimagine the whole system of procurement, processing, the input, process, and the output parts of my business, and deliver sustained value to my customers? Then we are talking digital transformation, right? It's a holistic change that organizations have to undergo if they really have to be calling themselves to be part of a digital transformation journey. And like any business itself, digital transformation, I keep repeating, is a journey, right? There is no end to it. You can say logically, this is the first phase of my digital transformation journey. Up to this, I will take stock, see what is the value add that I have given to my customers and my stakeholders, right, and investors. Then take it from there, because by then the technology, the customer expectations, and the market scenarios would have changed. So again, you have to start up like the DGM of Karnataka Bank was saying, even after 100 years, they have to and they are willing to change, right? That is true for any business. Yep. Why digital? Having spoken about the history of digital transformation, I don't think we'll have to harp on it any longer, right? Our customers are there digitally, irrespective of, earlier there was this conception that I am a B2B business, why do I worry about customers being online, they having gone digital, using mobile apps, web applications to do their buying journey, right? Nowadays, a staggering 70% of B2B buyers also research online about your brand, even before they even can't make a first level of contact, evincing an interest or a curiosity about your product or a service. So it is no longer constrained to only the B2C businesses that have to go digital, right? Not just from a marketing standpoint, the entire journey of the business I'm talking about. Right, benefits. Above all this, like I was mentioning before, the major benefit of adopting the relevant, applicable, necessary technology is that it will ensure your business survives, right? We have to first survive, then scale, then do other things. So if we are a conventional business, happy with the way things are, then these days with so much of technology available, disruptors are not coming from your own realm of business, right? There is a joking example that writers, publishers, and booksellers are the key competitors for Netflix, right? What are they trying to achieve? Platforms like Netflix or any of these OTT platforms. It's they're vying for your attention, your eyeballs. If that is going to be on a physical book, then obviously you are not going to watch so many more series or movies that they so diligently produce, right? So the competition comes from various segments of businesses, right? We have seen very small companies, like Bhaskar was also mentioning, very small companies taking on not just medium enterprises, giant ones, behemoths, right? And they don't even possess any assets within quotes, the conventional way, right? All these aggregator-based businesses, they don't own much of an asset in terms of, say for Uber or Ola doesn't own any fleet of their own, right? But still they are affecting the mobility industry, right? So the way we used to imagine an industry has completely changed because technology has been evolving. When I say technology, ladies and gentlemen, I mean the entire spectrum, not just relating to information technology. Okay. Now let's get slightly deeper into the 5 major components. This is from one of an excellent thesis on digital transformation by a well-known evangelist and author David Rogers. Right, it's from his book. Right, so there are 5 key components of any business, irrespective of the scale, size, and the geography. You'd all agree that these are the 5 key dimensions of your business, and everything today is impacted through technology. Right, starting with he calls this CCDIV, right? Customers, competition, data, innovation, and value. Right. you would see how we used to think about customers, right? When they were in the 18th century, 19th century, even early 20th century, right? Things were a part of the assembly line, mass-produced, broadcasted in a public medium, through audio, video medium that we had at that point in time. So whether, you like a particular product or not, everybody would have to watch that ad, be it CSL cart or the Lux, whatever product or service, doesn't matter whether that suits you, whether you need it or not, it would be produced and broadcasted and made available to your nearby outlet from where you can, choose to buy. But now, with so much of technology being, brought into the market, customers, you and I, right, we all have become very choosy and we want personal experiences. That is where the customer expectations have changed, right? Whether it is a B2B business or a B2C service, everybody is expecting a personalized offering from their, suppliers. So no more, generically mass janta creation, janta distribution, right? We have to make it as personalized to the target group that you are targeting. No more, I can say that, I'm a consultant, every business here in this room is going to be my customer. No, I'll clearly have to have a ideal customer profile for each of my business and the business verticals within my organization, and then create, deliver and support through that channel for each of those subgroups of my customers, right? Otherwise, your competition is going to take it up, right? That is what customers need. They are looking for very specific, personalized products and services that shows, without which people feel that you don't, or you have not taken the pain of understanding me, who are the customer, right? If you don't appreciate me as your customer, then I'll choose somebody who does, is what is the current mindset of customers. Earlier, even when we wanted to, we didn't have the technology as consumers, but with so much being available now, I can immediately switch from one service provider to another, irrespective of the kind of business that I'm in. Then is the competition. Again, like I was telling about this, competition can come from within your own boundaries and the industry that you operate in, but now competition can come from anywhere, right? Who would have thought, the Olas, Ubers and the Rapidos of the world would completely reimagine the way we travel, right? Earlier, either you used to have your own vehicle, which was very costly, so you had to go with, the public transportation systems that was available. And with a hugely populated country like ours, we had our own fun and challenges. And then slowly, the economy grew, the country evolved. We were able to buy, those of us who are privileged could buy, personal mobility solutions. And then now, again, they have completely disrupted not just the transport providers, but us as consumers. I had an interesting conversation with one of my ex-colleagues in terms of, even though he liked cars, he was, earning well, he could afford, but he never bought a car, right, even today. Thing is, back of a note, he has done a calculation saying if I go by Ola every day to the office also, I'll end up spending less in the next 1 year than paying interest to my car loan, which I would invest somewhere else. I leave to the prudence and the financial thing to the experts here in this room, so I'll not dwell on that. But that is how businesses have started reimagining, disrupting not just businesses, but also we as customers, right? Then data. All our earlier decisions were solely dependent on individual or a few individuals who had deep expertise and knowledge of the domain, right? And hardly any data to back that claim, right? Any major decision, whether I want to move from Bengaluru to Chennai to start a business, or move out of India and branch out to the Middle East or the US market, that would be based on heuristics or the decisions of a few individuals, and whatever ramifications of that decisions are, were left to chance, right? But because the process of maintaining, storing, retrieving, analyzing and making decisions out of data was a huge arduous task in itself, right? Let alone, deploying that idea, right? So the process of decision making was so hard that people left it to the experts and the heuristic way of deciding. right? Then came, computers, storages. Now storage, you can imagine how much we used to buy, those of us who are a little older when the, memory sticks came into the market, right? We used to pay huge sums of money for, that kind of a device. But now a 32 or a 122 or even, 1 terabyte of storage costs next to nothing, right? So technology has evolved in terms of the computing capability, the storage capability, the network capability, the infrastructural capabilities. So all this is what is driving the change that is happening today. So all these are already part of our lives. We consume it as consumers, but when we wear the hat of business owners, right, somehow there is this apprehension as to what will happen if I bring in more, technology to my business. Please be assured there will be challenges, like there was this campaign recently for India-South Africa cricket match, mushkil hai, maza aayega. Right? Then, we have innovation, right? Innovation, again, was dependent on a few individuals who could do, beyond their 9-to-5 work, who could think out of the box and come out with ideas. But now, and businesses were very reluctant to launch new products, it would take years of planning and execution to bring a new product or a service to the market. That is because of, the financial implications and also a little bit of our mentality to go, safe, play safe was our attitude, because if a product or a, service failed and you had invested crores of money on that, then for all you know, that organization might be doomed. So they were going cautious. But now with some technology being available at hand, iterating, doing testing, and checking out with a few pilot customers, even before you look at, coming up with a real product, has become much more easier, right? You can visualize things through a virtual design, how it will work, how it will be in the real world scenario. You can do a prototype, try it out, discard it for reasonably lesser amount of money and other resources, right? Then, so innovation again. Then the value that we deliver, how, like I was telling, the perception of value by customers has changed drastically, right? Mass produced, I will go, I will buy. Now everything has to be personalized, right? From your product to your messaging to the outreach that you do, everything has to be personalized, right? We spoke about this. Again, hesitations we have already discussed enough, right? One of the major challenges that happens is that, it might involve a huge amount of money, right? Like I was discussing in the morning with Panaraju sir, right? It doesn't have to be a lot of capex these days. It's more of the operational things. You take in small bites, use it for your current state of the business, adapt it, and whatever you need, evolve it, give it feedback to your technology providers. They will be more than happy to work with you and provide you custom solutions. You as businesses, not just consumers, can also demand for custom solutions, and we as technology providers are more than willing to and have already started providing customized solutions. Okay, I mean, these things have already been spoken about and will continue to be discussed during the upcoming sessions today, right? So I will briefly touch upon this. For want of time, I will move to the next topic soon. One of the major reasons that we have seen, digital transformation fail is, lack of commitment from the senior leadership, right? Or probably they have the vision and the why of that transformation in their mind, but it has not been passed on to the last person in the organization. That is one of the major reasons. So always start with the why and make sure that there is a constant stream of communication being passed down the ranks so that people are also buying into your vision. Anybody will follow your dream only if they have bought into your vision. As business owners, we'll always have to keep this in mind. Then IT data infra expertise, we always used to either have to build a huge amount of infra and expertise within the organization, which was again costly. Now, these expertise are also available as a service, right? So whether you need a CFO, CTO, or a COO or a security officer, everybody is available. Physical expertise itself is available as a service within code. So you can leverage their expertise as and when you need in the journey of your transformation, and then they will help you build in-house expertise organically, right? Continuous training. And another important reason is not involving your customer as part of your digital transformation journey. We think that once I have prepared everything, I will serve it to the customer. No. These days, customer wants to be part of the entire journey of the product or service being created. Otherwise, they feel like they are being missed out and not getting that personalized touch and failure to measure. Right? I mean, I'll leave it here for you to go over a few seconds quickly. This is NASSCOM's study in terms of how digital transformation maturity can be assessed, starting from a beginner to a transformer. Customized version of that has been, I believe, circulated to you, right? Each of you as businesses can self-evaluate, with an open mind as to where your organization stands in terms of a digital journey. And depending on the score that you have, you can then start focusing on the areas that needs to be improved with a holistic strategic, approach to it and take it from there. So this is on the digital strategy part of it. This is the second dimension to the digital transformation, the technology part of it, and then the important part of it as to who will execute, right, the digital talent part of it, right? Okay, I'll not take time into the case study because we are out on time. So, like I was telling, once you have done that exercise based on that paper that you have been given, these are the next logical steps. Define a shared vision. I told about the why of an organization. Pick the problems that matter most. Then iterate, pilot, try it out, learn from it, and then start scaling it. Right? I will touch upon branding and marketing. Right? One of the major misconceptions is that people undermine the power of a brand. Right? A lot of people, we don't even know what a company does, but most of us are familiar with the name, the brand. Right? That is when you have to make that decision, when you are out in the market to buy their product or service, even before you actually know what has gone into the making of that product or service, you know them by the brand, right? So that is an easy way of reaching out to your customers, and brands help you build a loyal customer base. When there are hundreds of players providing service, if you can create a brand in your customer's mind space and their heart space and emotionally connects with them, right? That is what customers are expecting these days. If you can emotionally connect with them, then no matter what the competition is, you will definitely be able to succeed in a highly competitive market like ours, right? This is exactly what he also says. Consumers are starved for time, right? The attention span is a few seconds. Why we have evolved from 3 hours, 5 hours movies into shorts, I don't know what we should call going forward. The micro shorts are what? Within 3 seconds, 5 seconds videos, that is what we consume. So within that, if you have to convey your brand, take it to the hearts of the customers, then imagine how important brand building exercise is. It takes time, right? I'll just leave it, with a high-level, strategy as to how you can go about building your brand. Brand strategy, execution, and digital marketing strategy are, separate workout sessions for, us as businesses. But I'll leave you with indicative pointers here. Right? Yeah, it takes time, but like any useful, meaningful thing, it is worth the attempt, right? Not just this, when you are a local business wanting to grow outside your boundary, branding, trademark are some of the stuff that automatically, innately bring in a sense of respect, pride, and legality to your brand, right? If somebody sees a R mark above your brand name, then they know you are a serious player. Right, automatically, even if they are in a dilemma as to which brand should I select, the one which is having a well-known resonating brand and a trademark is when it gets often chosen. Right. Quickly, we will go into the marketing part of it. Right. Again, use of digital for marketing as well. On the right side is how we used to reach out to our customers. Right, and now this is where we are. But the journey of the customer has by and large remained the same, be it the awareness, interest, consideration to the actual buying of your product. And this, my dear friends, applies equally to B2B as well. Why I keep reiterating is that there is a misconception rather, that most of this applies only to the B2C, but B2B companies that are there, please take a note. This is we have applied it in the case of B2B companies and have been able to successfully grow their business through performance marketing, adopting these very approaches. Right? So there are various elements, and it is not all, like again I keep repeating, it's not all capital intensive. Many of these organic marketing tools are free, be it your analytics, the search consoles, even the chat GPTs of the world are free. It is just that we have to have a clear why, have a clear strategy as to how we are going to use that, leverage the expertise of the people that are in this field in case you do not have in-house expertise. And then, it is an easy journey, right? I'll just dwell a minute on some of the myths and then wrap it up. So, digital marketing, again, is not for just big businesses, right? I'll take an example of a one-person technology SaaS startup that we have helped grow, right? Literally a one-person company. He returned from the US, started a deep tech company. And now that company rather has customers across US, Europe, Australia, and India. All of it only through organic digital marketing. Not a penny has been paid to Google's or the LinkedIn's of the world for ads, right? We have used their free platforms. Google's LinkedIn free platform itself has been enough for us to generate so much lead and not just leads, but actual customers. That's what we have seen from our experience, right? So please don't imagine that it is only for large organizations that any digital technology, be it for marketing or production or for any of your business processes, is. Everything is available in micro shots also. The technologies nowadays are also available in smaller quantities. You can just pay as you use, pay as you go. As you grow, you can do more, right? Many people imagine that I have a website and that will take care of letting people know that my business is there, and people who want it will come to my house to buy things from me. No, there are thousands and thousands of websites being put out onto the internet every day, right? So imagine the plethora of millions of sites that are there out there in the world, and how is anybody who is seriously keen on buying from you also would find you out? That is where if you have to stand out, you have to identify who your ideal customer target is within that segment, do a demographic survey of them, understand where they exist online and offline, right? Do a thorough understanding of your customer and their segments, and then position yourself and target them through appropriate strategies. Again, I've already spoken about the expensiveness. It is definitely not expensive. And even in these SMBs, there is data that shows that a 5 to 7% of investment on marketing based on your total revenue is a normal trend that we have seen across industry verticals, and that has helped them avoid a lot of cost in terms of physical resources that they have to have for various business functions like these. And it has organic marketing, like I keep telling, is something, a marketing person working for you even when you are asleep, right? Whatever you have written, on the internet, or the videos that you have put out about your business keeps working for you, talks to your customers, brings them the next day when you wake up, right? So we have spoken about, some of the free tools. The ones in the asterisk are freemium tools, as we used to call it. Some of the functionalities are free, and then once you have grown to that stage, if you want more features, you can always pay for it and avail. So from the technology side of things also, it has been made much more customizable, modularized, and pay-per use kind of a model, which has made it very easy for small businesses like ours to adopt necessary technologies and transform. Right. Okay. Yeah, we spoke about the one-person company. So these are some of the results that have gotten just by organic way of doing things, not a money spent on ads. Right. $27 million in revenue through organic. That's the power of digital technologies, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for your time. We'll take questions if you have any. Any questions? Okay. If we have no questions, thank you and all the best.
Thank you, sir, for delivering such an incredibly enlightening session with lucrative points for our audience to grasp on. We now request CA Geeta AB, Vice Chairperson of SIRC of ICI, to extend a token of gratitude to our esteemed guest speaker, Mr. Balaji Krishnarajan. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's an announcement. Well, student interns from Jain College and other institutions are available for the entrepreneurs and chartered accountants to train and hire. Kindly connect with each other near Nandini counter during the lunch hour.
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, with this, we come to an end of this insightful session. We'd like to extend our gratitude to our guest speaker, Mr. Balaji Krishnarajan, and to all the members of the audience for your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's move on to our third session of the conclave.
Now, the state of Karnataka has policies to promote tourism by enhancing infrastructure, supporting heritage conservation, and encouraging eco-friendly initiatives.
The government of Karnataka provides incentives for private investments in tourism-related projects such as hotels and resorts and so on.
And here we have with us today Shri H.M. Srinivasan, Additional Director of MSME, Dr. K. Socrates, and who's the Joint Director of Bengaluru, to elaborate on the concept of Karnataka tourism, industrial policies, schemes and incentives for MSMEs and startups respectively. We now request CA Geeta ma'am to escort our esteemed speakers onto the dais. A huge round of applause for our guest speakers, please. It's now time to introduce our guests. First up, we have Dr. K. Socrates. He is the Joint Director, Ministry of MSME, Government of India. He has served in different capacities for the past 28 years in Hubballi and Mangaluru districts. He also happens to be the head of MSME DFO for the state of Karnataka. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Dr. K. Socrates. We welcome you, sir.
Up next, we have Mr. H.M. Srinivas, who's working as an Additional Director, Department of MSME, Government of India. He comes with an experience of nearly 3 decades in policy making and other issues related to MSMEs. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause for our guest speakers? We request Dr. K. Socrates to take over the session.
I would only see this side. Respected CEs from different part of state and young entrepreneurs, prospective entrepreneurs, my dear friend, Mrs. Srinivas, Assistant Director, MSME Department, Government of Karnataka.
We will make him to sit here so that people can see PP. 1 minute.
Okay. Just in the process going on, let me also start because of time factor. MSME sector is a vibrant engine of any country's economical growth. MSME sector is the largest employment generator next to agriculture sector. It contributes around 30% of GDP. Around 40% export is from MSME sector. And around 45% of manufacturing sector is from MSMEs. There are around 6 crores registered MSEs and equally number of non-registered MSMEs also there across the country. Though the contribution is much towards economic growth, they are also having problems. They need support from Government of India. So that's what a separate ministry was established in 2000 for separate ministry called Ministry of MSME. I'm happy to be here to just bring out the presentation about the policies of MSME sector. Of course, this classification is all known to everybody, but still just wanted to make it. Earlier it was a separate definition for manufacturing and service sector. Now it is common, both included. Of course, machinery and equipment and turnover is another aspect included for the definition. So any enterprises having investment less than 1 crore and turnover less than 5 crore is actually called a micro. And turnover in less than 10 crore and less than, investment 10 crore less than and turnover less than 50 crore is called small. And investment in terms of medium enterprises up to 50 crores and turnover less than 250 crores. This is a very clear cut definition. It actually makes very simple. For every enterprises are actually now required to get registered under Udyam registration portal. It is a very simple registration process. You need only Aadhaar number and email ID. And it's actually a one-page system. It covers all information including PAN as well as GST link details also for turnover calculation. It is free of cost. It is done the registration process. This Udyam registration is a must for availing any state or central government benefits. There is one Champions Desk is recently, during the Corona period, they started. Champions is nothing but creation and harmonious application of modern process for increasing output and national strength. It is nothing but actually to support any micro, small enterprises, medium enterprises in trouble. We have to actually handhold them, support them, bring them up from present stage to next stage, so they can actually able to sign as a champions. For this purpose, to create a new kind of enterprises, there is an MSME innovative schemes under which incubation centers, support for intellectual property rights, support for design and digital MSMEs. Also, MSME Sustainable Zero Defect, Zero Effect scheme, MSME Competitive Lean Manufacturing scheme also introduced. In general, Ministry of MSME through various organization field formation across the country, we are having this kind of support system for any prospective as well as existing entrepreneurs, entrepreneurship development programs, entrepreneurship cum skill development programs, management development program for MSME owners or their employees, awareness on cluster development program, awareness on intellectual property rights, awareness on JET certification, awareness on design as well as digital MSME, about GST as well as government e-marketing, and about participation in domestic and international trade fair also. Coming to credit support, it is for the prospective entrepreneurs, any new first generation entrepreneur wanted to start any enterprises. This Prime Minister Employment Generation Program is actually brought out by Minister of MSME and implemented by the state government. Of course, my colleague Mr. Srinivas will be speaking in detail on this scheme. Sir, matartirala PMEGP scheme. PMEGP scheme alli repeat agabadu. Okay. And next is a credit and financial assistance under credit guarantee trust fund for MSCs. This is actually very important when every entrepreneur may be having a very good project, but when they approach bankers, they may be insisting for collateral security, and many of the prospective entrepreneurs, even existing entrepreneurs, may not be able to provide security, collateral security or third-party guarantee. Under that condition, they can opt for this credit guarantee trust scheme, where it will be given collateral-free loan of their loan amount. So it is very easy for enterprises applying for collateral credit guarantee free scheme, and micro enterprises will be given up to 5 lakhs. 85% of the amount default is subject to 4.25. That 85% will be covered as a collateral guarantee. So women also will be given 80% of the amount, percentage of the credit guarantee will be provided. All other categories, it will be 70% of the loan amount will be covered under this scheme. And earlier up to 200 lakhs was actually eligible for availing loan, now up to increase to 500 lakhs. This is a modifying fee structure. Earlier it was little higher for the credit guarantee fee when they wanted to avail for the benefit. On April 1st of 23 onwards, they have actually revised the rates so that there will be some kind of support for the borrowers. Up to 10 lakhs, 0.37% interest percentage they have to make as a fee. And above 10 lakhs up to 50 lakhs, 0.55%. And above up to 1 crore, it will be 60 paise. And above 1.2 crore, up to 1 to 2 crores, 1.2%. And 2 to 5 crores, it is 1.35. So this standard rate is actually reduced. So it will be easy for any entrepreneurs to avail loan under the scheme. Cluster development program. This is actually a common approach for grooming a set of industries involved in the same kind of manufacturing activity. Within a particular area, all enterprises, they can come join together and they can go ask for any common facility center. Individual enterprises may not be able to create that kind of common facility for their own enterprises. So they can come together, join together and create some kind of common facility which could be used by all members of that group, as well as they can allow other MSMEs also to get benefit out of that. Eligibility for forming a cluster, at least a minimum 20 MSCs or startup greenfield MSCs for a project worth up to 10 crores and above. Minimum 10 MSCs startup for project cost below 10 crores. So the project cost for setting up of a common facility center is more, then more number of MSCs they could join together. They have to come make a SPV, special purpose vehicle, and they can actually contribute their shareholding among themselves. For common facility setup, total project cost up to 5 crores to 10 crores. Government of India grant will be 70%. State government will be providing 20%. SPV themselves, they have to pool together 10% of that total project cost. Common Facility Center up to 10 crores, 10 crores to 30 crores. 60% will be from the Government of India, 20% from the state government, and 20% is from SPV contribution. Also, it is this scheme is supporting to create infrastructure development also. Normally, the state government, every state government, they will be interested to avail this benefit, where they will get 60% Government of India grant for a new industrial estate or industrial area to be developed for a project cost up to 5 crores to 15 crores. Then in case 5 crores to 10 crores, 50% will be provided from Government of India to develop new industrial estate. Marketing support, procurement and marketing support scheme, PMS scheme we will call it, under which these are the components covered: domestic trade fair or exhibition across the country to participate, adoption of modern packaging techniques, development of retail outlet for GI products, adoption of barcode, adoption of e-commerce platform, vendor development programs, international and national workshops, seminars, awareness program, export, GST, any on this topic related to marketing. Under domestic trade fairs exhibition, any micro, small enterprises, they have wanted to participate, any trade fairs organized across the country, they can participate. They have to make the payment upfront, then they will get reimbursed. 80% of the fee will be reimbursed. In case of ACST women entrepreneurs, it will be 100% fee is reimbursed, subject to 1.5 lakhs in case of the trade fair is organized in A-class cities. In other cities, it will be 80,000 rupees maximum they'll get the benefit, plus 25,000 for expenditure in travel, publicity, and freight charges. That is all will be provided. But in a year, maximum two occasions they can participate in any trade fairs. Adoption of barcode, this is also very important for particularly units coming with the packaging. So maximum 80% will be reimbursed to only micro enterprises. Small enterprises are not eligible. 80%, of course, at cost of one-time registration and 3 years reimbursement, renewal fee will be reimbursed on availing barcode from Global One India agency. They will provide the barcoding. The maximum 50,000 rupees, 50,650 rupees will be reimbursed. E-commerce platform, to get registered in MSME Global Mart, it is actually my colleague will be there, Mr. Sureshba will be talking about that. In that, reimbursement will be given to eligible units for registering under MSME Global Mart. International Trade Fairs Exhibition, it is actually called International Cooperation Scheme, under which any minimum 10 number of MSCs, they can actually join us together and go for participation in international trade fairs. 100% space rent subject to 3 lakhs will be reimbursed. Airfare 100% subject to 1.5 lakhs will be reimbursed to participants. And freight charges maximum 50,000 rupees will be reimbursed. In case of Latin American countries, it will be 75,000. Advertisement and publicity charges 2.5 lakhs will be reimbursed in case of the number of delegates is less than 15. If it is more than 15 delegates, it will be 5 lakhs. Registration fee 5,000 rupees actual, whichever is less will be reimbursed to MSME units. Adoption of modern packaging techniques. This modern packaging techniques is important, particularly for food items or toys, some other glass, ceramics item, gem, jewelry. So for which a group of industries, clusters will be identified by MSME DFO. Then recognized agencies like Indian Institute of Packaging, National Institute of Design, NIFT, they will be study the need of the packaging for a particular cluster. For that, 15 lakhs will be reimbursed to the agency which actually giving packaging consultancy. For retail outlet, to set up a retail outlet of GI products, any individual interested, they can actually set up a retail outlet for which 30 lakhs will be given. In case of metro A class cities, in other places it will be 20 lakhs, for which the retailer who is coming forward to set up has to make 50% payment. And MSME DFO organizes vendor development programs where it is a platform from MSME units as well as large public sector undertakings will come forward in a same platform. There can be a matchmaking of business development. Any small scale enterprises, they can actually find out any large enterprises to supply services or products. Same time, PSUs also will find out suitable micro small enterprises to do business with them. And of course, nowadays, government e-marketing is important. Platform is actually used for purchase of products or services by the government agencies. So it is important for MSEs, micro small enterprises to register under GEM portal, for which MSME DFO is also supporting. Then this is a public procurement policy. It is actually in 2012, government has come out on a policy for in which every public sector undertaking, they have to purchase 25% of the product or service annual procurement from micro small enterprises, out of which 4% will be purchased from enterprises owned by SC/ST entrepreneurs, and 3% owned by women entrepreneurs will be purchased from 3% will be purchased from women entrepreneurs. In case of SC/ST entrepreneurs are not available, they will be purchased from general category. And suppose any small scale industry is actually coming in the bracket of L1 plus 15%, they can be called for a negotiation with the small scale enterprises agreed to come down to L1 price, then that 25% of the purchase order will be shared to them. Technology upgradation and competitiveness, under which JET scheme, zero defect, zero effect scheme is there. It is actually to level 1 certification. There are 3 levels of certification. Bronze, it is a preliminary. Silver, it is intermediate, and gold is an excellent category. So all these 3 certification, they will be taken over a period, for which the fee will be reimbursed by government. Micro, it will be 80%, small, it will be 60%, medium, it will be 50% will be reimbursed. Once they join, the 10,000 rupees will be given as a token. That will be adjusted when they go for self-certification of bronze certification. In this bronze level, there are 5 parameters it will be taken care: the leadership, such workplace safety, measurement of timely delivery, and quality management. Almost nowadays, all micro small enterprises will be having these 5 factors without fail. So obviously, anybody applying for JET certification, they will be eligible to get a bronze certification. The next, human resource management, there is some kind of system is there in particular unit: daily works management, plan maintenance and calibration, process control, product quality safety, testing certification, material management, energy management, measurement analysis. If this is there, that can be also given a silver certificate, and for the other 6 parameters, it will be given a gold certification. This is that incentives I already explained. And railways, as well as the bank and credit bureau also, they will be supporting for JET certificate units. Support to MSME incubators, it is for the youngsters in engineering colleges. They may be having a project. If they have some idea, that can be developed as a commercial products, for which 15 lakhs will be given for the incubating the idea to conversion of a product. For the institute, which is actually hosting that incubation center, they will be given 1 crore for developing infrastructure. Lean competitive scheme, this is also important for improving productivity, for which also the government is giving for the group. It is to reduce waste and increase the productivity. There are 3 levels: basic, intermediate, and advanced. And units, individual units, 2 months. If it is a group of units, it will be 6 months. advanced level. And this is a financial structure. For implementation cost, it will be 1,20,000. It will be reimbursed. Financial assistance, 90% subsidy on implementation cost of consultancy fees. Additional 5% government contribution shall be given to MSME for industry associations. The intellectual property rights for getting a domestic patent 1 lakh will be reimbursed, foreign patent 5 lakhs, GA registration 2 lakhs will be given to the group of the GA mark, trademark 10,000 rupees will be reimbursed, design registration 15,000 will be given, assistant to intellectual property facilitation center will be 100 lakhs will be given. Other services, MSME Savlan portal for monitoring of delayed payment, MSC Facilitation Council, MSME Samad portal for monitoring public policy. Thank you. Any details are there, you can approach. This is the mail ID is there in the bottom. On this aspect, anything is needed, you may please contact us. Thank you.
A huge round of applause for our speaker. Thank you, sir. Up next, we have H.M. Srinivas, sir. We request you to take over the session.
Good afternoon, everybody. Government of Karnataka in the year 1918, with the intention of reducing the unemployment and utilize the resources, also to increase the economy of the state, it announced its first industrial policy in the 1980. Consequently, every 5 years, it is formulating its new industrial policy and announcing it. So currently we have Industrial Policy 2025, which has come into force from 13th August 2020. So we have some missions in this industrial policy. That is, one is attracting the investment, second one is technology transfer, third one is to develop the world-class infrastructure, and fourth one is the skill upgradation, and next is benchmarking of the industrial policies, then to adopt the best practices of the global standards. In this policy, the objective of the industrial policy is here. One is to attract the investment to the tune of 5 lakh crore investment and to create the employment to the 20 lakhs unemployed youths. Third one is to retain the third position in the merchandise export. Fourth one is every year you would like to increase the growth to the percentage of 10%. And fifth one is to enable the ecosystem for technology adaptation and innovation. This industrial policy has been framed based on the Government of India's new definition related to MSME. Already Mr. Socrates has told what is the definition of the micro, small and medium enterprises, which has come into force from the 1st July 2020. Now, this industrial policy offers many incentives and concessions to micro, small and medium enterprises. We have classified these incentives and concessions into 4 categories, mainly production related. Second one is technology adaptation and innovation related. Third one is sustainability and responsible industrialization. Fourth one is export related. Under production related incentives and concession, Government of Karnataka offers these following incentives. One is investment promotion subsidy. Investment promotion subsidy means any industry or the entrepreneur who sets up any industry, that is land, plant and machinery, then building, other assets, based on the total investment, we give some sort of, some percentage of subsidy to promote these industrializations. We call it as industrial promotion subsidy. Second one is stamp duty exemption. That is any entrepreneur who takes loan from the bank or also land from the KDB or a KSSIT, they have to register with the sub-register officer. We give what is known as stamp duty exemption to the tune of 75% to 100%. Second one is to the loan document as well as the land documents also. And registration is also 100% exempted. Third one is a land conversion fee reimbursement. Any entrepreneur who has is agriculture land or who buys the agriculture land, he has to go for conversion of the agriculture land into non-agriculture land for the industrialization. That whatever the fee he pays to the revenue department as the conversion, this one, the fees will be reimbursement to the tune of 75% to 100% based on the classification of the taluk. Then fifth one is electricity taxation. Once the industry is started, the entrepreneur has to pay what is known as the electricity tax exemption. The tax will be exempted to the tune of 75% to 100% for a period of 5 to 6 years based on the classification of the taluk. And the sixth one is power subsidy. Under this scheme, we give the power subsidy of 1 rupee per unit for a period of 3 years to the micro and small enterprises only, not to the medium enterprises. Second one is, under technology adoption and innovation category, we have what is known as interest subsidy for technology upgradations. Any entrepreneur who desires to change his technology and increase or improve his technology, we give the what is known as interest subsidy for technology adaptation. That is for a period of 5 years to the tune of 6% industrialization. And second one is technology adoption. Any entrepreneur who buys the technology from the 43 industrial technology centers located across the India and adopts the same technology for his industry, we give what is known as subsidy for this also. Fourth one is incentives for quality certifications. Today, quality is the very, very important thing which the product has to be maintained or the industry has to be maintained. To obtain this ISO certification and other certificates, we give what is known as the certification subsidy to the entrepreneurs. Now, coming to sustainable and responsible industrialization, as the industries grow, there will be a shortage of water. And further, there will be a difficulty to set up the industries also. Hence, we have to take care of the nature also and protect the what is known as the conservation of water is also very, very important. With this intention, Government of Karnataka has come out with some plans. These are the incentives offered under this policy. One is rainwater harvesting. Any industry which adopts what is known as rain harvesting technology, we give some sort of incentive for that. And wastewater technology, any industry which recycles its own water instead of leaving it to the other fields, if they adopt this technology, we give some sort of incentives for this also. And third one is reimbursement of expenses incurred for water audit. Industries have to carry out what is known as what is the water audit. The water audit conduct, what are the fees is there, no, it will be reimbursed to them. And zero discharge. Any industry which does not leave a single drop of water to other field and utilizes the 100% of his water for his consumption, we call it zero discharge. For this also, Government of Karnataka is offering some incentive for this. And recycling of electronic waste and plastic waste. This is the biggest problem for any industry and also environment. The industry which adopts this technology, we offer some incentive to such industry also. And sixth one is setting up of the industry. You know, pharma industries and the other agriculture industries, they require some what is known as the effluent treatment plant. If any entrepreneur sets up this effluent treatment plant, we give some sort of incentive, that is subsidy on the total project cost or the total fixed asset. Under export category, we offer these incentives to the export units. One is electricity tax exemption. As I told in the industrial sector itself, even for the export units, we have what is known as the electricity tax exemption for a period of 6 to 5 years. Next one is performance subsidy. Any industry which is exporting its products and who doubles its production for export exclusively, we give what is known as performance subsidy, and the performance subsidy to the tune of 10 lakhs will be given per year. Bank charges. Once the industry starts exporting, they have to pay what is known as the bank charges as a guarantee. The bank charges will be reimbursed under this head. And ECGC charges. that is export credit guarantee charges, certification charges, the ones the industry pays. For such industry also we reimburse the what is known as these charges. And certification charges, any industry which exports its products to other nations, they have to obtain different certifications, otherwise they will be unable to export these goods. Such certifications charges will be reimbursed under this policy. Fees for acquiring certifications. So to know the knowledge of the export and other things, the industries have to depute their persons to the some institutions which cater the knowledge of the exports. Such certification charges will be reimbursed to the such industries. We have classified these incentives and concessions based on the entrepreneur category. We have classified this entrepreneur category into two categories. One is general category, second one is special category. Special category includes SC entrepreneur, ST entrepreneur, minority entrepreneur, physically challenged entrepreneur, ex-servicemen and women. Rest of the entrepreneurs are called as a general entrepreneurs. You know, these industries are not distributed uniformly across the states. In Bangalore, the number of industries are more. If you go to the Joida in Uttar Kannada, the number of industries are less. To address this redressal of the industrial distribution, we have classified into taluks into 3 zones. One is in zone 1, zone 2 and zone 3. Zone 1 is most industrially backward taluks. There are 152 taluks in Karnataka which are industrially backward. Second one is industrial more backward. That is 78 talukas are classified industrially backward taluks. And zone is, that is 9 taluks, that is Bangalore urban and Bangalore rural districts taluks are there, industrially developed taluks, where the incentives and concessions will not be available to general category. Only to the special category, the incentives and concessions will be available in this Bangalore 9 taluks. These are the taluks which have been classified as zone 1, zone 2 and 3. So, now coming to how these industrial incentives and concessions are applicable to categories. One is, any entrepreneur who sets up new industry, for him incentives, concessions are available. Second one is, any existing entrepreneur who desires to expand his industry, the expansion level should be more than the 25% and investment should also be 25% more. Also the production should also be 25%. So such industry or such investments is also the incentive concessions are available. Third one is modernization. If the primitive technology to modern technology who desire to change their technology, for such industries also incentives and concessions are available. Fourth one is diversification. The existing product is there, some product, if they want to change their product or diversify the product, for such industries also these incentives are available. Now coming to this bank finance or one finance. Earlier we used to give the incentives and concessions only to the bank finance units. Now the incentives are concessions are available to both the bank finance as well as the own finance unit. That is the entrepreneur who takes the loan from the different banks. For him also it is available. If he utilizes the funds which is available with him or if he gets from his friends or relatives, for such industries also the incentives are available. This is the percentage and limits of the incentives, and that is investment promotion subsidy available to the micro, small and medium enterprises at different zones as well as the different entrepreneur categories. This industrial promotion subsidy will be distributed or dispersed every year to the tune of 10% of the sanctioned amount. For example, if your turnover is less, you will get the less amount of the subsidy. If the turnover is high, instead of getting the amount in the 5 years, you will get it within 1 year or 2 years. These are the stamp duty exemption available: loan agreements, credit deeds, mortgage deeds, hypothecation deeds, and these finances from the institution. So, coming to the list of the activities which are eligible for package of incentive concession, these are the activities which are, that is service activities eligible for incentives and concession. And these are the activities which are not eligible for availing incentives and condition in industrial policy. This is in brief about the industrial policy 2025 and the incentives and concession available in industrial policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Srinivas. In light of the same, ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to welcome Mr. Suresh Babu. He is currently the DGM of NSIC branch office, Bengaluru, for the last 2 decades. He has also worked his way up from management training to DGM level.
Good afternoon to all. Thank you. So I think we are in the pre-lunch session. I think all are maybe feeling hungry. I'll take a small crispy session for all of you, hoping I'll cover all the schemes of the ministry what we are offering to you. In a nutshell, I'll just tell you all the schemes what we offer to the MSME fraternity. As you all know that NSIC is a ministry, MSME ministry organization. Next, where is that? Right. Fine. Like this is a 60 decades old company, purely working for the MSME fraternity only, covered under the Ministry of MSME. So I'll just give light glimpses about what NSS is all about. We have got a vision, mission, goal and objectives. You can just go through that. I don't want to go repeat all these things, reading all these things. So our main purpose is to help the MSME fraternity, that's all. That is what I want to tell you actually, okay? And we have got organized structure, having a head office at Delhi, almost 10 zonal offices all over the country, east, west, north, south, central, everywhere, and almost 150 branches all over the country there. And we have got 8 NTSs, training centers, where we provide training to the MSME industries and all. And we have got 2 software technology parks, one in Delhi, one in Chennai. So this is the organized structure of NSIC, how we are working with the industries actually. Fine. Before I go ahead on that, I hope everybody is aware about what NSIC is all about and what we do, because everybody thinks about what NSIC manufactures. That's what I hear when I go for the meetings there. We don't manufacture actually. We are people who are supporting the MSMEs in these 4 segments. We help you in getting the technology, marketing, credit and support services. It's not anything what we manufacture. We support the people, industries actually. So that is the main purpose of NSIC existence there. So I'll just give a lot of certain schemes which are governing under the 4 segments there. I think Mr. Srinivas already covered that. Definition, everybody is known about that. I don't want to touch the subject there again. Fine. When I said I give integrated support to MSMEs, I said we provide you marketing support, technology, credit, as well as supporting service. Another marketing support, these are the schemes what we are covering there actually. We provide single point decision scheme. Sorry, I think, okay. I have some neck problem actually. So informative services, tender marketing, raw material distributions, exhibitions, buyer limits, and credit facilitation. This is one of the main marketing schemes what we provide to the MSME fraternity actually. So I'll be just giving highlights of each scheme, how it works, and you can just, any doubts you got, you can, after the meeting you can come and meet me and I'll help you in all these things, okay. Fine. I think everybody is supplying to government departments, if I'm not wrong. If any industries are available in this open arena here, if anybody is supplying to a government department, there is a procedure for supplies to be made to government department. It is not done directly from you, taking the goods from you and all these things. There is a procedure for purchasing the goods from you. The department has to go through a process called a tender marketing procedure. They go for an open tender, paper tender they give, then you have to pay EMDs, purchase the tender document, then submit your documents with the EMD and all. If you are L1, you get an order. So this is the procedure of procuring any goods from any government department. So every industry has to invest some money to be a part in the government segment structure, okay? But every industry can't invest a lot of money in just merely participating in the exhibition, participating in the tenders. So you have to invest almost 2 to 5% of the tender value for every tender. It's a huge money. So every industry can't spend money just mere to participate in tenders, not knowing the fact whether it's going to get tender or not. Am I clear? So to avoid all this expense and all these things, Government of India has come out with a scheme called Single Point Registration Scheme, where under this scheme, if any big unit becomes member of NSIC, get registered with NSIC, he is given the following benefits. I will just put up there. See, these are the things. If you become member of NSIC, you get EMD exemptions. No need to pay 1 rupee on that. You can get tender sets free of cost. You get tender alerts. You get a valid certificate for 2 years. And if you're a startup, like example, the basic fundamental eligibility of the scheme is you should be minimum 3 years existence. However, there's a small exemption in that. If any company is coming out with a startup, starting today only, started the production, they can take certificate for 1 year, provision certificate, so that they can participate in government tenders. And next financial budget, they show the balance sheet there and they come back to NSS taking the permanent certificate. Because we always give certificate only for 2 years. Every 2 years it's renewed. Because we want to see the existence of the company there, how it is working, what is the balance sheet going on there actually. So every 2 years, the certificate is valid for only 2 years. It should be renewed every 2 years. So that is the main scheme of this NSIC, because this is the only scheme available in the country, which accepted by all the state and central government departments. Any industry whoever wants to market the products to any government department can have the certification done in this local state government, in the local state, and participate tenders all over the country, and avail the exemptions of what we are showing here actually. Hope I'm clear? Yeah. So before that, I think till now I was telling about how to go through tendering procedures, but actually if you come across the latest developments happening in the Ministry of MSME, there's a scheme called Public Procurement Policy. How many are aware about that? There's a scheme called Public Procurement Policy. You are aware about that? Because it's nothing but we are pulling the public sector departments to the MSMEs to meet their requirements actually. Till now, MSMEs is running to the departments asking for orders. But now, the public sector departments are coming forward to the MSMEs asking that, I am ready to take from you. Because the ministry has put a condition saying that 25% of the orders to be procured by the public sector has to be from MSMEs only. Like HAL is there, BL is there, BEML is there, railways are there. I'm talking about Karnataka state here. You got a Kudremukh, you got all these departments. What they are supposed to show their balance sheet that 25% or 20% of the orders are procured from MSMEs. Otherwise, they have to give reasons why it is not done. Till 2012 it was not compulsory, but after 2015 it became compulsory for everyone that they should show that this much percentage has to be procured from MSMEs only. So people are searching for the industries. So out of that, 4% is purely earmarked for SC/ST entrepreneurs, which is never filled up. And 3% is purely earmarked for women entrepreneurs, which is not filled up till now. Industries are searching for that. There are no entrepreneurs under these two segments there. That's why I was highlighting these points here. Because if anybody is there in the segments where you want to showcase your products, want to participate in government tenders, you can avail this certification actually, so that it will help you in marketing your products actually. So this is what I want to tell you all. So up to 25%, they have to show that it is procured from MSMEs only. Hope I'm clear? Yeah. So I'll go for the next step. Fine. And the good thing in this scheme is, after taking all the benefits, if any entrepreneur is pertaining to any SC/ST, the fees what we are going to charge from him are exempted, 100%. That is the advantage of any assist entrepreneur having these certifications. Because we charge based on the turnover of the company, but if anybody pertains to that segment, they can approach and take the benefit of that. It is free of cost. That's what I want to say there actually, okay. Fine. Coming to the next scheme, the tender marketing scheme. Now I was telling you that every government department has to go through a process called tender marketing scheme, right? To market, to procure the goods from the MSMEs. Now, every industry can't directly go and participate because there are a lot of categorizations, experience required, conditions, all are there. Everybody can't match up the conditions what they mentioned in the tender. So they can approach NSIC to guide them, to support them to participate in tenders on their behalf. So NSIC will participate in tenders on their behalf. So that is the scheme actually. That means we are going to market your products by participating in tenders on your behalf. Hope I am making you all understand because I am going a little bit fast actually, okay. So any industry who has got NSIC registrations and who want to avail the tender marketing scheme has to have NSIC registration first done, because when the registration is done, your capacity verification is done by NSS actually. So I know what is the capacity of the company. Then I'll take a next step of tender marketing scheme, wherein your assessment of your capacity verification is assessed there. So you can come and say that I want to participate in BL tender, that tender, because for which products you have manufactured and which products you have got registration done. Those products only will be participating tenders, not for other products. Hope I am not making anybody confused because I see all blank faces actually. Nobody is saying anything. Maybe because of lunch time or I don't understand actually. Okay. So if you just give me a small response, yes, I'll be happy. I'll be going on ahead fast. Because, okay. Yeah. Because that's why I'm again asking you, is it okay or is it okay? Because I'm not able to, because if it's a morning session, I would have made a big elaborate each step by step I would have gone there. But it's not the time for us to go ahead on that. Okay. So under the tender marketing scheme, NSIC, we will participate in tenders on your behalf, provided you match the criteria. Where you are not matching the criteria, I will match the criteria there, and I market your products, I participate in the tenders on your behalf. This is a scheme in a nutshell. Tomorrow, if I am L1, but the rates are all finalized by the unit only, not by NSIC at any point of time. We are only going to participate, that's all. We are only going to take my balance sheet turnover is 25 crores, 25,000 crores. So wherever the criteria of turnover is there, I am there for that. You got the point? Fine. So that is the area where people take advantage of NSIC there actually. Wherever the criteria are not fulfilling by the MSMEs, they come forward and say, sir, I want to participate in tender, please help us out. So we'll participate in tenders on their behalf. So that is the scheme all about it. Or wherever public sector department wants to procure from a government department, because I'm a government department, my product supplying through me will always become government to government transactions only. So it's easy for us to transact, because instead of giving to a private company directly, they can give to NSS directly. So that I can, but at the back of me, you are there. I'm not a manufacturer. I'm only representing on your behalf. So at the end of the day, it is your products going to the department there. But the transaction happens to government, NSIC to NSIC to department there. So that is a plus point there actually. Clear? Yeah. So that tender marketing process also the same, what I said 25% lagu, that all applies here also. But for all these operations, you should always have NSIC registration done. That is a criteria for you to participate in tenders. As I told you, like example, there was a single tender inquiry for say 10 crores. And your eligibility, your capacity was only 2 crores. But you want to participate in tender because it's your product. How do you participate there? You are not eligible. I have to see for the eligibility what the department is asking. So I have to manage the eligibility there. So what I will do, I will take 2-3 companies of the similar products manufacturers who are NSS registered companies, which is 2 crores, one is 5 crores, one is 4 crores. About 11 crores has come up. That means it is matching the criteria laid down by the department there. So I form a consortia. Hope I am making you all understand. NSSC forms a consortia and participates in tenders on your 3 of people behalf. So the rates are finalized by you only, not by NSIC anyway at any point of time. All the rates are finalized by the industries only, by the MSMEs only. They fix the rate, they give to NSIC, NSIC projects it to the department and participate tender there on your behalf. Clear? Yeah, thank you. So that when the order is placed on NSIC, depending on the capacity of the company, what the certification has been given to you, we farm out the orders in the ratios what you are eligible actually. Like example, I will not divide equally and give you all. So one who is having 4 crores will get 4 crores share, one is 2 crores will get the 2 crores share, one is 1 crore will get the 1 crore share. Not equally in everybody, okay? Depending on the capacity what they got. Fine? Right. Same thing I was talking, but we don't accept the registration for any traders. That is what the highlight what we want to show it here actually. No traders are registered with NSIC nor marketed through NSIC. We only take up the manufacturers as well as services only. And wherever EMD exemptions are asked for, you can go on back to back with NSIC or you can directly pay through NSIC to the department there. It's vice versa both actually. Same thing what I am telling you, we form a consortia agreements will be made, there will be a consortium leader will be there, he only will be touched with NSIC. That's the procedure what I am showing there actually. Okay. Fine. The next scheme is called the MSME Mart or the B2B business to business mart actually, because this is basically a one-stop solution for all the industries to market the products, because every department has got requirement of goods or services, okay? And you can't run to each department asking us, I want to supply the goods to your department. You don't know which department wants what they're looking for actually. So every department is running for each section asking us, we want to be part of that. We want to supply the goods there. But how do you know what they want? Unless you go and meet them. So NSIC Ministry has opened a portal called MSME Mart portal. In this, all the departments' tenders are pooled into that. From Kanyakumari to from Jammu Kashmir to Kanyakumari, all the government tenders are pooled into this portal. So when you become a member of this portal, you can access a sector-based, product-based search. Like you are an electrical manufacturer, say LED lights, some are UPS, something like that. So you can go and search there, UPS, how many tenders are there today, as on today. You get list of tenders available there. Then participate in the tenders. Search the tender, it will take you to the tender department, open the tender document, take a print of that, participate there. So this is nothing but simplifying your searches actually. No need to go which department, what they're looking and all. So you can simply participate more tenders without running here and there. That's why we call it as one-stop solution. Clear, sir? And as I told you, any fee structures, we charge 6,000 rupees for the fees for that. But for SCS enterprise, we give free of cost. And if anybody is pertaining to micro enterprise, again I repeat here, if anybody pertains to micro enterprise, they get 75% subsidy on that. The fees, 6,000 rupees, they get 75% subsidy on that. You pay 25%, you take the benefit of that. Fine. As you all know, once you start an industry, you always search for the raw materials. We call as the blood of the industry actually, okay? So without raw material, there is no business. So every industry looks for raw materials, and raw materials is always not easily available to any industry there. And especially when you come to steel, copper, zinc, lead, all being non-ferrous metals, it is always a costly affair, and you don't get in small quantities. So what NSIC has done is, we have entered MOU with all the major bulk suppliers there. The major bulk suppliers has entered NSIC MOU for a certain quantity, we get some discounts from them. When I pick 1,000 tons from them per month, I get 1,000 rupees. When I pick 2,000 tons, I get 2,000 rupees. Something, I'm just giving a small, vague example, okay? So, but when you go and take 10 tons, you don't get 1 rupee also there. But when you take 10 tons to NSIC, that 1,000 rupees comes to you for 10 tons. Am I clear? Am I clear? That means, Telugu, there is a proverb actually, unless you put in the shank, it doesn't become tirtha actually, same like this. Unless you come to NSIC, you don't get the discounts there actually. It has to come to NSIC, unless I put the order to the department there, you don't get the discounts. Metal is same, supplier is same, everybody is same. But it has to go through NSIC, that's all. Remember that point, okay? That means you have to procure to NSIC, to the ministry. Because my ministry, what we made the buyers there, is the MOU what we entered there, you get the discounts because of that. Hope I'm clear? Yeah, thank you. So this is the agencies what we have got. For steel, we have got AMNL, you have got RNL, Jindal, SAIL. For cement, we have got ACC, Dalmia, CCI. And for wax, we got CPCL, IOCL. For bitumen, we got HPCL, aluminium, Nalco, Balco, copper, HZL and all. So anybody looking for any of these materials, we are there for that. You can happily come to us, you get discounts on that. It ranges from 100 rupees also, 100 rupees to 1000 rupees. I don't say I am going to give a big discount. No, discount is discount. Whether I give 100 rupees or I give 1000 rupees, some place I give 8000 rupees also when I go to aluminium per ton. So it varies as per the MOU and what you enter with NSIC there. Clear? Yeah. And that's what I was telling, it's mentioned there. And apart from the bulk supplies, I have done MOU with the local suppliers also. Some 2-3 local suppliers we made, because everything can't be available with the major bulk big supplier. So what we have done is, whenever the big supplier says, I don't have stocks, I can't tell you every time, sir, stock illa, I can't supply you. That's not fair on my part. So what we have done is, we entered a MOU with the private suppliers also. So if it is not only the big supplier, I'll go to the small supplier. At least if he's having a stock, I'll give to you. It will come door delivery to you. At least Jindal, RNL cannot be given door delivery, but at least here I can give door delivery. Clear? Yeah, thank you. Now, fine. Then credit support, the bank tie-up. NSIC has already entered MOU with almost, I think you people are knowing about that. NSIC has got 6 decades experience, okay? For us 60 years, 50 years we are doing hire purchase schemes. I don't know how many of you are aware about that. We used to give loans for missionaries. So, but since 2006 we stopped it. So after 2006, we have got entered MOU with almost 70 commercial banks, so that people who cannot, I can't say no to everybody. So what we at Ministry has told is, attach these cases to the banks. So we recommend the case to the banks, and the banks will sanction the case based on the recommendation of the NSICs. So that is the MOU what we have there. I think time is short. I'll just fast forward it actually. And this is basically providing subsidies for participation in exhibition. I think all are aware that how can you promote your products? You have to participate in exhibitions only. That is the only platform for you to showcase your products there. So when you showcase the products, you can't be given free of cost. You have to pay for that when you showcase your products. When you go for exhibition, you have to pay almost 1 to 1.5 lakh for every stall, for a minimum stall. But everybody can't afford to pay that. But NSIC is always there for your doorsteps actually. We provide almost 80% subsidy for the industries. As subsidies, we give 80%. That means almost 1.2 lakhs we give as subsidies. And we spend 20,000 rupees and participate in exhibitions. If it is a foreign exhibition also, same 80%. Airfare 80% subsidy you get. Stall charges also 80% subsidy on that. So this is all something about the promotional schemes actually. If anybody is interested to participate, you can go through that. And the last, I will not take much of this time actually. If anybody is looking for any raw material, we even provide credit also. I told you I am giving subsidies. I was telling you I am supplying raw materials to you, but I supply raw materials even against credit also. I can give 6 months credit on that. If anybody interested to avail any raw material support, we can provide 6 months credit. All our finance people here actually, against bank guarantee. Okay. Against bank guarantee, we are providing you credit of 6 months, because BG is basically non-fund-based limit. But you are converting non-fund-based limit to fund-based limits now with NSIC. NSIC, you are converting non-fund-based BG to fund-based with NSIC there, taking raw material support from NSIC. So that is the fundamental scheme, what we are claiming it. The only advantage for you is your liquidity is not moving out from the bank, from your account. It is still there for the next 6 months. That is the advantage for you, basically, what I can put it there. Like example, already your suppliers are giving you 30-40 days credit to you. So beyond 30-40 days, the day you are supposed to make the bill payment, send the bill to NSIC. I can make the payment to you on your behalf to the supplier, and you can take 6 months from their day to 6 months. There are two ways of operations. One is giving stocks to you. The second is supplying the payment part, financial support to you by making payments on your behalf there. Please bear this in mind what I'm talking. There are two items what I'm working there. One is providing raw materials to you and giving 6 months credit on that. The second is where the goods are purchased by you directly from the suppliers. I can support you by giving financial assistance to you for 6 months. Yeah, I'll come. After this, I'll take a call on that. Right, sir? So, with a lot of things are there, I'll stop it here. Thank you very much. You can just go through that. I'll not talk about that. You can just go through that. We have got a tie-up with DSF, like Dun Bradstreet and Zoha also. You get discounts when you approach NSIC. As I told you earlier, unless you come to NSIC, you will not get discounts. You come to NSIC, you travel the discounts. Because Dun's number, they charge almost say 1 lakh rupees. But when you come to NSIC, it is only 80,000 rupees. That means 20% discount you get there. So like that, wherever things, Zoho also. The Zoho charges you some 50, 80 for what the charges they charge. But when you come to NSIC, 20% discount you get there. Correct number, Rudra? 20%, yeah, 20% discount you are getting on that. Right, sir? So with this line, I'll just close the session here. Thank you. Anything, so just, you can ask me. Somebody was raising hand there actually. I'll take. Pardon? Which one? Registration? And this is all about schemes. I think they might already spoken to PMEGP scheme, that is. These are loans actually, applying for loans. PMEGP loan and CLCSS loan. I think Sari has spoken, I think. Huh? Yeah, Sari, I think not spoken there. I just put it from ministry point of view actually. Okay, again I put up there.
And we hope the lunchtime helped you all connect with each other, and of course the scrumptious food would have fueled you up for the rest of the event.
Well, ever wondered how promising MSMEs and startups in India navigate the complex landscape of funding? What avenues do they explore to fuel their growth and innovation?
Let's dive into the diverse funding options available and unravel the strategies that propel these ventures forward.
We have with us today CA Deepak Gupta, co-founder of AstraWise LLP Bengaluru, to help us understand and explore the various funding options for businesses.
We now request CA SS Nayak sir to escort our esteemed speaker onto the dais, please. A huge round of applause for our guest speaker.
Session is for 40 minutes. 30 minutes presentation. 35 minutes. Sure, 35 minutes. Any question after next?
Thank you, sir. You can take a seat. I'll just give you a setup. Thank you, sir. It's now time to introduce our guest speaker, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Deepak Gupta, a finance professional with 16 plus years of experience, holds key qualifications like Chartered Accountant, All India Rank 34, Company Secretary, CPA, and an MBA from the Indian School of Business. His Big Four tenure spanned diverse industries including metal, automobile, sugar, FMCG, IT, ITS, and telecom. After an MBA, he served as Axe FiberNet's commercial head, excelling in process automation, commercial operations, project management, and cost optimization. Later, as head of finance at Move Sync Technology, he contributed to Series B funding, achieving a 10x business growth in just 3 years. As the founding partner of AstraWise LLP, he guides early and growth stage companies in strategic finance and fundraising. Well, Gupta is also a guest speaker at MS Ramaya College of Management and Edu Pristine, sharing insights on finance and general management. Outside work, he enjoys music, sports, and family time.
A huge round of applause for our speaker, everyone. We welcome you, sir. We now request you to take over the session.
Thank you.
Do you need the mic, sir?
Yes, that would be better. Hi, good afternoon all. I heard that post-lunch session, the power of gravity increases. So honestly, I don't mind if your head leaning towards the ground. It's perfectly fine. I will be really worried if you fall on the ground. Just be on your chair. Thank you. So as it is informed to me that I have half an hour of time to cover a bunch of things. Honestly, I will try to touch upon as much as possible on the topics. Hello, am I audible? Towards the last, am I audible, sir? Okay, someone said yes, someone said no. So, can tech team please check that the mic, whether the sound is going in the last? Hello, is it better now? Okay, great. So it's a manual problem, it's not a technology problem. So, first, definitely, I like to thank FKCCI and SIRC, our Aparna Raj sir, Divya ma'am, Nayak sir for organizing this amazing MSME and startup conclave. So, definitely, there are a bunch of things already covered in first half of this session, first half of today, and now I will cover the funding part. I was looking into the funding and like to know that, just want to understand what funding is. And when I was looking into thinking about it, I've gone through Google, where we all go to understand what any of the term is. My understanding is that funding, as say it is noun, it is something where money is provided by any organization or government to any of the corporate. That's what all our understanding is. So, before I jump into the funding, I like to just one small myth I want to break. What's the thought that why most of the MSMEs and startup fails? Any thoughts? Please, you don't need to stand up, you can speak. What do you think, what are the most important reason, one reason that most of the MSMEs and startup fails? Financial, funding. Any other thoughts? 3 seconds, sir. Business model, okay? Very close. Cash flow. All right, lot of good thoughts. I will tell you the real statistics for last 20 years. It says that most of the startups fail because there is no market need of the product prepared by the corporates. The second is funding. And there is a myth that the funding is the key reason for closure of most of the MSMEs and startups. Like being a North Indian, when I talk to any of my relatives, many of the founders, promoters, I say, paisa nahi hai. Money is not there. Every morning, most of the promoters look into their bank account and then they cut the checks. But the fact is that as a professional, we know that there are many reasons, there are many areas where working capital can be unlocked. I'm not undermining the importance of funding, but just want to break this myth that funding is the reason for closure. Funding is not the only reason. So, in next 25 minutes, I will try to capture a bunch of thoughts on how the funding for early stage startup happens, how the growth stage valuation happens and then funding comes. What are MSME funding routes? What are the different routes where you can raise a fund for MSME sector? I will briefly touch upon on the SME IPO, there are SME platforms where any of the small and medium sector enterprises can list their companies, and it is there in both BSE and NSE. And those are more than 10, 11-year-old platforms. Some discussions on long connects and short connects, and then I will close the session after question and answer session. Just I want to have 5 seconds of your time to read what is written here in the slide. It is said by Mahatma Gandhi that the public should be educated to become self-reliant, and that's what our Honorable Prime Minister also says, Atmanirbhar. Once they know that they have got to stand on their own legs, it would electrify the entire atmosphere, and that's what as a professional we do. We make the businesses self-reliant by making and assuring them that they will get the funding as per their need, as per their capability, and they will be self-reliant in future so that they can provide the products and services, make the right product for the customers and grow the economy. And that's the only way, one of the major way through which we can achieve the dream of 5 trillion economy in next 5 years. quickly cover on the startup funding. So as you see that Karnataka has a vibrant startup culture. Do anyone knows that how much total startup funding raised in 2023? Any thoughts? Any number? How much? What's the number? So total in the year 2023, $11.3 billion was raised by entire India startup. Out of this, any guess how much funding is raised by Bangalore and Karnataka? Definitely. It's close to $6.2 billion was raised by close to 450 plus startups in Karnataka. So you can see that Karnataka and Bangalore got the lion's share of entire fundraise made by India. Out of this, if I go on further bisection and dissection, close to $8.5 billion is raised by 180 plus startup which are in growth stage or later stage, towards the advanced stage of their growth journey. And close to 650 plus startup raised close to $2.5 billion. And those are early stage startup. Why I'm throwing these numbers? Those numbers are not coming out of the blue. These are the real numbers which are achieved by our entrepreneurs. And who are fostering this culture? FKCCI, ICAI and similar associations. And thanks to the government and private push, there's a strong underlying current which is boosting the startup culture and giving growth to MSME in India. As the number speaks in itself, you will see that 15,000 plus startup are there in Karnataka, 700 plus are funded startup. There are 150 plus mentors in Karnataka who are helping tirelessly to giving their right knowledge and experience to the startup ecosystem. There are close to 10,000 plus state recognized startups, bunch of incubators and accelerators, which are definitely helping up this, building up this startup ecosystem. Here I just try to cover more of a fundraising status, fundraising stages, where you can see that largely it is divided into three parts. One is value of death, as largely we say when the company starts, they have no revenue, all the expenses, and their product, there is no MVP as such. And before reaching the MVP, more than 70% startups die their natural death. Who are funding those companies? There are only two ways. Either angels comes, angels not from the sky, angels among us who already made the money and make sure that they give and push the startup system forward. And another source of funding is FFF, friends, families, and what's the third F stands for? Anyone? It's fools. It's not literal sense fools. It's basically people who invest the money without expecting any return, but definitely they will get it eventually. After company prove their MVP and prototype is established, slowly they are commercializing their product, revenues start coming in. At that time, they raise series A, B, C, D, so on and so forth. And once at a later stage, when the company is matured sufficiently, they will go for M&A or IPO or similar transactions so that they will grow further. So here only the geographical diversification also comes, where companies spread its wings into other parts of the geography. As far as the funding part of any of the startups are concerned, and why is startup, it's MSME as well. So there are three large buckets. One is debt, second is equity, and third is quasi-debt. As you know it pretty well, in the early stage, it is largely equity through private placements. Companies are raising the capital. At a later stage, when company want to buy any equipments, or they have some revenue lines, at that times our bankers comes to our support and they fund the startups and the corporates. Then what is this quasi-debt and equity in between? These are basically mezzanine equity or bridge loan or convertible loan. At times it is also known as venture debt, where there are a bunch of specialized corporates and BFCs which are funding the startups or MSMEs as per their need. And those are convertible in a nature, like it could be convertible debentures, it could be debentures or debt with certain options. So in the interest of time, definitely it's a complete subject in itself. So I'm just touching base on the topic. If you have any questions, more than happy to answer in Q&A session. Here I try to capture all the different early stage startup, how it is valued. The biggest problem and question for any of the founder is how to understand what would be the valuation, where the anchoring point of the valuation will come. So definitely in the early stage when you don't have a revenue, you only have a cost, how the DCF will work. Discounted cash flow will not work in that situation. So there are a bunch of methods. Burkus method is there, venture capital method is there. Those are applied and the valuation is taken. I will just take up the example of Burkus method, in which there are 5 different criteria. For example, quality of management, product quality, strategic partnership, how good the idea is, and what's the product rollout or sales roadmap. So value is given to each of the line items and then value is derived. So this is one of the method. Definitely it is not soundproof, and for all the FEMA and CA related matter, corporate law related matters, we need to go through a registered valuer, but this will help us in getting up to the anchoring point of valuation, where discussion will start with the investors. I've created one example for an early stage startup. I will just take 45 seconds of time to cover it. So this is one of the example wherein the company don't have any revenue. It is in company don't have any revenue. It is in AI and ML stage. It is creating a digital twin for aerospace engines, aircraft engines, fighter jets engines, as well as on the healthcare side also it has certain foray on the AI side. This company has a strong team of engineers, Nobel laureate and PhDs who are doing the work, but definitely the product life cycle is, establishing the product will take pretty long time. It takes 3 to 4 years, and they only have expenses. So there is a lot of uncertainty on the product development side, getting the client side and getting the eventual revenue. So it's an interesting problem where what we did is, we created a model where we seen that in the 8th year of the company, what would be its revenue, its contribution. Contribution is your unit sale minus unit cost, multiplied with the expected number of unit they will sell. That will become its revenue, that will become its total profit, and then we given the sufficient discounting factor to bring that value to the current date, and then we multiplied it with the multiple factors. So I will tell you how this 20x is coming up. So basically it's a small example to make you understand that how we walk around the situation to make sure we come to certain anchoring point for the valuation. Now as far as the multiplication factor I was talking about, it is largely coming from different factors. It could be advanced technology, coherent experience stream, strategic partnership that company has, digital team solution which has a lot of adjacency applied in different kind of industries and solutions. So in this way we arrive at 20x of multiple factors. Any questions? I will pause for half a minute to address any of the questions. It's not very straightforward topic. Okay. Whenever Nayak sir, I'm not getting any questions, it has 2 meaning. Either my audience understand everything what I said, or they have not understood anything. I will go with option 1. Yep. Thank you. Okay, sir. Sir, Nayak sir is staring at me, so I will explain you in detail after the session. Yep. Thank you. So growth stage evaluation, again, like it's a completely different paradigm. To be very honest, I will not able to do justice to this topic in explaining in 1 minute, but my intent is to make you aware about the topic, and definitely you will apply it as and when the need comes in your company or it's in your client place. So largely in many of the SaaS company, it's MRR and ARR based valuation. Basically it's MRR is monthly recurring revenue, ARR is annual recurring revenue. Or your GMV is gross merchandise value. For example, for an e-com company, whatever product, whatever you pay to the e-com company, that is GMV, gross merchandise value. And their profit, their revenue is net of the cost, which they pass through to the various vendors. There are revenue by EBITDA multiples. We all know it's an age-old valuation technique. DCF, we all know, discounted cash flow, and comparable to other corporates with a similar businesses. Those are the larger means for any of the growth stage startup where you have the revenue. Here there is a reason I put in about the startup India registration certificate, because if you or your client have the certificate, then plethora of opportunity comes. So those are the avenues a fund can be raised. There are funding, tax and cost benefit after taking the startup registration, as well as for MSME funding also there are a bunch of benefits available when any of the company has the MSME certificate. On the funding avenues part, recently Karnataka government launched Idea to POC Elevate platform, where many of the companies came and they were connected to some of the VCs, their ideas were discussed and mentoring was provided. Along with that, government of Karnataka as well as other state government also have their fund of funds. Like in Karnataka, they have a 100 crore commitment through fund of fund mechanism for investment in any of the disruptive technologies. Beyond Bangalore cluster seed funding, there are various centers where it is started by government of Karnataka, where it made KDEP, Karnataka Digital Economy Development Program, where a lot of impetus is given to infrastructure development, creating a forums wherein many of the startups can pitch their ideas and at the same time promote the entrepreneurship culture in various clusters outside Bangalore. There are a bunch of incubators, accelerators. I'm not going to go in depth about incubators and accelerators. As you know that incubators have more of a flexible program where they help in promoting any of the ideas taken up by any of the startups. They provide all the ecosystem, be it working space, be it talent, mentorship, funding, connect to the VCs. All of those things are provided by incubators. In case of accelerators, they have more of a fixed plan wherein cohorts are taken and those are trained, nurtured, and ideas are nurtured so that the high growth startups can scale up really fast and prove their MVP, prototype, and accordingly commercialize their product. K-Tech Innovation Hub, I believe most of you might have heard about it. There are 5 places in Karnataka where K-Tech Innovation Hub was established. First one was in our Bangalore, Nama Bangalore. Then other places were Mysore, then it is in Bangalore, Simoga, and one more place where K-Tech Innovation Hub is there. And here basically, like entire infrastructure facility is provided for the companies which are providing hardware support or hardware product. So they have a laser cutting machine, 3D printing, metal hub, and other things where it can be used at a very discounted and no cost so that those companies can develop their product. And trust me, as a startup founder, you will understand that it is so critical in the growth journey of a startup. These are some of the list of accelerators and incubators we jotted up. You can just take a pic of it if you want to. This covers largely the startup funding part. I will pause for half a minute to address any of the questions if you have any. Sure. Yeah? All right, thank you. Now coming to the emerging trends in the MSME funding, and to be very honest, the MSME, the way it is revolutionizing the entire economy of India, it is unprecedented. Any of the established company, you know that at what rate it grow, at best 8%, 10%, 12%. So MSME, because of the low base factor, they are growing at a more significant growth rate. And that's the key reason that Indian government, all the association, our own institute, we are pushing so much on the growth of MSME sector. One small statistics I'd love to share with all of you. In 2020, we got a call from C Institute for organizing certain MSME courses for our students and working professionals. Largely it is for working professionals. At that time, we seen that the number of Udyam certificate issued was just 33 lakhs. And the total number of MSMEs in India was 6.3 crore. Can anyone please guess the number? What's the number, Udyam registered MSME number now? Any guesses? 3 crore. It is optimistic. I would love that 3 crore number should be there, sir. It is a bit lower, but yeah, it is largely fine. It is 2.18 crore number. So friends, just see that in a span of 2.5 years, we have 1.9 crore entities additionally registered, close to 1.85 crore entities registered in the Udyam certificate regime. So that shows the power of our professionals, and a big applaud for whatever we have done. So friends, there are a bunch of funding challenges that all our MSMEs are facing. As per the statistics, lakhs and lakhs of SMEs, largely micro and small industries, get closed during COVID and post-COVID. And they are not getting the sufficient support. They need a support, but largely why they are not getting it, these are some of the reasons we collated. Largely it's because of information asymmetry. How they are managing the books, they don't know how to communicate to the bankers. Our banker friends here definitely vouch for this asymmetry, this information asymmetry. There's a lack of financial know-how that how any of the discussion can be translated into CMA document. A lack of technological advancement more on the SME side. We see that in the current situation, the SMEs have a high cost of borrowing, and it could be the cost, it could be the debt which is taken from unorganized sector, where they are paying to their noses 25% or 30%. I have seen bunch of founders who have taken a personal loan to fund their business, and that is coming at excruciating cost of 20 to 25%. So those are the places definitely they require most of our support and help. Another interesting factor, we have seen that the collateral taken by the company, collateral is underutilized. I doubt any of the founder, when they give collateral for their bank loan, they see it after 1 year or 2 years, whether there is a potential to top up their loan if they need. So that's where, like the guidance from the right consultants and CA really helpful and come handy. These are largely, we created a spectrum of the entire loan, how it looks like. Like there are short-term and long-term loans, where short-term is largely conventional based or your trade credit or non-fund based or fund-based limit. In terms of long-term loan, it could be a term loan or bridge loan. Now, when it comes to new age products, it could be a trade credit, your LC discounting, supply chain financing. There could be certain fund-based revenue funding or channel financing. There are different MSME specific product, for example, CGT MSE is there, CGSS, Mudra loan, SFSS are there. I will definitely touch upon each of the loan product. Definitely I will not able to discuss it in detail, but definitely I will cover most of them. There are certain new age products are also there. For example, digital microfinance and P2P lending are also came up. In terms of long-term loans, there are certain mezzanine debts, venture debts, equity is also there. And certain interesting thing came up in 2017, 18, 19, that is ICO, that is initial coin offering. But because of the dip in the crypto market, nowadays in last 2 years, none of the companies are going through ICO route. But earlier, DriveEasy and there are a bunch of other companies in India which raised the fund anywhere between $1 million to $5 million through ICO route. Coming to some of the MSME funding product, one of the famous product is Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana, or it is also famously known as a Mudra loan scheme. So here up to the loan up to the amount of 10 lakh are given to the entrepreneurs to take up their any of the working capital need or capex need. Only thing is that there is no collateral required. The interest rate varies. It's on EBLR basis, linked to EBLR plus certain margin for the bank. And certain annual guarantees there, close to 2% that needs to be paid to the banker. Here, interesting thing of the Mudra loan is that it is up to 10 lakh and there are 3 different varieties, Sishu, Kishore and Tarun, 50,000 up to 5 lakh and up to 10 lakh. Many of the questions I'm getting from working professionals and the CA community that why this amount is up to 10 lakh, because most of their clients are coming up with 50 lakh of request or 1 crore of request. If you see the entire MSME breakup, where micro word is there and that contributes 87% of the 6.3 crore MSMEs. Close to 12% contributes the small sector, only 0.5 to 1% is the medium sector companies. So government need to take care of all the distribution, and at this definitely need to put more emphasis on micro and small companies. And that's where your Sishu and Kishore plan will come up. If you see the numbers, trust me friends, it is mind-boggling. In FY23, the total sanctioned number of Mudra loan is 4.56 lakh crore. In terms of loan disbursement, it is 4.5 lakh crore. And number of guarantee approved is 6.2 crore. Do anyone knows that what's the population of US? It is 33 crore. So you can think of, we given loan to 20% of the Americans if we see on a comparative basis. So on the number side, it is huge. CGT MSE scheme. CGT MSE stands for Capital Goods Trust for Medium and Small Enterprises. Here loan up to 5 crore are given to the enterprises. And for SCs and STs, there are certain concessions. Its annual guarantee fee is reduced to 0.37% recently. The guarantee coverage should be around 75% to 85% of the loan. And it is also one of the exciting places where you can find the solution of your company or your client's company. Let's see the number. The total guarantee approved is close to 1.04 lakh crore in FY23. The growth coverage is 87% and number of guarantee approved is close to 11.5 lakhs. So all the numbers, sir, it speaks in itself that actual work is happening on the ground, be it Mudra loan or be it CGT MSE. SMILE, that is SIDBI Make in India loan. Here SIDBI in collaboration with the bankers, they, in order to put more emphasis on Make in India plan, they launched this scheme, and in this one up to 10 to 25 lakh rupee can be taken, and largely it is used for the equipment finance. So here close to 85%, 75 to 85% will be provided as a loan, and 15% needs to be contributed by the founders. Credit guarantee service scheme. Here this is another scheme where the loan quantum is up to 10 crore. So you will see that the entire loan products, it covers from 50,000 to 10 crore, you know, like your entire spectrum of all the micro, small and medium enterprises. So we have a product for all requirements. Only thing is that we need to know where to fit in it, just like a Lego pieces, you know, like you need to attach the different Lego pieces and making sure you're providing the right solutioning to the client, or at the same time, if you are a company, you need to see that what product fit best for your requirement. Startup India Seed Fund Scheme. It is an excellent scheme where a grant up to 40 lakh and convertible debt up to 50 lakh is given to the startups. And definitely it is, there are certain criteria that startups should not be more than 2-year-old. It has certain prototype, MVP, and it needs to look towards certain growth sector and technology or disruptive sector. So for this purpose, DPIIT recognized various funds and various universities which set up the fund in order to disburse this Startup India Seed Fund to the startups. Revenue-based financing, it is another new way of growth finance value they raised, and you can clearly see that in 22-23 there are a bunch of IPO spree, there are main bourses, bunch of IPO came, as well as in SME there are close to 54 IPOs we have seen so far. What are the eligibility criteria? It's very simple. The post-issued paid-up capital should be less than 25 CR. There should be a track record of at least 3 years. Even if the company is a sole proprietor or LLP and converting into PLC, private limited company, that transition is also counted. Yeah. There should be a positive net worth. There should be operating profit for 2 out of 3 financial years. A similar requirement are there for tech companies as well. Only thing is that there are a couple of more requirements where the annual revenue should not be less than 10 CR and annual growth should be 20%. And annual growth can be in terms of your non-financial numbers, for example, users or customer base or whatever metrics they are, it is relevant to them. The MSME IPO benefit, most of us, we all know about IPO benefit, where there's a higher visibility and profile. If a company is a sole proprietorship and a company, and if an entity is a sole proprietorship and an entity is a private limited company, there's a greater faith and trust on a private limited company. And if a company is a private limited company and other company is a listed private limited company, the faith on private limited company is much higher. There's a higher credibility, alternate assets for the investors, and definitely those founders can also get some exit. They also get some money over a period. There are appropriate valuation matrices, exit can be given to the investors, and migration to the main bourses. Those are the key benefits coming out of the MSME IPO. Some long contact details, I will just take 15 seconds in this slide. If you see that most of the MSME and startup founders, they are connecting to their fellow, to their friends and relatives, or fellow entrepreneurs or branch managers or their accountants for addressing any of the queries. Trust me, it's make more sense for founders to go to long connects, be it the right consultants, be it going to the government symposiums or any of the trade fairs, like most of you who are founders coming here, definitely this is a long connect that you are utilizing. So that make more sense for the founders rather than going to the short connects. That's pretty much from my side, open for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such a massively informative session with crucial takeaways for our audience. We now request CA Guru Raja Acharya, Independent Director, Karnataka Bank, and CA S. Nayak, Program Director, to extend a token of gratitude to our esteemed Chief Guest, CA Deepak Gupta. A huge round of applause, everyone. Of the sponsor banks who have joined us today are CA Guru Raja Acharya, Independent Director, Karnataka Bank, Bengaluru; Ms. Anuja Jain, Assistant Manager, SIDBI, Bengaluru; Shri Virgin Jawahar T, AGM, Consultancy Services Cell, LHO, Bengaluru; Shri Manoj Kumar CB, AGM, Union Bank of India, Bengaluru; Shri CD Ramarao, Zonal Manager, India Bank, ZO, Bengaluru;
Shri Abhijit Kelkar, CCM RPC Central Bank of India, Bengaluru. We have with us Ramesh Bilurkar, AGM Canara Bank, Bengaluru. R. Gautaman, AGM MSME Credit TMB Toothkodi. Santosh Kumar Sharma, DCH PNB Circle Office, Bengaluru. Moderated by CAS Naik, sir. We request everyone to kindly step onto the dais. You go. Yeah, you go. I'll tell over to you, Nayak, sir.
Check. Hello. Check. 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 Hello. Check. 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 Hello. Check. Hello.
Yes, is Naik sir. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause.
ठीक.
One second. Well, I may have forgotten the introduction of our moderator here, S.S. Naik sir. Well, CA S.S. Naik is popularly acclaimed as Nani Palkiwala of Mangaluru, Dakshin Kannada district, through his annual union budget analysis, speeches in various forums in and around Mangaluru. Mr. S.S. Naik authored 2 books, Words of the Wise and More Words of the Wise, loaded with over 200 quotes, each of pragmatic wisdom on ease of business and ease of living. Some of his accomplishments include KBL NITTE Lifetime Achievement Award at MSME Conclave, Samaja Ratna Award, Mentor of Mentors Award, and many more. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause to our moderator, CA S.S. Naik sir. Thank you. Over to you, Naik sir.
Good afternoon, all the esteemed bankers representatives on the stage, and all our beloved participants. This town hall, especially MSME town hall, it's one of its kind event. Since we started MSME Conclave. We have done the MSME Conclave in Chennai, we have done in Hospet, we have done in Mangalore, we have done in Gulbarga. This is in Bangalore under the banner of ICAI. Why we are conducting this town hall? Because our Deepak Gupta, he has given lot of schemes to you. You are all happy, 10 crore without collateral, 5 crore without collateral and all. Now, it is a floor for you to ask all these people whether you are giving that or not. Okay? Schemes and implementation. There should not be any slip between the lip and the cup. The slip between the lip and the cup can be handled by the proper grip. That is the reason we have invited all our esteemed bankers here. One more thing I wanted to tell you. See, you might have seen, it is very difficult to take appointment from these esteemed bankers. They are not easily available because they are very, very busy. Because of so much workload is there, especially these nationalized banks and some scheduled banks. What they are doing is, they have this one, government sponsored scheme also, including Swanidhi scheme and all, they have to do one side. Another side, big corporate loans also they have to do. So they have enormous pressure and enormous work. So it is very difficult to take appointment from all these people. Correct, no? Yes. But you should be very happy that they have taken your appointment today here in MSME Town Hall. Okay. And they are well before the time today. The program was supposed to be started at 4 to 5:30, but we have started at 3:30 itself because we want to give long rope to the bankers, not for the borrowers. Okay, we don't give any rope to the borrowers. We are giving long rope to the bankers. Okay, so let me invite each one of them. My good friend and genius chartered accountant, rank holder in whatever exams he wrote so far, and he knows everybody here and everybody knows him here. So there is a saying, na kasturi kamodaha shapathena vibhavyate. Kasturi, it smell automatically, it spreads. It will cannot be, automatically it will be known. He has been appointed as independent director of Karnataka Bank, Family Bank across India. CA Gururaja Acharya, you are welcome to this MSME town hall. We have most young, energetic and always smiling Srimati, Miss Anuja Jain. So I missed your name. Miss Anuja Jain just joined, not even 1 year over by joining SIDBI. She is assistant manager in SIDBI at Bengaluru. So she is basically engineer. So we are very proud that she is so dared. Nowadays women are more dared. She has come here to clarify about SIDBI schemes. Madam, Miss Anuja Jain, you are welcome to this show. Then we have Shri Virgin Jawahar T, who is Doddanna in banking, State Bank of India. State Bank of India is the AGM Consultancy Services Cell, State Bank of India, LHO, Bangalore. So, whatever that schemes they have, definitely all may not have, but they have. He will explain about what are all the SBI's initiatives in MSME sector. Shri Virgin Jawahar T, you are welcome to this MSME town hall. We have Mr. Manoj Kumar CB. He is AGM Mid Corporate Branch, Union Bank of India, Bengaluru. He is expert in MSME credit also. So, Shri Manoj Kumar CB, you are also welcome to the show. Then Shushanta Satapati, he is also specialized AGM credit from Indian Bank, Bengaluru Circle Office. You are also welcome to the show. Then we have Shri Abhijit Kelkar. Okay. We have Mr. Abhijit Kelkar, who is Chief Manager, RPC, Central Bank of India, Regional Office, Bangalore. Then we have Ramesh Bailurkar, who is AGM Credit, Canara Bank, Bengaluru. Then we have Shri Santosh Kumar Sharma. He is DGM, Punjab National Bank, Circle Office, Bengaluru. Sir, all of you are most welcome to the show. You are all our sponsor events. It shows that your interest, your acumen and your support system, MSME support system to the entire MSME fraternity. You are all welcome to this program. Let me first start. I don't want any statistics of anybody. I am telling you very sorry, sir. You should talk about only policy matters and what are all the schemes you have and how it can reach people. Around 45 minutes to 50 minutes we will interview you. Then 30 minutes we will throw questions, or we will not throw, they will throw questions at us. Okay, successful people are one who build their castle out of stones thrown at by them by others. Okay, so now it is your time after their time. Okay, sir. And sir, all of you, I know that all you are very experts in credit, in banking. But all your questions are 2-mark questions. Okay, we want only 2 marks question, whatever answer should be answered. Okay, so first of all, let me start with our genius Chartered Accountant, CA Gururaja Acharya, Independent Director and main sponsor of today's event. Sir, our MSME ecosystem in India and banking ecosystem in India, how it goes together for the development of our nation. Can you just brief?
Sir, good afternoon to all of you. I really congratulate SIRC of ICI for putting up this wonderful program.
Audible?
Also,
Is it audible?
Also, to all the bankers.
Huh? Last bench. Audible?
Yeah.
Okay.
So to all the bankers here, my special pranams. And of course, I have my good friend, I call him as MSME Naik. No? SS Naik is sort of a misnomer. Maybe he deserves to be credited with the title MSME Naik. So it is an honor sitting next to you, Mr. Naik. Having said that, for the question that you have asked, MSMEs play a very important role in the growth of the economy. While there may be Adanis and Ambanis who create wealth mostly for themselves, but then what happens in the economy is if the economy grows if the people below in the pyramid grow. So I think MSMEs are the below the line in the pyramid, so therefore they are the most important contributors to the economy. Having said that, the role of the bankers in enabling the MSMEs to grow is paramount. No? Therefore, realizing this, the government of India have told that every rupee that you lend, there is at least 7.5%. I mean, we have been given 20% of the total lending which we have to do, which has to be given to the priority sectors. So having within the priority sector, of course, agriculture is there, weaker section is there. We have to give a minimum loan to MSMEs. Okay? So that is the important relationship between the bankers and the MSME. Year on year, we have to show a 20% growth in lending to MSMEs. If not, we are penalized. The bankers are penalized. We have to keep our money in a very low cost, low cost yielding deposit. So much of importance is given by the government, and yes, bankers have a very important role in the growth of MSMEs. Maybe Ambanis and Adanis are today very big. They were also at one point in time. Syndicate Bank was the one which helped Ambani to become Ambani today.
Now married to Canara Bank, Syndicate Bank.
I mean, whatever it is. Okay? So you'll have to realize that any big man starts off as an MSME, and there is a banker behind every MSME and a big man.
Thank you, sir. Now our Punjab National Bank. You have made a mention about Adani and Ambani. Definitely, all you bankers go to their doorsteps and give at lowest rate of interest to Adanis and Ambanis. Why you are charging so much exorbitant interest for MSME entrepreneur? Why can't you reduce? Can you just brief about it? And what is your rating for MSME entrepreneur? How you are fixing the price for that, and what is the risk rating and all? Can you just?
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you the ICI for organizing such things. Before that, our speaker has already spoken about so much things of MSME. So our bank is very taking crucial decisions, and they have taken so many decisions. I would be quoting some of our product, like we are having the Prime Plus. What sir was talking about the rate of interest. So it is a minimal, because we are having one of the product like MSME Prime Plus, where if we are having a good internal rating of A1 to A4, I mean to say external rating not required up to 25 crore, but it is matching the investment grade. So you can get up RLR rate only, that is 19.25%, and that can be extended up to 100 crores. There are inbuilt facility of concessional rate of interest, concessional service charges, collateral also. It can go down up to 30% in case of manufacturing units. So apart from that, we are having other schemes. What earlier speaker has spoken, like GST. So their financials are not required. I mean to say balance sheet and PLN is not required. Based on your GST filing itself for 1 year, though minimum criteria is 6 months, in that case, based on that, 25% of the GST files would be set up as a limit. Again, we have this liberalize those things. It would be in a hybrid model where 50% as a collateral and other remaining as a CGTMSE coverage would be there. So there are so many products, and
For that also we are having different verticals, specialized verticals. It is being handled by chartered accountants only, and one of my colleague is there here only. What I mean to say, we are focusing major things, and nowadays other than agriculture, almost everything is MSME only defined. So we are giving the leverage in terms of concession rate of interest, collateral security, service charges, and we have this auto increase facility also in our scheme, where if you are running a working capital overdraft facility, even a term loan also, it is running well, or non-fund based also, then it can automatically increase up to 25% also. So there is no requirement for the financials for those things. So this is what PNB has taken initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Ramesh from Canara Bank. So, Canara Bank, your Ambembal Subbarao Pai, visionary, has founded that. I am very proud to say that I am from the founder's place. Your tagline is also together we can. Before you used to put growing to serve and serving to grow. I don't know whether serving is continued or not, but together you can. And your tagline is best bank for driving social impact through MSME support. I really appreciate, because lot of social impact has happened through all the nationalized banks. The purpose of nationalized banks, because in 1969, 14 banks got nationalized. The then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. Then in 1980, 6 banks got nationalized. Then totally 20 banks got nationalized. Then the new Bank of India merged with Punjab National Bank. Then Canara Bank, now you are married Syndicate Bank, correct, no? So now all the banks, they have contributed a lot. In 2014, lot of issues were there, lot of NPS were there, prompt corrective action was imposed by RBI. Now again merger happened, then you reduced to 12 banks. So again you want to make some merger, some news are coming, all these things are there. Now Canara Bank, so your tagline itself is social impact through, your intention itself is making banking through, banking driving through social impact through MSME support. So what are all such support impacting social impact? Can you just brief?
Good afternoon to everybody. As you know, Canara Bank is one of the first private banks who got nationalized in 1969. During that time, as everybody knows, the major focus of the bankers is on the elite banking only. So during 1969, when the nationalization happened, our major focus was centralized towards cities, metros only. And as on date, we are having more than 45% of our branches are in rural places. It is applicable to all the national.
Please tell me the products, no statistics, I have already told. Sure. People want what they will get from you.
Sure, sir. And as our tagline says, social banking is our major focus. And in most of the social schemes proposed by the government of India or government, state governments or any BBMP or municipal corporations, everything is implemented through social, public sector banks only. And as you know, Canara Bank is one of the major banks in implementing all these government guidelines. And we can tell our biggest brother SBI, after that Canara Bank stands tall in implementing social schemes. If you take state-wise, we are having in almost 13-14 states, we are the strongest contender for second place for implementing social schemes. And in around 4 states, we are the leading bankers in implementing socialized schemes. Whatever scheme for that matter, MSME sector or agriculture sector or socially required schemes, Canara Bank is in it. And Canara Bank is a big social, financial supermarket wherein you can find a variety of schemes to cater the needs of all the entrepreneurs, whether it is MSME or a corporate or a agriculturist or a household person or for personal loans, anything. And our contribution towards MSME portfolio is almost 1.5 lakh crores across India. So it is next only to State Bank of India, we can tell. So we have a lot of opportunities for entrepreneurs to approach us, and even Canara Bank is taking a lot of measures, including funding startups. And then we as you know, Canara Bank has its own Can Bank Venture Fund to fund these startups. And Canara Bank is doing very much. And if you have any questions regarding this, we are ready to answer.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ramesh. Now, youngest banker, bank is not younger, she is younger. SIDBI, before all banks started funding industries, SIDBI started funding. And SIDBI used to refinance all the bankers. Okay, now bankers don't take much refinance from SIDBI because it becomes costlier. Directly from depositors they talk. Your tagline is best bank for promoting and handholding budding entrepreneurs. What are your schemes for budding entrepreneurs? Can you just brief?
Good afternoon to all. SIDBI is majorly into financing MSMEs. So as you said,
You can start from smile because that smile this has come. SIDBI smile scheme is there, all can smile. She will take smile scheme, you can tell?
No.
Okay, no problem. Okay. Okay.
I'm so sorry. But for any MSME, we have many schemes like we have Express Screen, which is straight to digital process. As soon as the loan application is submitted through 4 parameters, like the CIBIL CMR is taken of the promoters, then their bank statement, GST and ITR, they get an in-principle sanction. Once the loan application is submitted, they directly get an in-principle sanction. That is our Express scheme. Up to 1 crore, any registered MSME can avail for a machinery loan. Second, we have a 4E scheme, as Deepak sir also told, for end-to-end financing of any machine that is energy efficient. It is a scheme which is repo linked, so your interest rate is very low, around 8 to 9%. Any machinery for that matter, which is energy efficient, helps in targeting our goal for greener India, can be consider under 4E. Also, there is a new scheme, MSME Gift, where 2% interest subvention is given to the...
Gift
MSME.
means they have to repay, no?
Sir?
You are telling gift.
No, sir, they have to pay, but as a gift, we give them 2% interest subvention,
okay, nice.
where their interest rate straightly goes down. So, their net interest rate will come around 6.5 to 7.5%.
Very nice.
So, as we are not competing with the banks, but yes, we are complementing them where our interest rate will definitely help the MSMEs with the net interest rate in MSME Gift. And simply for women entrepreneurs, we have Arjuna scheme. In that, there are no prepayment charges. Second of all, there is also 1% of reimbursement per annum, whatever on the outstanding principal loan. So, any women entrepreneur looking for a brownfield or a greenfield unit can avail the loans under Arjuna scheme up to 3 crores.
And one more scheme of, very famous scheme of SIDBI, I know, I will tell you, Smile scheme. Under the Smile scheme, see normally any loan when you ask, promoter margin is 25%, bankers will fund 75% of the cost of the project. Whenever promoter is interested to start any enterprise or expansion of the existing enterprise, if they don't have 25% margin, they can bring only 15% margin. 10% soft loan from SIDBI is available up to 25 lakhs. And soft terms and repayment up to 10 years for this scheme. That is nothing but it is like a seed funding at a softer rate of interest. So, while considering promoter margin, this soft loan will be considered as a promoter margin only. 15% promoter can bring, 10% that soft loan, remaining term loan. But one problem is that this is budgeted scheme. See, Mysore one program I did, your GM came, the program was in like this only, January. I asked, can anybody apply now smile scheme? Then he told, this year budget is over. Then I told, I think they can smile only after April. Until then, they cannot smile. Okay, there is no problem, this is just for joke. But it is very good scheme of your smile scheme. It brings smiles to entrepreneur. Okay, now our big brother in banking, State Bank of India. So, every banker to every Indian, correct now you are banker to every Indian. So, one or the other way they are connected with the State Bank of India. Now, of course, in the figures and the branches, everything we can't match. Like Adani Ambani business, in banking you are also, State Bank of India is top rated bank. In Fortune 500 companies across the globe, if you take State Bank of India stands, that we should be proud of you. Now, quickly can you just mention about what are all your MSME very attractive products? All general products, all people have. Very attractive products, one or two. Can you just throw so that everybody will come to you?
Yes. Good evening, everybody. I thank the ICA SAS chapter Karnataka, Vicky, as well as all the participants for giving me as an opportunity to present ourselves and discuss about the opportunities as well as the schemes related to MSMEs. So almost is very clear, almost all the banks have all the types of schemes, general schemes for financing MSMEs, but being SBI, again, the country's focus will always start with SBI. Any initiative has to happen, it has to start from SBI only, from the financing angle. So now our country is progressing towards net zero. Our Prime Minister has already assured that, or he has already committed, we have to achieve net zero by 2070. And even the recently completed COP28, we have the renewable energy capacities has to be tripled by 2030. So bank already, SBI being in the forefront financier for the entire country, our focus also all have been focused towards climate finance, climate risk finance. So in that regard, bank has brought out many schemes for in the sustainability initiative. One is the World Bank scheme for financing rooftop solar power projects. This is one of a kind scheme wherein we have taken major strides across the country. In Karnataka, being part and parcel of that scheme, I myself has financed more than 300 crores. So wherein you know that the enforceability of assets, again I am going to set a financing unit setting up in a rooftop, you know what about the enforceability assets and how it is that easy, but still we have taken that risk and we have financed. That's a portfolio what we have created. That's one type of scheme. The another scheme is again same, is called sister scheme, I can say, Surya Shakti scheme, wherein we have tied up with the major industry majors in this segment, the solar EPC segment, wherein I can finance again rooftop as well as ground mounted up to 10 crores. Where I can
with the collateral or without collateral?
Without collateral again.
Without
collateral.
Very good. Give a big hand to.
So in fact, sitting in Bangalore, I am financing rooftop solar projects across the country. I have visited almost all parts of the country for financing the projects.
Don't think that collateral is cheap. Without collateral is very costly to borrow. Always think of borrowing with the collateral. If you don't have, then only you should go for credit guarantee.
There also I want to correct. Incidentally, this scheme, last month we had a campaign wherein we have offered loans under this scheme at our EBLR and MCLR. The cheapest. Any corporate will get the same rate where we have financed the same rate. So bank is so much aggressive on enabling sustainability initiatives so that our country should achieve net zero not by 2070, by 2050 itself.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Manoj Kumar, you are representing Union Bank of India. Union Bank of India married to our Vadhu is from our own place, that is a Corporation Bank and Dena Bank. Corporation and Andhra Bank. Okay. Now, this, your Shakti is Nari Shakti.
Yes, sir.
Correct, no?
Yeah.
Union Bank has got beautiful product called Nari Shakti. Can you explain about that Nari Shakti? What is the SWOT analysis of Nari Shakti? I will ask you next.
Yes, sir. Actually, this Nari Shakti product is a dream child of our MD and CEO, ma'am. Manimegale madam, when she has taken the charge, earlier some products were there available exclusively for women entrepreneurs. So now the main scheme highlight is that it is to empower, as the word itself says, Nari Shakti. So to explore the more potential, certain benefits are also offered, like we have a 100% waiver of processing charges and attractive rate of interest as well. Sir was telling that rate of interest banks are charging on the higher side, but I'll tell that, sir, it is not like that. So whenever the RBI increases the rate like EBL or MCLR, it becomes our bounded duty to pass on the same to the...
Recently, RBI has cautioned all the bankers, you are more interested to give NBFCs loan. In turn, NBFCs will make lending to all these entrepreneurs. So instead of doing that via and so that it becomes very costly, I think bankers can take a call so that middleman's margin, direct, like Gem portal in NSIC we used to tell, directly they can go. So that is possible. So I think RBI cautioned all the banks, instead of lending to NBFCs, go directly to customers. That is the thing.
Correct,
now Nari Shakti, shall I explain or you will explain?
No, I'll explain.
Okay. Because I know all the bank schemes.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, better, sir. Okay. So as I was just explaining, rate of interest is also very attractive. So all women entrepreneurs are having a majority of shares. Suppose if it is a partnership firm, she need to have 50% share. And so also proprietary firms are also eligible. It is available both for working capital as well as for the term loan.
Here all banks, when they talk, their size are displayed here. That is the beauty of our program. Okay. As we talk, according to that, slides will come.
That's very nice, sir.
So far, since morning to evening, as per the slides, people used to talk.
Yes,
now, whatever we talk, as per that, slides will be put.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So you can see the quantum of the loan also. Minimum 2 lakh is there. 10 crores you can take the facility. And suppose if you are a startup, without collateral also you can avail this facility. And the CGT MSE coverage is also available for this. And as I was saying, the processing charges also a lot of relaxation has been given. You can see the margin. The main highlight is margin. So it is only 5%.
Up to 1 crore loan, if you take under Nari Shakti scheme. Nari Shakti means need not be women entrepreneur alone. 51% share women. All men can do under Nari Shakti scheme, provided 51% women should be there. 49% men can be there. And up to 1 crore, margin is only 5%. Above 1 crore, up to 10 crore, margin is 15%. No processing fees up to loan 2 crores.
Yes, sir,
Above
exactly.
2 crores, the processing fees is there. But your rate of interest under this Nari Shakti is little bit high. And when proposal is given, one problem is there. One MLP, what he told, no, TOL by TNW, normally 4.5, 5.
Yes.
Correct, above 5 means you don't consider.
Correct.
Under Nari Shakti, one side you say, margin is 5%. Another side, TOL by TNW cannot exceed 4.5. Here, if you talk about this, under this scheme, around 15 to 20 it will come, TOL by TNW. Yes. Since it is schematic, under this scheme when you finance, whether you take TOL by TNW or you will waive it.
Of course, financial parameters needs to be considered. Suppose
But 5% margin, that everything will be...
Sir, if it is a greenfield project, obviously past finance will not be available. At that time, all these things will be
You
there.
can waive that.
Yeah, we can waive that, sir.
Okay.
So main highlight is the margin only. Like unlike general schemes, you have to contribute minimum of 20 or 25%. Here you need to contribute only 5%. So remaining rest, 95% has been taken care by the bank.
But one thing I will tell you, if you have just 5 lakhs, you can have the project of 1 crore. That too, if you have gold, Naris. Without 1 rupee also you can do. If you have 6 lakh gold, you can take from Union Bank a 5 lakhs gold loan. Out of that 5 lakhs you can take it as a margin. Then 1 crore project you can do. Without 1 rupee you can do 1 crore project. Correct, no?
Correct, sir.
Let us give a big round of applause. You should give all these ideas I am giving. You should thank me for that.
Thank you, sir. Thank
Now,
you,
Mr. Abhijit Kelkar, you are representing Central Bank of India. I met your DGM also, Mr. Partha Sharathi. So, very nice to meet him. And lot of schemes you have told. You told your MSME credit is very cheap. That you also told. How you are giving, how you are offering your schemes to MSME entrepreneurs and on what terms?
See, actually, I will tell you one experience today. One person came to our store.
May I request Mr. Gautaman from Tamil Nadu Mercantile Bank, even though program is started, all bankers have not completed their this turn. You can come. He has come all the way from Thuthukudi for this program. We heartily welcome Sri R. Gautaman. He is also MSME AGM credit expert from head office, Tamil Nadu Mercantile Bank. You are also welcome to this show. Your tagline is outstanding small bank in MSME support. Okay, I will come back to you. Before that, we will.
So I was talking about one experience today. One gentleman came to our stall and he was telling, sir, I am certain consultant. I have having one client who is having some manufacturing unit. And what type of facility you can provide? I said, what type of manufacturing? He said, some garment related factory is having. I said, okay, no issues. Take this pamphlet. This is a Send Textile scheme where we finance working capital facility, term loan facility to all type of traders manufacturing in textile as well as hosiery. In this, the best part is the rate of interest starts from 8.50 to 9.05%. Tenure period up to 10 years. Third thing, upfront fees. In majority of MSME scheme, it is more than 1%. For this particular scheme, we have kept it 0.25%. This is one scheme. Then he said, okay, sir, no issues. Then I have one more client who is not having any collateral, but he is doing business. He is a trader. Okay, we have Send GST scheme. In this scheme, based on the GST turnover, we will give under CGTMSE coverage cash credit facility. Another, okay, sir, this Send GST, but another client is there who is not maintaining any stock. So how will you do? You will not be able to give cash credits because as you are aware, cash credit against stock. No issues. I said I have Send business loan scheme. Up to 25 crore we can finance on the basis of GST turnover, collateral, but collateral is compulsory in this scheme. Same rate of interest starts from 8.50 to 9.05%. I said, okay, sir, but I went, again he replied, sir, I went to Goa. I have one client there. He is working here in tourism industry. He wanted to purchase hotel there. I said, okay, fine. Take this template. Here we have Send hotel scheme. Any type of, if you want to set up a hotel, you want to purchase a land and start a construction of hotel and complete that, for that we have Send hotel scheme. So wherever you go, what type of MSME they are working, we have all type of scheme for coverage to them.
Okay. Now let us go to Mr. Satpati. You are AGM credit in Indian Bank. So you have one premium product called IND GST, correct, no? Yes, sir. That product. What is the speciality of that product? Can you just mention about that? IND GST advantage. What are the advantages of your IND GST advantage? Can you tell about this?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Naik sir, and giving me one opportunity. And good evening to all the participants here. On behalf of Indian Bank, I am representing here, and just 2 minutes I will take your time describing IND GST advantage. It is a seamless product of our Indian Bank. Within 10 minutes, one businessman can get 25 lakh instantly without any trouble. It is a digital product, no need to come to any branches. If he has a current account maintaining, if the firm is maintaining current account in any branch of India, that is 6,000 branches across the country is maintaining, then anywhere in India, anywhere, he can avail 25 lakh instant credit within 10 minutes. That what are the criteria to get this is, the firm, the unit should have 2 years GST returns filed continuous. There is no break of GST return, 2 years GST return filed. On the basis of GST sales, bank is giving 25% instant credit to that client. It is a very good product. There is no security requirement, no manual interference requirement, nothing requirement. If he has one mobile, he can avail 25 lakh instantly with very competitive rate of interest. This is the good product of our bank, sir.
Mr. Gautaman, you have just come now. Our trailer already over when you came. Now film has already started. Okay. Now all bankers, they more love car loan and housing loan. Correct, no? Rather than any other product. If you go to the, especially I am not talking about bankers, when you go to front desk or branch managers, nowadays branch managers are only, they are in marketing team is different, central processing team is different, and they are only that maintenance mode. Okay. The problem with them is, car loan, housing loan only they will sell. If other loan, if any product, if they want to ask, many of the bankers is very sorry state of affairs, and you should, all bankers, you should train them well, branch managers, in all their products. See, you make KYC, know your customer. At the same time, you should know KYC, know your competitor. Then at the same time, KYP. How many of your employees know KYP? Know your product. Correct, no? And KYP, know your process. Okay. So these are the things. Now, in your bank, how much turnaround time if the application is given? Okay. Of course, RBI Fair Practices Code is there. All Fair Practices Code is applicable to all the banks. In your bank, you are a small bank, but empowering MSME customers in Chennai. MSME, this one program, it was excellent. I have seen biodata of many of your entrepreneurs. It was class. Many have been funded by Tamil Nadu Mercantile Bank. Why it is not happening in Bangalore? Why can't you concentrate more in Bangalore also? And what are your special features? Can you just brief? And all your questions, 2 marks questions that I have told in the beginning. That's why, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the opportunity, sir. As rightly pointed out, actually the turnaround time is the challenge for almost all the bankers. To meeting out the customers' expectation in as far as turnaround time is a very big challenge. Likewise, it is applicable for DMB also. But we are taking all the possible effort to bring down the turnaround time to the barest minimum level. So for that, system-based processing is being followed at our TMB. So the data checks and other things, it is getting revalidated by way of system itself, so that the financial interpretation of the customers is being taken care by the system itself. So that is the main area where a bank should have where they cannot compromise on that. If that thing is being taken care by the system, the other thing, the other big challenge what generally bank will get, collecting the vital information from the customers on one shot. It has to be trained by the, that is the challenge of the...
As per your checklist, I will give all the papers. Within how many days you will sanction?
Yeah, within a day.
Huh?
If it is a...
housing, not housing loan, MSME loan.
MSME, yes. MSME, yes. Handling MSME is a very toughest because for a small entrepreneur, MSME, we should understand the problem of MSME first. Any successful banker should understand the problem of the MSME.
You have in Tamil Nadu Lion's share, I have seen.
MSME is a vulnerable area where it is being taken care by almost a one-man show. The proprietor will be taking care of the entire thing. So he may not be a professional. Meeting out the banker's requirement is a big challenge for the customer as well as for the...
And how your bank will initiate?
Sir, we should be stand with them to to understand his difficulty, and we should support them to get the his request as per the norms of the banks.
You match the horoscope yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, it is just like a marriage.
Okay. Thank you.
Having a
That I will come to that marriage now. 59 minutes loan is there, no?
Yeah.
That engagement and marriage, I will come to that.
If that is 3 days, we can able to take a decision, credit decision within 3 days. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Ramesh, Canara Bank, you have a PSB loan in 59 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Here all participants, if they apply in PSB loan 59 minutes portal, within 59 minutes they will get money.
In principle sanction.
In principle sanction, can you just brief about that 59 minutes loan?
PSB 59 minutes is a Government of India initiative in digitalization of the credit portfolio of all the banks. There are some minimum requirements are there for which your URC, that is Udyam registration, and your firm license and last 2 years balance sheet and projections. If you are able to upload those things and then the minimum KYC requirements, your decision in principle will be given within 59 minutes, that too digitally. No manual intervention is there in that. And after that, whatever requirements of the bank, if you submit, and that entire process will be over within 3 to 5 days. And as sir has told, the amount will be in your account.
Up to how much amount? 59 minutes?
That is,
10 crore. 10 crore.
5 crores. 5 crores. Sir.
5 crores.
5 crores.
But one thing I have seen in 59 minute scheme, your engagement happens in 59 minutes. Marriage kabhi hai malum nahi. After engagement, boy and girl will roam in beach, theatre, garden, mall, everywhere. Bel puri, pani puri, ice cream, everything. Then after in principle engagement, marriage will happen. Parents should agree, chowdhury should be booking, people, relatives should come, and all these things. It takes lot of time. It is not like what it is simply told, PSB loan in 59 minutes. Sometimes it takes even more than 59 days also. That is the issue. But
sir,
okay.
here I wanted to tell, as sir has explained, since all these MSMEs are one-man show, that person may be very good in handling the business, but that the same person is not that much good in handling the financials, documents, and all those things. See, finally, bankers require documents. You should understand, it is not only simply complementing or correcting the course. You have to see what is the requirement of the banker. As you expect, bankers are also to see the requirement of the MSME people. MSME people also understand what are the requirements of the bank. If both are complementary in nature, it will happen very quickly. If they both are what you call against each other, then it will never happen. If the things has to move in proper direction, proper within regulated time, the coordination should happen from both the sides. As it is told, claps cannot happen with single hand. Try to understand these things.
Okay. So now, single person can have clap with the 2 hands. Correct now? Okay, you can please add.
Actually, this PSP 59 is a seamless process. What we require, you have to go to the URL, that is PSP loans in 59 minutes. Otherwise, in bank-wise URL is also there for like slash Punjab National Bank. There you require just GST or maybe not GST. You should have filed ITR and you should have your statement of account, that business statement of account. There are just 6 steps for that, and in those 6 steps you can get the in principle sanction. Thereafter you can come to the bank because bank has its own due diligence process also, because nowadays everything rate is also based on the internal rating. That's why he may not be agree with me, but I am telling you very frankly that every bank is looking for good customers. There is no doubt in it at all. Whenever sometime either we are going for a consortium or even for we are approaching other banks also for good customers. So if you are having in mind the bank is delaying or there is no intentional delay at all, if your financials is okay, you are willing to work and your unit is earning, I don't find any reason to reject or delay in that. So this is my submission. Thank you.
Okay. Now, there is lot of expectation from customers, from banks, correct no? ಬೆಟ್ಟದಷ್ಟು ಆಶೆ, ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಲೋನ್ ಕೊಡುವವರು ಗಂಡಿನ ಕಡೆಯವರು, ಲೋನ್ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋರು ಹೆಣ್ಣಿನ ಕಡೆಯವರು, ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಈಗ ಗಂಡಿನ ಕಡೆಯವ್ರದ್ದು ಏನು ಡಿಮಾಂಡ್ ಹೇಳಿ ನೀವು? ಫ್ರಾಮ್ ಕಸ್ಟಮರ್ಸ್, ವಾಟ್ ಆರ್ ಯು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್? ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಯು ಟೆಲ್?
Okay, I heard all the banks talking about the various products. I represent, of course, I am a chartered accountant, but I also represent Karnataka Bank. So in Karnataka Bank, we have got a lot of ready-made products. But what we also have, Mr. Naik used to know, is we also customize the product to the requirement of the customers. So I think that is the uniqueness of Karnataka Bank. Having said that, let me tell you what the bankers expect from the customers and the customers expect from the bank.
Only bankers' expectation you can tell. Okay. Customers' expectation they will tell.
No, because I also represent the customers.
Then you can allow them.
I will tell later. Okay, what the bankers expect from the customers. Let me tell you, don't celebrate when the loan is given to you. When the loan is given to you, it is a great...
Bank should celebrate.
No, I think both of us should not celebrate. We have to be responsible because others' money, you have to treat others' money with greater responsibility than your own money. Now, if you have your own money, you can put it anywhere and spend it.
Sir,
but as bankers, we have responsibility.
Sir, your expectation from customers.
No, I'm coming to that. So first is, don't celebrate when you get a loan. You should celebrate only when you repay the loan. That is the first point I wanted to say. Then repayment of the loan timely is most important. Although the bankers would not expect it to be repaid ahead of schedule, from the customer's point of view, it is good to repay. If the bank, sometimes when the repayment happens ahead of schedule, by way of a takeover, we also charge a prepayment penalty. Well, that is because our asset liability mismatch or whatever that happens. But repay on time. Otherwise, you may say that up to 90 days there is a bucket. All of us know that after 90 days the account becomes NPA. But we in the bank measure not only 90 days, we have SMA 0, which is 0 to 30 days. Then SMA 1, 30 to 60 days. And then SMA 2, 60 to 90 days. So each of this bucket is considered as a stress portfolio. So we need to be very clear that repay on the time, if necessary ahead of the time. Comply with the sanctioned terms. Your sanction letter, you will have to go through in fine tooth comb, what we say. Go through every aspect of the sanctioned terms. Again, when we say, you celebrate when you get the loan. But what you should actually do is, before you you draw down the loan, go through each aspect of the sanctioned terms.
So it is running in so many pages, sir. And you sanction always in last minute, no time to read and sign.
No. Very good banks have to do one thing. We have to give the sanction letter much ahead. And I am telling you, please go through. It may be 3 or 4, maybe it may be 30 pages. Go through every...
And if you read, you will not sign.
No, that's okay. If you are not, I will tell you, there are certain standard conditions, but there are certain customized conditions. So please look into the customized conditions.
That is correct.
In particular, and rebut. That means you go and tell back the bank that I am not able to comply with these conditions, so please give me a leeway against this. If you have signed and accepted to the conditions, so it could be like your TOL by TNW, current ratio, margin money, or whatever conditions that have been put through. Please end processing fee. It could be anything. Please put your objections in particular if you are not able to comply. Otherwise, please comply. Then the second important point is, when it comes to term loans, there is something called the DCCO, the date of commencement of commercial operation, which is very important.
But I would like to interfere in this. See, normally many of the banks now, like housing loan 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, 25 years, mortgage loan 10 years, and car loans, 7 years. Now MSME loan also they tell our scheme is only for 7 years, 10 years we can't give. But this is very wrong. So I am telling you, many banks, they have the scheme that is wrong. Because what happens now, and when you give the loan, you start the repayment, you can take maximum moratorium. Construction period plus next 6 months for commercialization of this. That are all many people are lacking. And if they cannot start the production on time, what is to be done? DCCO you cannot.
No, very important. Please, this is also very important what you said, Mr. Naik, that the terms of repayment is also very important. You know, if today in Bangalore the land cost is so high that a project becomes not feasible if you say a 7 years repayment. You will have to fight with the bank that it has to be for 10 years or 12 years. Today bankers are prepared to give that extra mileage, and it is in the banker's interest. Of course, as bankers, we need to help them to help us. We don't want to suffocate them and ensure that, give a sanctioned condition which they will not be able to comply. Definitely, if the customer says that, I will be able to repay 5 years. Now I am talking of a consultant. I will tell you, no, let us take the maximum period, maximum period, under promise, over deliver. So that is the best part. Now talking about DCCO, it's very important when you fix the date of commencement of commercial operation. If you told that, that is the date when it should start. If you start beyond that, although you repay, it will be considered as a technical NPA. So that is why we always say, if you feel that you are going to start by 1 year, you say that you are going to start in 2 years, doesn't matter. Because somehow, because of government clearances and all, it will take so much time. So DCCO is also a very important point from the customer's point of view. And from what we expect from the bank again is giving the monthly MIS, monthly, quarterly, annual MIS promptly. It could be stock statements, it could be quarterly FFRs, or it could be the balance sheets. Now we always say the best company, the best borrower is the one who comes out with the fastest financial statement. It is the most imprudent and a person without financial discipline who comes out at the last. Maybe he doesn't want to show his bad position. Even if it is bad, you come and declare at the beginning so that the bankers can also help him. And lastly, be credit worthy.
If he is bad, you don't make him worse.
Definitely, we will try to help him
improve.
I mean, as I told you, after all, it is in our interest to ensure that he is not an NPA in our banks. We know as much as the borrower is affected by calling him as an NPA, the bankers are also affected by calling a particular customer. We also try to defer him being called as a NPA in that context. Lastly, ensure that your credit rating is the best. It could be CIBIL or it could be any other credit rating agency. Ensure that your credit rating is the best. These are the things which in short, we expect from the customers as far as the bank is concerned.
Okay. But all 2 marks questions, now we are getting answers. Okay.
Actually, regarding, especially from the term loan angle, where the capex mainly happens for any unit. So, tenor of the loan is actually, so far as our policies are concerned, the tenor of the loan is purely based on the average maturity of the term loan. Irrespective of the term loan is 15 years or 20 years or 5 years or 7 years. Purely the average maturity is looking into it. But the major aspect what we will look into is the useful life of that particular project. Because the technology, what my MSME customer is going to touch, what is the visibility of that project for the next 5 years or 7 years? What is the risk of obsolescence I am looking at it? So that decides my term loan repayment or whatever it is. Because any project has a lower life, definitely should be able to recoup the cash flows out of the asset at the earliest possible. Otherwise, you are out of the game. By the time you are asking for a 10 years loan, but my technology visibility is only for 5 or 7 years. The cash flow will go off out of that. So you will not be able to repay the loan. You will be coming back and having under stress. So that's what, as the MSME customer, when you are crystallizing a project, be very clear what's the technology I'm touching, what is the visibility of my technology, and how long it is going to give me a proper cash flow so that I can repay the loan. Not blindly, sir, I will need 10 years or 20 years. Of course, certain technologies, we know the visibility of life very clearly. Say, solar, 20 years, wind, 25 years. Normally, for a manufacturing setup, we have not seen beyond 15 years visibility. Naturally, beyond 5 to 6 years, you yourself will go for upgradations. So even though otherwise the market will not allow you to stand there. You will not be able to cope up with the requirements or the changes what is happening in the market. Because the market is changing so rapidly, you should be able to put hands like that. That's the reason your margins as well as your residual useful life and as well everything will take care of that. That's the reason the term loan tenors will vary depending on the project to project.
Okay, Mr. Manoj, now main problem of borrowers is civil. Whether you agree with me, civil problem? Yes or no? Yes. Civil, क्या होता है? See, problem with civil is small credit card. Young age में बहुत गलती करते हैं लोग. फिर भी वही गलती लेके आप बैठता है. तुम 10th में आफ्टर माई CA पास होने के बाद मेरे SLC मार्क्स कम ही करके आप मेरे you will not consider my this. I have passed CA. You have to see my CA degree. Why you are saying SSLC your mark was low? Why PUC your marks was less? Why degree क्या हो गया? Oh, why it is the waste. See, small your credit card issue, small personal, कभी को क्या young age में बहुत गलती होता है. So okay, because of that our CIBIL will spoil. Now, up to what CIBIL rate you will give loan? If the CIBIL is spoiled because no intentional default, how you will consider? Because the problem with them is, if any problem happens in the CIBIL, if you go to any bank, earlier they used to ask, talk, you are from which place, how, background, then they used to take papers. But now, first they will ask, they will not see the face, give PAN card. First they will check CIBIL. If the CIBIL is good, then they will smile at you. If the CIBIL is not good, they will give the PAN card. This. See, credit score to maintain, how much he is struggling, you see. Our slide shows. Can you tell me, CIBIL, how and how much is expectation and how you are considering? Can you just?
Yes, sir. Sir, CIBIL, as you are saying, it is like a horoscope of a borrower. That is a starting point what we bankers, whenever any customer steps into the bank.
If there is Shani, they say what you have to do, Shani Puja.
That also I tell, sir, solution also. It is not that only problems we are just discussing. I'll give the solution as well. So whenever you approach any bank, first the starting point is the CIBIL for individuals, and there is a called CMR, CIBIL MSME ranking. It is there. It starts from 1 to 10. So for individual, it is personal CIBIL score is there, and as well as a TransUnion score is there. So it depends on, there are different weightages has been given to different categories, like credit history, availment of credit facility, past delinquency, and NPA history and all. It is all these points are taken into consideration. Suppose if, as sir was saying, you have taken a credit card some 10 years back and you have defaulted, maybe you might have forgotten that also. Maybe some small amount. Maybe
Oh, bank भी कभी बंद हो गया, finance भी बंद हो गया. How can you search him to make repayment?
Sir, in such issue.
And if there is outstanding 2,000, then it has become now 40,000. They will settle at 5,000, then he will put settled 35,000. Gone case, lifetime no borrowing.
So there is a mechanism for raising the dispute whenever there is a, in case of CIBIL, when in portal also it is available, you can raise a dispute there.
All bankers together, they can do one thing, like IBA you did know, CIBIL resolution cell, so that all the CIBIL can be resolved. At charge only.
Yeah, so actually each bank is having a separate nodal office, that is CIBIL help desk is there, CIBIL cell is there, and from the customer side also you also can take up with CIBIL. Through that dispute resolution mechanism, there you can flag that, suppose if you have already settled that account, you can approach that particular bank and get a NOC from them and upload the same documents to them. And moreover, suppose if the age of that particular delinquency is very old, let us say if it is 5 years or 10 years, the weightage is very less. So when your CIBIL gets affected is if the delinquency is very recent past. So that is why my honest request to all the customers is, though you are all disciplined, financially you need to be very disciplined, because if at all any problem is there, you just don't go, you should update it to the bankers first. So I am facing this problem, so because of this my delay is happening, so that should be the case. You are telling me you are not taking the calls, you are not at all busy now absconding, that should not be the case.
Okay, Mr. Abhijit, now CIBIL CMR. In case of borrowers, MSME borrowers, it is personal CIBIL score is different than CIBIL CMR. What is your expectation of CIBIL CMR? Due to any reason, if the CIBIL CMR above 4, 5 and all you don't consider, even sometimes renewal, paper submitted, bank has renewed the loan papers up to 3 months, 4 months and all, that their CIBIL will get spoiled. Some other reasons it will get spoiled. In such cases, how you will handle in practical issues? If the CIBIL CMR is 7, what you will do? But party is very good, the collateral is there. CIBIL, due to some reason, CBL is 7. What you will do? You will definitely don't do, you will reject, no? Okay, tell me. Up to what?
It's a tricky question. See, for existing customers, as he was telling, first we have to analyze all these things. As sir said, if it is a recent default, definitely score will be lesser. If it is a very old case of default, that will have a very lesser impact on the score. CMR 7, if you are asking for existing customer renewal, once it is existing facilities with us, we have to renew.
You don't have choice, you have to renew. शादी होने के बाद क्या करेगा?
Everyone will be agree with me.
आगे बढ़ना पड़ेगा.
Then comes the new customer.
Now what is your expectation? CBIL up to how much?
It should
CMR?
be above 5.
Above, less than 5?
Less than.
Not above?
Not above.
Okay. It is like cinema theatre, not like cinema theatre stall. If you go back, so it is dangerous. If you come
CMR 1, excellent, 2, excellent, but generally CMR 3, 4, whatever new customer comes, it will be in the range of, generally we have seen CMR 3 and 4 it will come. CMR 1 will be very less.
Okay. So to maintain good CIBIL CMR, what are the steps borrower should do?
Yes. See,
that is important.
Facilities they have availed. At least that repayment, sir was telling, within 30 days due, that we have a bracket of 30 days, 60 days, 90 days due. That 30 days dues, even that due should not be there. If you are doing a business, first you have in your mind, you have taken public money. Your goal is to earn profit. Out of that profit, you should pay your liability first. Balance amount should be invested in business in initial years of your business. Then you can go for withdrawal.
But bankers don't make profit, only 100% disciplined customers, no? If they are little bit late, you will charge penal interest and all, you will make more money.
That is why we charge penal interest. That's why, because at least they should pay on the time.
Now our Indian bank.
Sir, one more suggestion. Addition, just 2 minutes. When you are going to the bank, any bank you are going for any type of credit facility, especially MSME, there are n number of tools available online. You take your own CIBIL, you go through it, you will
But each time you check the CIBIL, your 2 scores will come down. If they are satisfied, last let them check CIBIL. Correct, no? Okay.
Second, that's what I was telling. You check yourself so that you will find out your all the accounts number wherever defaults are there, you can find out.
वो तो आपने चेक करेगा तो पुकट में होता है, हम चेक करेगा तो पैसा भरना पड़ता है. Okay. So next, our Indian bank, major problem is restructuring of loans. This is everybody's problem. After this securitization law, especially securitization, the problem is, if any person gets fracture, he should be taken to the hospital. उसको बैंडेज बांध के 1 महीने के बाद बैंडेज निकाल के, then he will become all right. थोड़ा फिजियोथेरेपी वो ये सब करने के बाद थोड़ा स्लो वॉकिंग, आफ्टर 6 months थोड़ा रनिंग चालू हो जाएगा. आपका प्रॉब्लम क्या, 90 days हो गया NPA, immediately you will issue him securitization note and go for auction. Why can't you restructure the loan? Many of the bankers are hesitant to restructure the loan. See, if any patient gets fracture, he should not be taken to graveyard, he should be taken to hospital. Once you take to hospital, give good treatment, he will become all right, he or she. Please consider restructuring liberally. Of course, RBI, first you make restructuring, 15% provisioning you have to do. Under this, when there is a recession across the globe, there was debt restructure, OTR scheme was a debt one-time restructuring scheme of RBI. They told one time, then they did 2 times. Okay. There, they first initially introduced 5% provisioning. Later on, they increased to 10% provisioning. Normal restructure is only 15% provisioning. Why you cannot be little bit sympathetic for restructuring of the loan? Can you just throw light on it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will say that restructuring is not anywhere restricted by the RBI. And we nationalized bank are doing restructuring very well. But some condition and stipulated guidelines are there before doing the restructuring. Just our sir told that before DCCO, we cannot restructure one loans.
Correct.
Suppose one farm within 1 year also, they are facing some problem and they are that some
Now
stress.
DCC or 2 times 6-month extension by 2 times,
Yes.
including now real estate projects also it is allowed by
Real estate
RBI.
projects also we can enhance up to
Yes.
3 years. There is no problem at all.
Yes.
But there should be some stipulated guideline. They have to
Real
abide by
estate.
some rule and regulations stipulated by the RBI and particularly to a bank. The discipline should be within their unit himself. Within 1 year, if anything goes wrong, any farm is coming under stress sector, it is classified as a quick mortality in a public sector bank. And the sanctioning authority is sole responsible for that. We have also, there are some restriction to us also only. It is not only that all the criteria is applicable to the nationalized bankers only. No, no, no. Our customers should abide by all the rule and regulation of the RBI and the nationalized banks. Restriction is not at all restricted. Restructuring you are doing, and it is also
Wherever very difficult to make securitization, you go for restructure.
yes.
No, no.
Sir, actually, I agree with your point there. Actually, bankers, especially again, I am not, there is no other thing. Bankers, last resort only will be the recovery.
Yes.
It is always like that. I am a witness to that again. It's not personally I am telling. Because any company which is undergoing stress, first we will try to revive it. At any cost, we will try to revive it. But only first challenge what as a banker we are facing is.
No, no, in many cases what they do now, to regularize banks dues, they go to finance company, take the loan and regularize bank loan. I am seeing practical because I am in the field financial doctors. You are financial facilitators. Correct, no?
Financial medicine
Let us
are
correct.
given by bankers only. Whatever it may be.
As per the prescription, you will give the medicine. No, no. Now, Mr. Gautaman, you are MSME expert. There is a confusion among all the many borrowers. What is the CRE proposal? What is the MSME proposal? In some cases, there is a razor thin margin. Can you distinguish between which is CRE, that is commercial real estate, and which is MSME? Can you just throw light?
Yes, sir.
I am asking all simple questions to you.
Sir, here I wanted to intervene. CRE is nothing but where your more than 50% of income is by way of rental or selling of properties. And
Mr. Gautaman came from Tuticorin. You are not giving chance him to talk. You have come from only here, JC Road. Mr. Gautaman.
Sir, if you are going by the definition of an MSI, as we all know, it is a micro, small and medium entrepreneurs. Sir. So anything, either it may be a service sector or manufacturing activity, the business, what is generated out of the, it should from the core business activities.
Correct.
Whereas in, if it is in CRE,
In case of hotel,
predominant
in case of hotel, you construct the hotel, run on your own, MSME. You construct the hotel, give on lease,
yes.
non-MSME. Revenue sharing basis में देगा तो क्या है?
where there is more than 50% of
हाँ, you tell that. हाँ, revenue sharing basis.
50% it should be from the, if it is less than the 50% from that business, more than 50% from the business means it can be treated as an MSE. If it is less than 15%, it should be CRE.
I mean, I can just add that if it is income from business versus income from rentals. Now in income tax also we have this, either it is income from house property. If it is income from house property, it is CRE. If it is income from business, it is MSME, in
And
short.
one more relaxation is also there. Even if it is in a CRE, if the repayment from the existing income is sufficient to meet out that, it need not be considered as a CRE.
And rental of land building. If you go give rental of car rentals, machinery rentals, machinery renting business, all these things are considered are MSMEs. Transport operators, MSMEs. Education institutions, MSMEs. Professionals, chartered accountant can also put office under CGT, this PMEGP scheme with subsidy also. That people should be aware. The schemes is covered by Deepak. My 4 you have covered, no problem. So, my one question to our friend from PNB, because you are a big bank in nationalized banking. Normally, while giving the loan to customers, you tell 5 crore without collateral we give, 10 crore for startups without collateral. State Bank of India, we should give a big round of applause for State Bank of India for exclusive startups. They have opened the branch in Koramangala, the first branch in India, and all over India they have done lot of branches. But the main problem is CGT MSC बोलने के लिए बहुत अच्छा है, लेकिन काम में when they give the proposal, especially your branches, they are scared about CGT MSC proposal. Why it is so? Are you encouraging or discouraging? Because bankers, if collateral is taken, lot of risks are there. CGTMSC risk is very less, only coverage. It is like an insurance coverage. If anything goes wrong, CGTMSC will also make good the losses. And now dynamic scheme, that is hybrid security scheme is also there. That also can be done. But why they hesitate for CGTMSC schemes?
No, normally if it's an existing entrepreneur or the unit, I don't think any bank will deny those things. It all depends on the cash flow of that company also. But again, the cost of the CGMC is not very low. Correct. So if you are
but they have reduced the CGTMSC fees now, women entrepreneur 50%. Only 0.3% and all.
It beginning 0.37%, sir.
But this will also cost equitable mortgage of property, 0.2, Karnataka may again hypothecation, 0.2 stamp duty, legal opinion, valuation report.
No, it will be one time only, sir, or especially in case of wherever we go.
But one beauty in CGTMSC, when you borrow term loan, only on the balance outstanding at the end of the year only. That is the beautiful scheme in CGTMSC.
Yeah, there are a lot of things under CGTMSC also. But you have to see that the cost of the funding that you have to see. If you are having the collateral, better you go for the collateral.
Startups, CDB, support. No, I just wanted to add. No, it is not just that the moment you call it as CGTMSC, bankers can close their eyes and give the loan.
But one thing I should appreciate, normally nationalized bank they cover. This new generation private sector banks, what they do now, once banks, nationalized banks or your scheduled banks, TNB, old generation scheduled banks or your Karnataka bank, all these banks, they bring up children to higher level. Once they grow, when they start doing good, all these new generation banks, they come to them, we will give at that rate of interest, we will give at this rate of interest. Somebody asked I was in lead speaker in the Z Business channel. They conducted in 30 cities, Dare to Dream program. In Mangalore, I was the lead speaker in that. Then somebody asked, new generation private sector banks are very good. Their compatibility in digitization, all these good. Very immediately they give loan, all this and all. What is your opinion regarding new generation private sector banks and nationalized or old generation scheduled banks? Then I told, new generation private sector banks are like American wife, and public sector banks and old generation scheduled banks are like Indian wife. For American wife, what happens? Even the husband snores, he will give a divorce notice. Here, wife, no, she is very much compatible with the husband. That's why we have invited more of, even single new generation private sector banks are here. All public sector banks and private banks. But only the problem with you people are, you are not as sharp as they. Why they should take over your account? Why can't you retain? What is the problem? Can you just tell?
I think we in Karnataka Bank also, we are having a takeover campaign now. Okay? So we are also becoming as agile and as smart as the so-called smart banks. Having said that, we are talking about CGTMSC. Let me tell you that CGTMSC, the bankers cannot close the eyes and give the loan.
there is staff accountability issues.
If you close the eyes and give the loan, you have to close your eyes permanently.
No, absolutely, absolutely. So we have staff accountability issues. Tomorrow, if there are any frauds, and CGTMSE also further questions.
And customers also cannot close the eyes and take the loan also.
Definitely no. We are not worried about such customers. We are worried about customers who are very, very smart and try to, milk the system. So that is the.
Now let us do one thing. I am very, because more number of bankers enthusiastic, they have come here. Actually our session is 1.5 hours. I told everybody to give chit. The same thing repeated here to me only. But with the due respect to our Dr. Ashok Allur, I will snatch your time. This we will restrict you to 30 minutes, sir. There's no problem. No? Otherwise you can go on taking, but people will not be here. No problem. So here, now floor is open for our participants. Can you ask question? But while asking question, don't give your personal small grievance. Checkbook manager charged, he didn't give offer me tea. Then cold drink NRA depositor को दिया, हमको नहीं दिया. Then वो manager ठीक नहीं, smile नहीं करता है. उसको हिंदी आता है, कन्नड़ा नहीं आता है. All these things I don't speak this. You just restrict the talk to what is the really burning issues. Now floor is open for participants. Okay, next 15 minutes, then we will close the session. And mic for this viewers. Participants, mic provision. Quick. No personal, small questions, I told, no?
Yeah, hi. For the CGMS scheme, whenever we approach them, first thing they ask us, are you a manufacturing unit? Bangalore being a software hub, what are the provisions that is available with you guys to help software companies?
Correct. But one thing I will tell you, many bankers, they don't understand software. It is very hard for them to understand software. That is the problem in software financing. But actually software can be financed under cash budget. But Ramesh, can you cover that software, how you will find?
Yes, sir. Regarding software issues, as Nayak sir has clearly told, software is very hard to be understood. As we can understand easily the service industry, manufacturing industry, other industries very well, because all these things are available on the paper. Whereas in software, for example, if a manufacturing industry person exports something, it is clearly documented and it is visible for everything. Whereas for software industry, most of your products are exported only.
State Bank of we don't want any excuse. He wants loan for software.
We have that scheme also, but the delegation authority is at the circle head, or zonal head for that matter. It is not sanctioned at the RO level.
Mudra loan can be given by branch.
But for software, Mudra loan, they don't require, sir.
It can be given.
Yes.
Okay. SBI.
Yes, rightly, everybody saw it's a very challenging area, no doubt at all. But it can be assessed. Predominantly, whenever bankers are not having the expertise, generally, general bankers, when they are not having the expertise, we used to take the expertise of the premier institutions like here IISc or any other institutions of a premium nature. With that support, if you are able to establish the technical feasibility and economic viability of your unit, definitely it can be financed. Only thing is, being software, it is intangible in nature. Obviously, bankers are definitely going to ask you a fallback. So up to CGTMSE coverage, they themselves are somewhat against financing software industries. So naturally, you may have to use some collateral part. So with that support, bankers will be able to support it.
No collateral means CGTMSE also.
No, CGTMSE is not covering financing software. Because I myself tried for financing one unit.
Okay.
Because I have seen units which are supporting large OEMs in by the SaaS model, software as a service model. Many units are supporting. So one such a unit I myself assessed, And in fact, I was also impressed. I was very.
But working capital can be given on cash budget method for software.
It can be given, but again, definitely bankers are going to ask a fallback.
Term loan can be given for fixed asset.
Let us be clear on that.
When term loan, working capital, both can be given. Where there is a will, there is a way. Correct, no?
But fallback is going to be there.
Next
that
question.
I am insisting.
Next question. Please stand up.
Yes.
Tell your name and you tell me.
Yes, my name is Gajanan. I am a very young chartered accountant associated with an NBFC. So my question is with respect to how, what is the future of bank and NBFC partnership, and how they see the value in growing the economy on an overall level when it comes to co-lending, term loan or BC partnerships, and with also an opinion on with respect to the recent notification from RBI that the cap on the CRAR ratio also, and what measures would the banks take towards that in the coming years, how they would respond to it, whether they would reduce their headrooms for NBFCs, or whether are they going to carry forward the relationship with the NBFCs?
As regards the policy, what you are talking about, the RBI, let us, because bankers are still watchful of those things, the development. But with regard to co-lending, especially my bank has already started with lending card, basic credit, so many lendings, because it gives an opportunity of a larger customer network, where especially in semi-urban, rural area or other areas also. So it is a win-win situation for not only for NBFC but for bankers also. And wherever we identify the NBFCs, we just see their AUM, how much is there, and their their NPA ratio is how much there. That is the major criteria. And whether it is an investment get, I am not talking about the finance to the NBFC, but we are definitely already started co-lending. And in that way only, because other banks also have started with so many NBFCs.
And I think I heard this Karnataka bank, you are lending, and in that again you make that securitization or something is there, no? Then again you take refinance from some other bank. Can you just...
No. Asking his question, this is a policy level decision. Okay. In fact, at the board level, we discussed this in greater length. We in the bank had become very, very sort of, I should not say this, a lazy banker in a way, because we were dependent on the NBFC, because that becomes a wholesale. Our balance sheet grow because of NBFCs, the bank's balance sheet.
Top line, but not bottom line.
No, I mean balance sheet size, because once the balance sheet size grows, all the ratios
How lazy bankers
no,
busy bankers.
No, all the ratios will, NPA ratios and all become smaller. So therefore, Reserve Bank of India has rightly come in and told that, you have to increase your CRAR ratios and things like that. With this, definitely the banks will become direct lending as against becoming a wholesale lending. I mean, therefore, from the NBFC's perspective, yes, you cannot rely on the bankers as much as you used to do before. Having said that, co-lending is a way which is going ahead in a big way, which all the banks are working on. But then bankers have been sort of put a knuckle on the back by Reserve Bank of India to say that don't go only with NBFCs, go direct lending. So that is what is happening at the board level. We have been told to go slow on the NBFC.
Next, any questions?
Slight clarification on co-lending as well. Sorry, sir.
No.
One last.
Sorry. No. Next, somebody. You can discuss with Gurraj Acharya after this. He is available 24/7.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Any question? Anybody? Okay, now what we will do is, the time is already getting up. So now I will just wind up the session. Before winding up, 2-3 points. One, MSME borrowers discipline you are discussing. See, expectations are many. But everybody wants to go to heaven. Whether everybody wants to go to heaven? But nobody wants to die, no? Then how can you go to heaven? So that's why, see, lot of things we blame bankers. When we do mistake, also blame bankers. I have seen all big cars, MSME entrepreneur, second year, third year, they want to buy big cars. They have been spoiled by these banks only. 90% loan, 100% loan for cars, big cars. So that is the They divert the funds.
Bankers
Construct
for
very
SME
big
carve out
house.
is not right.
Construct very big house.
Sir, I will not take that point because it's actually, I don't think otherwise, but
Now-
still, it is
now it
in
is
the name
summing
of
up.
tax efficiency.
Now it is summing
taken.
up, sorry. So now that is the problem. I am talking about MSME entrepreneurs. Okay, they should not divert funds. Second thing is you should not waste money. You should spend money. And time to time you have to change. There is a saying, if you change before the change, you will lead. If you change before the change, you will lead. If you change with the change, you will survive. If you change after the change, you will struggle. If you don't change, even after the change, you will collapse. So change is inevitable. Technology upgradation is required. This Chartered Accountant Office also mentoring. We are doing a mentoring law, little bit posh we need to do. Tech savvy, we should be tech savvy. We should be available to customers all the times. 5-day working सब नहीं चलेगा MSME के लिए. So whenever they call, you should take the, I am in busy in marriage and all. No, even MSME customers also, they should 100% involve. So that's why one beautiful thing we should appreciate all these bankers. They have been sponsored, given money to us. They are supporting all the customers. Now credit marketing has started. लड़की चिकनी है तो देखने के लिए अच्छा है तो लड़का वाला ही लड़की का माँ बाप के पास आएगा. Now credit marketing has started. Now if you maintain your discipline, financials and tax, everything, if you are systematic, you can get the best rates from all these banks. There is a beautiful saying in Sanskrit. See, you can go to many banks, they will put the board, that loan, this, this, housing loan, car loan only board, MSME loan very less, but it is there. Deposit, that, this and all. Then there is a saying, which bank you should go if you are in need of money? Re chataka mitra savadhanamasa kshanam shruyatam ambodaha bahahai santi sarvepi naitadrishaha yam yam pashyasi tasya tasya purataha mabruhi dinam vachaha. That means Chataka bird, you know, no Chataka bird, it always pray for the rain. Okay, Chataka bird, it always prays for the rain. Then some friend told, why you are wasting praying for each cloud, give me rain, all the clouds. It is a time waste. Each cloud, each bank will check the CIBIL. In your CIBIL score will come down. Correct, no? So, like that clouds, you cannot go to each bank and ask loan devo karke. Okay, re chataka mitra savadhana. Listen. Kshanam shruyatam. Ambodaha bahavi santi. In the sky, there are a lot of clouds. You cannot pray for all the clouds to give rain. Only those clouds which can give rain, only with such clouds you should pray. Like that, only such banks which can immediately answer to your requirements, you should go to such banks. Today we can proudly tell that all our bankers friends here, they are like clouds which are giving rain. You can give application, your requirement, everything to here. But nowadays what happens is business is increased. The one bank's account, another bank will take over. One request is that all your MSME customers, here all these banks, you don't take the customer of other banks here because you are all friends. You try. Now, the best way of offense, the best way of defense is offense. When this new generation private sector banks come to your good borrowers and take over the account, why can't you do offense? Best way of offense is defense is offense. You take over their accounts now, then automatically they will stop doing that. So that is the thing. And one more, I will tell you, you should not, what you say that, so another beautiful saying is that, who can give rain, who cannot give rain, I told. One more thing is, when you go to any bank, how they treat you. Earlier they used to treat only car loan, housing loan, MSME means branch level I am telling, not your higher level because they are not trained. Okay. So काककृष्णः पिककृष्णः को भेदः पिककाकयोः वसन्तसमये प्राप्ते काकः पिकः. That means ಕಾಗೆಯು ಕಪ್ಪು ಕೋಗಿಲೆಯು ಕಪ್ಪು. Correct no? Crow is also black. Then ಕೋಗಿಲೆಗೆ ಏನು ಹೇಳೋದು? Nightingale. That is also black. When ಕೋಗಿಲೆ ಮರಿ ಕಾಗೆ ಗೂಡಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಾಗ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಕಾಗೆ ಪಾಪ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾವು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಮರಿ ಹಾಕಿ ದೊಡ್ಡದು ಮಾಡೋದು. Then when you will come to know which is crow and which is nightingale? Vasanta samaye prapte. When you require loan, when you go to the bank, many of the banks they tell the ka and they will make you to run away. But many banks they will tell kuhu and they will welcome you. Here all these bankers they will tell kuhu and welcome you. You are always welcome. Correct no? Yes, if it is correct, you give a big round of applause. You should give big round of applause if it is that. So with this small note, and actually this MSME town hall, we should, even if it take 3 hours, it will not be resolved. But you have, with the best available time, you have wonderfully done the show. Thanks to all our bankers friends. We are giving you the best memento for you for being here, and in our evening cultural event, honoring of all the banks, your executives will also be done for your exemplary contribution in MSME sector. Thank you very much. Over to MC.
Thank you all dignitaries.
ಇದು ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಬೇಗ. Don't waste time.
Thank you all the dignitaries for your valuable insights. It was truly a one-of-a-kind panel discussion. We now request CA Ravindra Kore, CA Pannaraj sir, CA Pramod Hegde and CA Niranjana Prabhu to extend a token of gratitude by way of mementos to all our representatives of the sponsor banks. A huge round of applause, please.
After this, one more session is there. Dr. Ashok Alur, opportunities in agro processing and food processing units. He is a vice chancellor from Kodagu University. He had vice chancellors meet at Tanjavuru. From all the way morning he got up early and came here. Please listen to him. It is a fantastic session. Then half an hour break. Then we will start award ceremony sharp at 6:30.
CA Gururaj Acharya sir, thank you sir.
Don't waste time. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆಚೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಗೌತಮನ ಹತ್ರ ಹೋಗಿ.
Santosh Kumar sir.
ಅದು ಕೊಡಿ ನಾನು
Ramesh Billurkar sir.
ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೌತಮನ್
Next up we have Gautam sir.
You can hold all the mementos only afterwards. Only mementos.
Huge round of applause please.
Anuja Jain.
Next up we have Anuja Jain ma'am. Thank you ma'am.
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹಿಂದೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹಿಂದೆ shall should not this pic you should share with many.
Virgin Jawaharlal sir, thank you sir. We request Pramod sir to also accompany the MC members. Abhijit Kelkar sir, thank you sir. Now we have Santosh Kumar sir, thank you sir.
Let us have one group photo with mementos only. With mementos only. We can hold mementos. Mementos, mother. Let us give a big round of applause to all the veterans making the program right. Thank you. Vijay Dubey, correct. Service.
Moving on.
In Delhi, there. In Delhi.
Ladies and gentlemen, the food processing and agricultural sector provides a fertile ground for startups to innovate, address challenges, and contribute to the overall development of the country.
To most people, it's dirt, but to a farmer, it's potential. And if that potential goes unexploited,
Then agriculture is deemed to go wrong and nothing else will have a chance to go right.
with such a vast agricultural base, businesses can focus on innovative solutions such as agtech, farm-to-fork models, food processing technologies, and so on.
Well, government initiatives like Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat further support entrepreneurial ventures in this domain.
In light of the same, we have our esteemed guest speaker, Dr. Ashok S. Alur, Vice Chancellor of Kodagu University, here with us today to enrich us with his knowledge on the topic Opportunities in Food Processing and Agricultural Sector. A huge round of applause for our speaker, please.
We now request CA Ravindra S. Kore to escort our esteemed speaker onto the dais.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for our speaker. Thank you, sir. It's now time to introduce our guest speaker. Dr. Ashok S. Alur has a master's degree in agricultural sciences, business administration, and has a PG diploma in agricultural sciences. He has over a decade of experience in service with international organizations and has over 2 decades of experience in administrative department. He is currently serving as the Director of Center of Excellence for Farmer Producer Organizations. He has been the recipient of the Award of Excellence conferred by the World Forum for Education.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for our speaker. We welcome you, sir. We request you to take over the session.
It's indeed a great pleasure to be with you in this evening. And Naik ji has requested me to share with you a few of the ideas for both MSMEs and startups in agriculture and food processing sector. Friends, you are aware, these two are very interesting and important sectors, especially as far as business opportunities are concerned. And as long as humanity is there, as long as life exists on this earth, these two sectors are going to flourish, they're going to continue. So with this, importance attached to this agriculture and food sector, there are huge number of opportunities that are there available for the startups in agriculture, MSMEs which are trying to work on this direction. So I would like to share a few of the ideas, business opportunities, and in case, because of paucity of time, I may not be able to cover the entire, sector. I will try to share a few of the ideas, and in case any of you are interested, I would be more than happy to share with you the details, more and more details about the available opportunities. Can you please help me with the PPT? Friends, as I said, agriculture is one of the oldest profession, continues to be one of the very interesting and important sector with increasing population of the, across the globe. We need to produce significantly good amount of, food. We were earlier talking about food security, now we are talking about nutrition security. That's where agriculture and food processing continues to be the sectors, promising sectors. And any, aspiring entrepreneurs, they can definitely look at these two sectors. And basically, when you look at agriculture and food processing, there are few, important, sectors within this. One is crop production, production of food grains and other related aspects. Then we have livestock production. Then crop cultivation, food processing, marketing, and distribution. These are different areas wherein we can look at opportunities. And basically, we can start, if you're thinking of starting a startup in agriculture or food processing, we can just look at few of these ideas. What I'm trying to present here is those, which are prevailing, gaining more and more importance. Organic farming is one aspect. In case any of you have access to land or if you own land, you can think of starting an organic farm. Organic farming, organic agriculture, organic food is gaining importance, gaining a lot of demand across the globe. And definitely India, the whole world looks at India for organic, production. And especially we talk about natural farming, chemical-free farming, LISA, low external input and sustainable agriculture farming, all those things. And the entire aspect is to produce good quality food, high quality food that is relevant for good health. So organic farming is one sector in agriculture which has highest demand, and this can be a very interesting, business opportunity for MSMEs and as well as startups. So you can do it on a small farm. So you can start with a small farm, and then you can pool a number of farmers who can produce organically, and then you can be the aggregator and process it and sell it. Hydroponics, basically with the decrease in the available land for agriculture sector, and hydroponic is one interesting technology that is gaining up around the big cities, because you can produce more food in a very limited small area with all technology involved, and you can definitely produce the crops with the nutrient-rich, water solutions. You can recycle them, use them again and again, and this will be completely free of, chemicals, especially for the production. So across all the urban cities, bigger cities, growing cities, hydroponics is gaining a lot of importance, and this can be one interesting sector because you can produce any of the high value, vegetables, fruits, flower crops, all those things that can be done with the hydroponics farming. Then mushroom farming, mushroom cultivation is also a very viable and a very profitable, business idea, especially in Indian subcontinent. And there's a huge, demand for mushrooms, basically for both culinary as well as medicinal purposes. And entrepreneurs can focus more on lot of mushroom varieties such as oysters, buttons, and shiitake mushrooms. So these are it's very easy to cultivate. You can make use of even unskilled laborers. They can be employed. You can provide employment to people. You can produce it for domestic consumption as well as for exports. So mushroom farming is one interesting sector. For example, in case of any of your MSME units are sick, if they're not using it, they can be converted into mushroom production units and they can be used. So many times such opportunities are available to you. And then dairy farming. Yes, this is a very interesting sector. All these days we were just looking at cow or buffalo only for milk production. Now this has become a very interesting, growing commercial business in agriculture sector, and we have a lot of technology available. 1 or 2 people can maintain or manage thousands of cows and animals. In that sector, we have a lot of products processing opportunities are available. If you can take the example of Nandini itself, Nandini has more than 125 products just out of milk. So this is a very interesting sector. You can start with 10 cows. We can give you a plan for starting it with 10 cows, 20, things like that. It's one of the most important profitable commercial business opportunity across the bigger cities. Agri-tourism. And there are a lot of government schemes around this. Agri and horti-tourism, we are talking about wine tourism, all are related to agriculture tourism itself. And in this case, what we are trying to do is, because most of the guys who are born and brought up in urban cities, they don't have access or exposure to agriculture sector. Agriculture sector is, a very surprising sector for them. Many times they don't know from where the groundnut comes. So that's where it is becoming very, very, it's attaining a lot of importance, around the cities, especially for the children of the city, wives coming from the urban areas, people who are not having any exposure to rural sector. Agri-tourism can be a great, initiative. And government, provides a lot of opportunities to the people who would like to take interest in setting up of an agri-tourism park, horticulture tourism park, wine tourism park. We have now pomegranate tourism park. All these things can be used, explored. Beekeeping and honey production. Friends, you are all aware, honey, especially the bees, apiculture we call, bees, they contribute to a greater extent to entire agricultural production. And now if you look at the honey that's being produced out of this apiculture is gaining a lot of importance. And the best quality honey can be sold even at 3,000 to 4,000 rupees a kg. And what we are getting in the market is mostly the adulterated one. So beekeeping and honey production can be one side business. In case you have huge farms, or in case you have access to about say 50, 100 farmers, you can just take up a business of giving honey boxes to them, bee boxes to them. You maintain them in their farms, they will give back the honey to you. You aggregate it, process it, and sell it. And this can be a very interesting business opportunity for you. And shelf life is very long, and this can be a very interesting, people look at, Indian honey. It has the highest demand. You can have single floral honey, multifloral honey, and it's a lot of demand. For example, if the honey is produced out of your moringa block, it's called as moringa honey, and it is sold at the highest price. If it is a neem block, you can have neem honey. So all such opportunities are available. I'm not going into the details of it. So beekeeping and honey production, honey processing can be one interesting sector for people who would like to get into agriculture and food processing sectors. Seed production. This is one interesting sector. India being an agriculture-based country, India also has showcased to the whole world that there's a huge opportunity for India to get into seed production sector. And people who would like to do it in a very small way, who would like to venture into seed production, they can start with vegetable seed production or certain open pollinated seed crops where there is no risk or less risk. So with that you can start, and then you can slowly grow into this. And India is one country which exports huge quantity of seed material to entire African continent. The entire African continent looks at India as a hub for seed production and seed supply. So this is one interesting area where MSME or agri startups can look into it. You can do it with both hybrid, genetically modified, open pollinated. There are a lot of opportunities available in seed production sector, and there are huge industries which have come up in the seed industry. As we are discussing about organic production, certain small MSME initiatives can be there with regard to organic manure production. So this is very, very important aspect because we will not be able to apply the chemical fertilizers to the organic farms. In that sector, since the organic farming sector is growing, there is also a need for producing organic inputs to produce crops organically. In that regard, organic fertilizer production, organic manure production can be one interesting area for the agriculture, startups in agriculture sector. Agro processing. This is one interesting area because we are producing a huge number of agricultural produce, horticulture produce, flower produce. So all that can be subject to processing, value addition, and then sell it across the globe. In that sector, processing, it may be processing of fruits, vegetables, your grains, or whatever spices. We are also known, for spices. In that sector, you can start with one or two important aspects, and you don't have to touch all the products that are available in this sector, and make a very humble beginning, and then you can slowly, go further. Agriculture technology. And all these days, agriculture was seen as just a way for producing food to, feed your tummies. It's not the case now. We are now trying to give a commercial touch to agriculture. In that sector, agriculture also requires a lot of technological inputs. And agriculture technologies are becoming very, very prominent, especially even in case of small farms. They're now led by the agriculture technologies. We talk about data analytics, we talk about automation, we talk about machine learning, we talk about precision farming, we talk about 3D farming, hydroponics, all those things, aquaponics, all that are led by the agriculture technological solutions. So people who are graduated, who are post-graduated, or people with a higher education in agriculture sector, they can definitely look at starting an MSME or a startup that provides based technologies to both production, processing, value addition, and marketing sectors. Tree farming. We have seen a lot of people procure land. They are agriculturally important land areas, but they just keep them, barren. They don't use them. They have their lands in the rural areas. They do their business in the cities. And in that case, it's just a criminal waste of land that's available. So in that sector, there is a huge opportunity for any agri startups to get into this. Tree farming can be one important sector. You can think of producing teak, sandal, mahogany. I'm just quoting one or two examples. So within 10 to 15 years of span, you can definitely get 10 times, 15 times more than income that what we would have got with a traditional agriculture production. So it's basically little more gestation period is there. Apart from that, this can be a wonderful absentee landlord based agricultural business. So you can hire people, and agri startup can take up this issue and then help the lands that are just lying idle. They can be put into agricultural production. And of late we are talking about carbon credits. Maybe from second year or third year itself, you can start gaining the carbon credits from such plantations. So all this can be a very interesting avenue for MSMEs and agri startups to look at. Fertilizer distribution. So this is another, but it's a very old traditional agriculture business opportunity. And this you can do it in small towns, Hobli areas, block areas. This can be a big business. And you can definitely have some contact farmers. And if you continue to help them, provide them quality inputs on time at a reasonably good rate, definitely you can attract farmers, keep them, register them with you. And this can be a very interesting business in agriculture sector. So India is also known for producing flowers. In most of the cases, we are not able to dispose the flowers on the same day. And we have certain technologies wherein we can dry the flowers. And dry flower business is a big business. And if you look at countries like Vietnam, they are earning several crores only out of dry flower business. So you can just use it. Whatever you are not able to dispose, you can just dry them with certain technologies, keep them. That can be stored for a long time. That can be sold. So that's another interesting thing. Many times we use flowers, but we just throw them. After their use, you can collect them from the temples. You can collect them from the marriage halls and all. They can be used for extraction of the colors, and they are the wonderful colors. Oh, that's a big business. We have now technology that's available. You can extract colors out of the used flowers. So this can be another interesting, technology. And such interventions are not seen anywhere. So this can be a huge opportunity for some people who are operating in Bangalore, cities like Bangalore. Poultry farming, there's a huge demand. The whole world looks at India for Indian poultry products, especially the egg. So in that case, it's one of the fastest growing industry. And people can start with a small scale poultry, and then you can scale it up, go bigger and bigger in the sector. And this is, again, an evergreen sector in agriculture. Then organic greenhouses. So people who are interested in producing high quality organic produces throughout the year, they can resort to greenhouse production technologies. And whenever you have very small area, whenever you are interested to produce on a continuous basis throughout the year, this can be a very interesting technology. With a small area, you can produce food. You can produce very high quality, high value, vegetables, flowers, and other things. And for example, if I have to quote one rose, it costs $3, $4, $5 if it is produced in the month of January and February. February, it's famous for what? One Indian rose can fetch you even $5, $6, even up to $10 sometime. So in that case, this can be a very interesting sector with regard to greenhouse production. Fish farming, again, we have both, freshwater fish production as well as seawater fish production. And you can even do it, cultivate it in the lands. For example, we have seen lands where we have excess water, we're not being able to cultivate such areas. So they can be converted into, fish ponds. Those lands which are anymore not fit for agriculture production can be converted into fish ponds. Or wherever you have more access to water, in that case also you can use the fishery. Fishery can be one interesting, I need not have to tell people coming from the coastal belts, but people who are there in the other part of the city or state or the country, you can definitely look at fish farming. And even in the traditional tanks, you can make use of this. The tanks are now being given away by the department. You can just take it on a contract basis for 1 season, 2 seasons, and then use this for the fish farming purposes. Then similar is the case with the snail farming. Snail farming is becoming a big business because especially snails, they are very rich. They contain very high amount of protein. They contain very high amount of iron, and they do have very small, very negligible amount of fat. And almost all the amino acids that are required for the human body are available. That's how snail farming is becoming very, very attractive business, and a lot of people are getting into this. Fruit and vegetable export. And if you look at Indian vegetable sector, we have more than 500, traditional vegetables. I don't know whether you have seen the traditional vegetables. We have lost many of them. We have one institute called World Vegetable Center, which has, protected more than 5,000 Indian vegetable varieties, local varieties. They are there. And if you say it's a local variety, people don't like hybrids and improved varieties. And if you say you are producing using the local varieties, it has its own, importance. So that can be very interesting. There's a huge market in Europe for Indian local varieties of hybrids and, vegetables and fruits. So if you look at the fruits, many of us people coming from the rural background, we have seen the minor fruits. But most of you may not have seen the minor fruits. They are almost disappeared. So those minor fruits are now gaining importance. Now we are trying to bring them back into use. So that can be a very interesting sector. For example, custard apple you are using. How much you are paying for 1 kg of custard apple? Many times you pay 200 rupees and buy 2 fruits. Each fruit is almost half a kg. If you go towards Gulbarga and other places, the Lambanis pick it from the forest areas. If you taste this fruit and that fruit, it's awesome. And all the 4 related varieties of custard apple, Ramphal, Sitafal, Lakshmanfal and Hanumanfal, they are extremely good for cancer patients. People who are suffering with cancer, they can cure cancer. No, these are, paucity of time, I'm not sharing the importance of that. So, fruit and vegetable export can be one interesting idea for the people. And then groundnut processing. Groundnuts are basically, they can offer best business opportunities to people, and they have extremely good market across the globe. And Indian peanuts are known for their quality, their taste, and people always like your Indian peanut butter. Indian peanut butter is the costliest butter. So that can be another area. For example, if you just go to Anantapur, which is a neighboring place to Bangalore, they produce the best quality groundnut because the soils are red sandy loams. So that can be one area where you can explore groundnut processing. And then tea plantation, I need not have to explain. It's a growing demand. Everyone wants to drink good quality tea. And the tea plantation can be one such area. Either there are a lot of people, I'm now residing in Kodagu. A lot of coffee plantations are becoming orphan plantations. People are not there to take care of them. A small startup in agriculture, horticulture can get into this. Identify 10, 15 farmers, absentee landlords, take them on lease, manage them, share the profits. This can be a very simple, idea for business. Medicinal and aromatic crops. So India is again a house for several varieties of medicinal and aromatic crops. And if you look at the patents, maximum patents are done by the Americans on Indian herbs and Indian medicinal crops. So it's a huge demand. I was talking to you about tree planting. If you start with a tree planting, in between you can grow. If you are going with any of the horticulture crops, you can grow in between. There is at least 3 to 4 years gestation period for any of such crops. Within that, you can grow the medicinal crops, whatever is suitable to that. So this can be one interesting, sector, especially the Ayurvedic sector is growing. A lot of, pharmaceutical people require this. We are short of supply, especially in case of medicinal crops. Corn farming, I need not have to explain. We use it for, basically for human feed, animal feed, poultry feed. It's also used for, ethanol production. Blending with ethanol is now becoming a mandatory aspect. So the corn farming has a huge potential. You can have contract farming. You can set up a small unit of processing corn and then start it. Potato is one of the very important, food component, and potato powder is gaining a lot of importance because India is also one country which produces huge quantity of potato, and in most of the cases, on a daily basis, you use potato in one or the other way. Children like it, and everybody likes it. So across the globe, and it's not just restricted to Mexico and other countries, we are also consuming. We are one of the major consumers of potato, and potato. You can have more than 100 products out of potato. I'm just putting one product because whenever you have excess production, you can convert that into powder, keep it, and then sell it as and when there is a growing demand. Goat farming, especially with regard to its medicinal value, 1 liter of best quality goat gets, you can get it only at 800 rupees. Can you imagine? You must not have even heard about this. This is a very interesting opportunity, goat farming, both for meat purpose as well as for the milk purpose. Soil health testing, people with a growing requirement of maintaining soil health across the globe. Setting up of a small soil testing lab, there is a support mechanism available from the central government. 5 to 10 lakh rupees is available as a grant support to the people who would like to take up this initiative. You can undertake the soil testing for all the, like your any medical pathological lab that does a testing for the human blood or whatever it is. So similar way, we have soil testing lab. You can test soil, water and other related matters. Then people with lot of technological importance, people who have habit of browsing the latest technologies, picking the best technologies that are relevant to a particular situation, you can start doing agro-blogging. This can be a very interesting knowledge sharing platform, and that can also be an opportunity for the people to do it. Rose farming, I also mentioned to you, apart from some few countries in Europe, India is one major producer of rose, and Indian roses are loved by everybody across the globe. And this can be very interesting. Even if you have a small piece of plot, half an acre, 1 acre, you can definitely gain a lot of importance. Whenever there is fall in the market price, you can convert the rose petals into other interesting products. Like your gulkand, you must have heard about, tasted gulkand. Gulkand can be one such beautiful product out of rose. Rabbit farming, because basically the rabbit wool is very popular and people love to have rabbit wool based products, and it's basically, they also keep them as a hobby, and when they grow old, they look for the rabbit wool. So this is a very big growing business. Agriculture consultancy, yes, we are a very huge country in the entire globe, and there is a huge growing demand for agriculture consultancy and technical services, especially field level support to the farmers who are looking at agriculture as a commercial opportunity. In that case, people who are specialized, who are qualified, who are having a lot of experience, they can start an agriculture consultancy as a startup, and they can provide. I have seen few of my junior friends, senior friends, they're doing consultancy, and they're in a very humble and a respectable way, they make 4 to 5 crore rupees per annum. I'm talking about an individual, not a group of people. So this is a huge growing sector, agriculture consultancy. And then spice processing. Karnataka, Kerala, and southern states are known for production of high quality spices. Indian spices are known across the globe, and Karnataka is one of the important states that produces very high quality, promising spices. And you can just, you need not have to do it. You have to just, procure it from the farmers, grade them, separate them, and small processing is required. Primary processing, we call it. You need not have to even take it further. So in that case, there's a growing national and international demand for Indian spices, especially the southern Indian spices, both Kerala and Karnataka spices. So there's a huge demand, and this can be one such initiative. Landscape, you must have seen the Bangalore airport, and it's very proud for me to tell few of our students have done it, and it is world's beautiful airport now. So why I'm saying landscape architecture, horticulture is gaining a lot of importance, and there are very few specialized people. Even beautiful gardens in Dubai are also designed by Indian experts from Karnataka. So this is one of the most important opportunity. Then certified seed dealer. You can be a dealer. You will sell only the certified seeds, not truthfully and other local seeds. So this can be another big opportunity, business opportunity. Then vermicomposting. Vermicomposting is a very simple technology. Even women at home can do it. It's just a way to recycle the agriculture waste or kitchen waste or something like that and produce the high quality vermicompost, pack it and then sell it. All women who keep this tulsi in their house, you can nicely label it, make a 1 kg bag, say that, you give a very, touching title to the vermicompost, and you can sell it. It can be a hot cake, and tell that this is only meant for tulsi. Then you can sell it at 10 times price than what is prevailing in the market. That's what is happening. I have one entrepreneur in Bangalore. He sells dung cakes, cow dung cakes. Can you imagine and tell me what would be his annual turnover? One fellow selling dung cakes. It's 600 crores. He sells dung cakes. He collects cow dung, makes some beautiful cakes, packs them, 5 or 10 cakes, like the cakes that we bring from the market, he sells it. And now everybody who dies in US and Europe, they want to burn them, or even when they bury also, they want to use the dung cakes there. Look at this. You must have seen the cluster bean, gorgum. Gorgum is a very interesting product. This can be produced in very harsh conditions. Whenever you have very high temperature, less water, Gor can be one beautiful crop that can be produced in Karnataka. And this is used as a food thickener, similar to bean gum, cornstarch, tapioca flour. This can be an alternative to this. And this can be a very interesting produce. When it is fresh, you can just sell it. And if you are not able to sell it, if it grows bigger and then matures physiologically, you can just harvest it and then extract the gum and then sell it. Livestock feed production. India is the country which has highest livestock production, population. And livestock feed continues to be a very interesting green area for people who would like to venture into it. And the opportunities are increasing day by day. And this can be a very interesting avenue for business. Botanical pesticide production. Now we are talking about pesticide-free agriculture produce, and botanical pesticides are the alternatives to control pests and diseases. And this can be one interesting area where you can, with less investment, you can start this business. Cashew nut processing, you must be knowing, India is one of the leading countries that produces cashew nut, but we are the world number 1 to process. We bring cashew nuts from Africa, other countries, we process them here and then sell them back. So this is a very interesting, there are very few cashew nut processing companies in the southern part of Karnataka. So this can be another interesting area. You can grade them, you can sell them, you can value add and then pack them and sell them. The last grade that is sold here itself fetches close to 800 to 1,000 rupees. And the first grade is not sold here, it goes back to Europe and US. So this is one interesting cashew nut processing business. Similar is the shrimp processing. And basically there's a huge demand for the shrimp farming, especially the Indian shrimps. Piggery. Earlier I was associated with the Center of Excellence for FPOs. There, the FPOs from Karnataka are now selling the pigs to entire northeastern states. The huge demand. And they are not able to even cater to 10% of the demand that's coming there. Piggery can be one such. I'm not talking about the pigs that you see on the roads. These are special pigs that are reared, produced especially with a very high quality management, and piggery can be one big idea for people who would like to start their entrepreneurship in agriculture sector. Warehousing, we produce, we had one time we had lack of space, we didn't have produce, now we have excess production. And where to store it? And every small farmer cannot build a godown. There's a huge subsidy available from the central government. Pradhan Mantri, programs are there. We have a lot of program support systems in agriculture. You can set up a warehousing close to the export center, close to the cities, close to the towns. You can procure and store, and then you can just give a hiring services to the farmers. Then vertical farming, I was talking to you about hydroponics. You can do it in stairs, 1, 2, 3, 4 like that. And in the same small piece of land, you can produce 4 to 5 times more than what you can produce in a big land. Then veterinary clinic, everyone now would like to have a pet at home, and this is one big growing business. We have veterinary course in Karnataka, and all the seats are filled by girls. They want to set up pet clinics in big cities. So this is a huge opportunity that's available. Then plant nursery, the thing. Andhra is one state in the entire country which makes thousands of crores from nursery sector. So this can be a very interesting business as far as agriculture is concerned, both in Karnataka and across the globe. And then I would just rush through the food processing. Bakery is one sector. Now bakery is completely modified, modernized. It's not like earlier system. And we have lot of value-added products, very high-end products. So bakery can be one interesting sector in food processing connected to agriculture. And then banana wafer making. Now banana can be another, kalpvruksh. And you can have 101 products out of banana, and banana wafer making can be very interesting, snack for the food or the dessert, something like that. And then we have beaten rice manufacturing. We don't get high quality beaten rice products in the cities. We look for that taste and all that. Many times you don't get it, and there is a huge demand with regard to the beaten rice. Then bread production. Bread production is growing, and especially the Indian bread, that is produced from the low glycemic industry, index wheat is gaining a lot of importance. And then chocolate making. Then coconut milk powder production. Karnataka and entire southern India has a lot of area under coconuts. And disposal of coconut itself is a tough task in many cases. And this can be one potential area for people to explore. Similarly, coconut oil manufacturing. As and when there is a fall in the price in the market, you can resort to this. There can be very interesting business opportunities in this. And then condensed milk production. This also, whenever you have excess milk production, you can resort to this. Then custard powered, I was talking to you. This is a very huge opportunity available, and lot of raw materials available in Karnataka. And we don't have much industries around this. This can be a very interesting opportunity. And dal milling, and Karnataka is called as, again, the bowl of dal, especially the northern part of Karnataka. Gulbarga is known for producing very high quality dal, and dal milling can be one big opportunity. Whenever you have excess dal that is produced, tur is produced, we have many other pulses from which you can make dal. So dal milling can be one interesting sector, but this is little capital intensive. You have to invest money on machineries, construction and all that. And fruit juice, yes, whenever you have excess fruits produced, and that whenever you are not able to sell it, you can just convert that into fresh fruit and then store it. You can start it on a small scale. I will just quote the example of acid lime that is produced in Indi. Indi is a place in Vijayapura district of Karnataka which produces world's best quality acid lime, limbehennu. So you can extract that, keep the concentrate, and then you can sell it as and when there is a rise in the market. Sometime you buy one lemon for 10 rupees, and at some point of time 10 lemons for 1 rupee. That's also there. So whenever you get that 10 lemons for 1 rupee, you should resort to converting that into a good juice. Then ginger garlic paste. Women are now short of time. They don't want to spend time on making paste and all. Ready-made ginger garlic paste processing. And Indian ginger and Indian garlic has a lot of demand, especially the European market entirely looks at India for the best quality ginger and garlic. So you can just get into this. Especially onion also, there's a huge market that's available, dehydrated onion. None of us will like dehydrated onion because we like only the fresh onion. But if you go to Europe and other places, they like the dehydrated onion. Whenever there's a fall in the market, we should now pick it and then sell it. Wine business, Indian wines, especially after few European countries, India produces very high quality wine, especially the grape wine. And if you come to Coorg and other places, a few things, meat processing is another thing, palm oil processing. We are importing palm oil from Malaysia. This can be one sector. Paneer and cheese production can be another food processing opportunity. Rice bran oil production. I'm touching upon this because Karnataka produces large quantities of tomatoes, and many times farmers come and throw them on the road. So we should encourage farmers to produce dual purpose tomatoes, tomatoes that are suitable for table purpose as well as for processing purpose. And the tomato wine is one of the best products. Tomato juice is one of the best products. So we can have a big opportunity. People who want to set up their units around Bangalore can look at tomato processing as an opportunity. And we have the last one is the millet-based food processing business. Millet is becoming a most important component of the food basket across the globe. In the last 2 years, it has grown by 200+%, and the export has increased by 25%. And Indian farmers, being small and marginal farmers, you can provide more profits to the small farmers. You can have a big business around millets. And we have best technologies. You talk about any product that's available with millet. It is ready to eat, ready to serve, anything you talk about. We have millet rice, we have millet noodles, we have all millet idlis, millet poha, everything is available now. So this can be a huge market for people who would like to get into agriculture and food processing sector. I'll stop here, and I would be very happy in case if there are any questions around this. And because of short of time, I did not touch any of them in depth. And in case you are interested, we would be very happy to help you, guide you, support you with required information and other aspects. Friends, I stop here. Thank you very much for very patient listening. And in case you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for this insightful session. With this, we request CA Pramod Hegde, Vice Chairman of Bengaluru branch of SIRC of ICAI, to extend our token of gratitude to our esteemed speaker, Dr. Ashok Ezalu. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause, please? Technical session. Okay.
So, we've now come to an end of today's technical session. We are sincerely grateful to all the guest speakers and the representatives of the sponsor banks, without whom this conclave wouldn't have been possible. Thank you all so much.
Last but not the least, we're extremely grateful to all the participants of this conclave who are responsible for making this event a grand success. Thank you all. With this, I, Parjanya Acharya,
I, Swati Maitre,
signing off. Thank you so much.